Hello friends. Welcome to the fictional vortex. How are you all? So in this video, we will see what if Naruto became the Shinigami ninja of Mahora. But before we start, if you want more amazing stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video. Also, if possible, share this video with your friends. Now, without wasting any more time, let's begin the story. There are many different dimensions in this vast universe. Most are similar, some are not, but overall they all share the same common thing. Life and death. Both go hand in hand with each other, and someone must be watching to make sure everything runs smooth. For life we have the goddess Kami. She is the giver of life and light, she the ruler of where all the good souls reside. Death is ruled by the goddess Yami. She is the ruler of death and hell. She rules over evil souls with an iron fist. Every soul has a place in one of those two realms, but someone must lead them there. That is the job of the Shinigami, the reaper of souls. Their job is to make sure all souls go to their rightful place. Hell. Yami office. Yami was sitting at her desk doing her daily invoice of new souls. She was a sight to behold. Her silver hair reached all down her back, her body was well developed, and she wore very revealing kimono that showed of her impressive bust. She was getting tired of all the paperwork and put one hand on her shoulder, massaging it to the best of her ability. I hate paperwork, she complained as she laid her head on her desk. In the corner of the office was a young man with dark hair, blue eyes covered by designer glasses, and had two horns sticking out of his head. He was Helios, Yami's assistant, and the only one who could keep her on track. He walked over to his master and sighed, patting her on the back. I know you hate it, but if you don't finish it will create more work for you in the long run, he said in a deep melodic voice. Yami looked up at him and stuck her tongue at him. Can't you do it for me? She pleaded with him, slowly standing up and putting her arms around his neck, hoping he would fall for her womanly charm. He sadly did not. He removed himself from her grasp with a quick transport spell. Looking over at her, he sighed. No matter how many times you do that, it will never work, he said to her, shaking his head. But I want to relax, she complained, crying anime tears. Helios looked at her and wondered why he took this job in the first place. A knock on the door caught both of their attentions. Yami went back to her desk while Helios sat back in the corner. Come in, Yami said, getting everything composed. The door opened to reveal a young man about 17 years old with blonde spiky hair with silver tips. He had dark blue eyes that and a well-developed face. He had no baby fat left on his 6'2" frame. Yami smiled at him as he entered the room. He was wearing all black with arm guards on both arms. Two large pouches attached to his thigh that held many knives, while a large folded scythe was attached to his back by straps. The young man stood at attention in front of the desk and said, Shinigami number 0001. Naruto. Yami smiled as she looked at the young man before her. She suddenly jumped over the desk and glomped him into a very big hug. Look at my little boy acting all grown up, she said as she hugged him. Naruto struggled in her grasp, trying to get air, but nothing could not. Mom, can't breathe, he stammered out slowly. She let go of him and watched as he filled his lungs with air. She was so proud of her son. He was her firstborn and was by far one of the most hard-working Shinigami on the force. Mom, why do you have to do that every time I come into your office? He asked her as he sat down in the chair in front of her desk. She looked at him and gave him a pouty face. It's the only time I get to hug my baby boy. You are always busy working. It is like you don't have time for little old me. Naruto sighed and shook his head. Her mother was famous for her guilt trips, but today was not one of the days he would fall for it. I would see you more often and I wasn't number one, but I have a lot of responsibility, and also Kami liked to give me a lot of missions. I know, and I am so proud of you, Yami said with a huge smile, but you need to find a girl. I want some grand babies. Suddenly a dream cloud came from her head, showing her surrounded by little children and Naruto standing next to a girl with yet to be defined features. Mom, Naruto cried in embarrassment. Every time he visited, she would always tell him to find a girl. He wants to, but as a Shinigami it was quite hard to find someone who was not afraid of him. Even here in hell many of the female demons or souls feared him. He looked at his mom and tried to get her back on topic. You have a mission for me, right? He said, pulling her out of her daydream on. Little children running around. She looked at him and gave him a knowing smile that he was quite weary of. Of course I do. He nodded and waited for her to continue. She looked at her desk trying to find the file that had the details. After a few minutes of combing her desk, she finally finds it at the bottom of her largest stake. Knocking it over, she pulled the file out. Helios jumped up and tried to catch the papers but was quickly buried under the massive pile. Mother and son ignored this and Helios quietly cried to himself. "I need a vacation," he muttered to himself. Yami took the file and opened it up, handing Naruto a copy of the papers inside. "Your mission came from the Magi world. You are being sent to protect Mahora Academy. This is a prominent school in this world and they have requested our strongest warrior." Naruto looked at the file and facepalmed. This sounded like a job for a Hell Knight, not a Shinigami. Naruto said to his mother, "This is a Category 3 world. I don't have the time to deal with these weaklings." Yami looked at her son and gave him a very serious look that made him freeze in his chair. "They request the strongest and that is you. A Hell Knight would not even last in a Category 3 world. They are not allowed in worlds higher than a Category 4. Also, this is a mandatory mission." Naruto wanted to argue but knew that was pointless. If she was making this a mandatory mission, there was no way he could get out of it. Sighing in defeat, he simply nodded and put the file into a seal his belt. "Is there anything else you need, Yami-sama?" he said, standing up, getting back into work mode. "That would be all," she replied with a smile. As he prepared to leave, she stopped him for a moment. "Be safe, okay?" "I will," he said to her, giving her a hug before walking out of the office. Yami hugged him back and then watched him walk away. Sitting down at her desk, she looked at a picture frame of her holding Naruto when he was a baby. She was standing next to a tall blonde-haired man that looked like an older Naruto. "Oh Minto, if you could see your son now," she said to herself. "Yami-sama," Helios said as he finally got out from under the stack of papers. "What was the purpose of sending Naruto to an all-girls facility?" Yami looked at him and gave him a very mischievous smile. "I just trying to help him find someone, that is all," she said with an evil laugh. Naruto felt a chill run down his spine as he waited for the transfer to the Magi world. "Why do I have the feeling I just got suckered into something?" he said to himself. Looking around, he watched as the lift tubes were working. These tubes were the way to get from one dimension to another. They were the safest and fastest way to get anywhere. Standing on the platform, Naruto waited for his tube lift to arrive. "Hey Naruto!" A voice shouted from behind him, causing Naruto to turn around. Standing there was a young man about the same age as Naruto, wearing a green spandex, a black bowl haircut and some very large eyebrows. "Hey Lee, what is up?" Naruto said to his friend with a smile. Rock Lee was one of Naruto's best friend while they were growing up. He was Shinigami number 000015 and was always shout about youthful things. "I doing well, my youthful friend," Lee replied with a smile. "I have just finished my youthful mission to the shinobi world." "That is awesome, man, that a Category 1 world," Naruto replied with a look of surprise on his face. "Thank you," Lee replied. "So where are you off to?" "Well, Mom stuck me with a guard mission on the Magi world," Naruto said with a hint of annoyance in his voice. Before Lee could reply to his friend, the tube Naruto was waiting for came up, running toward as he waved to Lee. "Tell you later, man." Naruto got on the lift and headed upward, wondering what was in store for him topside. As he came into the light, he saw the city of Tokyo and sighed. The Magi world was filled with mages and wizards and other magical creatures, but they kept themselves hidden from the rest of the world, since in this world conflict was rare between the Magi and everyone else. It was delegated to a Category 3 world. They posed a danger but were not dangerous enough to pose a problem. He usually dealt with Category 2 and 1. It was his job as Shinigami number 1 to take out threat that might throw worlds out of balance before they happen. As the tube came to a stop, he got off and headed towards the trains. Quickly looked over the schedule and found his train. With a big smile and a near inaudible chuckle, he boards it and heads towards Mahora. As the train rambled on, he noticed that he was the only one on the train till they reached a certain spot. Looking out the window, he saw a lot of females wearing the same school uniform crowding the platform. "Oh boy," Naruto said to himself as he is pushed against the wall as they all crowd in. Soon they were back underway and Naruto was sandwiched in between two girls. He tried to move but it only caused him to rub against them. One girl gave him an angered look and slapped him while the other let out a small moan in please. Naruto was both happy and angry at this predicament, but he couldn't do anything about it at the moment. Next stop, Mahora Academy. A voice said over the intercom, causing the girls to stop their conversations and get ready to get off. Naruto looked at all of them and felt a sense of dread. If he got caught in that stampede, he would be crushed. As the door opened, it gave him a chance to move out of the way of the doors. As he finally got off, he watched a cloud of dust heading off into the distance. That was close, he said, and walked down the street. Looking around, he saw that Mahora was more of a town than a school. It had shops and restaurants all over. As he walked, he did not notice someone walk into his path. Turning his head, he barely has time to register her before he knocked her over. As she falls, she grabbed his arm, pulling him down with her. Naruto, not wanting the girl to get hurt, turns quickly, so he hit the ground first. He looked at the girl to see if she was okay. Seeing that he had successfully cushioned her fall, she lifts her head, her blue purplish hair hiding her face. She noticed where she landed and who she landed on and quickly got up. Naruto got up off the ground and extended his hand to help the girl up. "Sorry for that," he said with a sheepish expression. "I wasn't watching where I was going." It's okay," she stammered, her bangs still covering her eyes. Naruto smiled and saw her looking around for something. Looking at the ground, he saw a red-covered book on the ground. Picking up the book, he hands it to her. She took the book from his hands, their fingers brushing against each other. As Naruto felt this happen, he thought she had very soft skin. She quickly pulled her hand back, her hair hiding most of her blush. "You," she said, and ran off before he could reply. He shook his head and headed towards the main office. This girl ran as fast as she could away from the young man who knocked her down. Her heart was racing. How could someone she had never met make her heart race so much? She ended that train of thought when she saw the time and ran to class. Naruto walked into a large spacious office with short white-haired old man with eyebrows that make Lee's look normal. He also noticed a tall man in a white suit standing off to the side. He had short brown hair and glasses. Next to him was a very beautiful woman with blonde hair and amazing eyes. The last person in the room was a boy about 10 years old with short red hair carrying a staff that was double his size. Naruto looked over the odd bunch and continued his way to the desk. He stopped in front of it and said, "My name is Naruto. I was sent here by my superior to provide protection to this school." The old man smiled and replied, Good. I am Konman, the headmaster of this school. I am glad your superiors decided to take our request. May I ask, what position do you hold and what rank are you?" Naruto inwardly sighed. He was never a big fan of giving his status as a Shinigami away, but this was his client, so he was obligated to do so. "I am Shinigami. I am rank 1, he said with everyone but the little boy gasping in shock. The little boy just looked confused. Well, I never thought we'd get a Shinigami to come to this fine place," Konman said with a chuckle. "I hear that the rank 1 Shinigami is Yami's son, is that true?" Naruto again did not want to answer this question. He was silent for a few moments before nodding, causing everyone to gasp. "Really, it is not that big of a deal who my mom is," he thought to himself as he watched the other converse. Getting tired of all this questioning, Naruto decided to change the subject. "What does my mission entail?" he asked, getting everyone attention. "You are to protect this school from attacks of any nature, but most importantly you must protect this a certain class of ours taught by this young man," he said, pointing to the little boy. "This is Negi Springfield, a magi in training. He will tell you more about your charges." Naruto nodded and waited to see if there was anything else he needed to hear. After a few minutes of silence, he turned to Negi. "So you're a teacher here?" Negi faceband, always getting that question, and simply nodded. The white suit man stepped in and said, "Yes, he is a very talented and intelligent young man." "That's great," Naruto said with a hint of sarcasm in his voice. He turned toward Negi and said, "Meet me outside of the office so I can meet my charges." Negi simply nodded and followed Naruto out the door. Naruto followed Negi down the hall towards the classroom in silence. Negi was scared of this guard. From what he had heard in the office, he was a Shinigami as well as the son of the goddess Yami. Looking up at Naruto, Negi couldn't help but wonder what things has he done for the world. On the other hand, Naruto was thinking, who did he piss off to deserve this? He did not want to spend a long time guarding a smart brat as he class. Negi, finally fed up with the silence, asked, "So what does a Shinigami do?" Naruto looked at Negi with shock. "What does a Shinigami do?" he stated as they walked, trying not to grab one of his kuni and stabbing Negi with it. A Shinigami job is to collect the souls of the dead and send them to their correct resting place. We are the Grim Reapers, the person everyone must meet at the end. Negi looked at him in horror. The collector of souls, does that mean he is here to collect my soul? He thought as he began to freak out. Naruto watched the little boy got very scared and step away from him. I am not here to collect your soul, Naruto said after getting tired of watching Negi freak out. My superior assigned me to this mission, so it's my job to guard you and your class till I am told otherwise. Negi heard this and started to calm down but was still weary of the older boy. He suddenly remembered what was he going to tell the class about Naruto. Naruto, Negi said as they walked. What? Naruto answered with a sigh. Negi was silent for a moment thinking about what he was going to say. What should I tell the class about you? That you are here to be an assistant teacher and… Hell no. Naruto stated with a vengeance. I am not here to teach a bunch of kids, I am here to guard, and that is what I am going to do. No cover stories, except for my job title, just me standing there guarding, that's it. But, Negi started to say, but Naruto cut him off. I am here to guard, that is. Negi just nodded as they walked. He looked at his watch and saw class was about to start. He headed towards the classroom with Naruto following close behind. Nodoka was not having a good day. She had woken up this morning feeling relatively small, and ever since they got back from the Kyoto trip she had not been herself. During the trip she confessed her love to her teacher Negi Springfield but was rejected outright. After that she had spent the entire trip in a book, or crying to herself. Not wanting to face him, she had regressed back to the point where she only talked when called upon or when talking to her friends. She looked around the classroom and remembers back to this morning. Nodoka looked at her clock as she debated whether or not to get up and get ready. She was still not feeling too great after Kyoto and wanted nothing more than to disappear into a book or to Library Island, but alas she could not. Slowly she got out of bed and prepared for the day. Yu and Haruna had already left to class, leaving Nodoka by herself. She left her dorm and headed towards the school, her head in a book. As she walked she thought of her love and cried a little. She never thought he would reject her at all. He was always nice, but when she confessed in Kyoto he had turned cold and said no. Now she was walking alone feeling sorry for herself no matter what Yu or Haruna tried to do cheer her up. As she walked she did not notice a young man walk into her. She started to fall and pulled him down with her. As they fell he pulled her close and turned so he would hit the ground first. She lifted her head and saw his face, causing her to blush deeply. He had blue eyes that seemed to see into her soul. He had 3 whiskers-like marks on his face that made him look feral. She quickly got off him but fell on her backside. The young man got up and offered her a hand. She took it and couldn't help her blush. Flashback, and now she was sitting in class waiting for Negi-sensei to come in and start the lesson. After a few minutes of reading the door to reveal the red-headed 10-year-old, but he was not alone. Walking in behind he was the young man from this morning. He had a look of boredom on his face as he entered the room and surveyed the area. He stood by Negi and waited for the rest of the class to quiet down before introducing the blonde. Good morning everyone, Negi said to his class with a smile. The class replied with the same greeting and wait for him to talk again. Making sure he had everyone's undivided attention he began to introduce the blonde. Gather his thoughts he began. This is Naruto, he will be acting as our class bodyguard from now on. He paused for a moment to see the class's reaction. At first most of them didn't know what to make of that statement. A few such as Mana, Ked, and Setsuna looked at the blonde with contempt and intrigue. Others such as the cheerleading trio wondered if he was single. Then there was Asuna, she was confused to why they need a bodyguard in the first place. Why do we need a bodyguard? Auna asked with anger in her voice. We never need one before. Naruto looked at the orange-haired girl with a cold smile causing her to feel a deathly chill. You don't need to know why, just that you are going to be guarded by me from now on. Asuna was not pleased with that answer and was going to try and get more out of him, but the bell for class to start rang. Nodoka watched the whole exchange with interest. Most people never gave Asuna the cold shoulder, but this bodyguard was doing just that. But when he was helping me he was so nice, she thought to herself as class began. Naruto looked at the class as he sat in the corner. They seemed to be a very spirited bunch. The orange-haired girl was quite feisty but needed to control her anger. As he looked towards the back of the room, a few of the girls stood out to him. There was 3 in back that looked to have some form of combat training by the way they carried themselves. Another was a girl next to the opposite wall. He noticed her when he first came in. It was the girl who he knocked down this morning. She had her head buried in a book. As he watched her he couldn't help but blush. She is kinda cute, he thought to himself, but stopped that train of thought before it got any further. Can't think about that, he breathed himself. Sighing, he pulled out his folder and reread it. She had to send me to an all-girls school. Thanks a lot, Mom, he muttered sarcastically. The day wore on slowly as Naruto watched and took notes on the girls and which ones were going to be trouble. So far he had a few on the list. Asuna, she seemed to always cause trouble. No matter what happened, it seemed that she was the cause of it all. There was one whom seemed to try stopping it but made it worse when Asuna blew up, and that was the blonde in the front. Her name was Ayaka Yukihiro, the class rep. No matter what happened she would always try and stop Asuna, but it made matters worse. As the day came to a close, Naruto was planning on talking to both Asuna and Ayaka in hopes of saving his last bit of sanity. Everyone was so glad the day was over, but they have yet to leave their seats. Everyone was watching the new bodyguard. He sat in a chair by the window and seemed to not notice them staring at him. Naruto looked up and saw the entire class staring at him. Okay, what's going on? He thought to himself as he faced the class. Standing up he said, "May I help you?" That was all they need to jump him. Soon he was in a pile of girls pulling him every which way, not noticing how closely they pushed themselves against him. This feels nice, Naruto thought as he lost himself to them for a few moments, but he came back to his senses and quickly detangled himself from the pile. Catching his breath he looked at the girls and sighed. A girl with red hair and a camera rushed over to him and held a tape recorder to him. "My name is Kazumi Asakura. Reporter, is it okay if I ask a couple of questions?" she said to him quickly. Naruto just nodded. Kazumi smiled and took out a notebook before starting her questions. "How old are you?" she asked him. 17. "Where are you from?" "A place far away." "What brings you to Mahora?" "I am the class's new bodyguard. That was explained when I first walked in the door," he said with a sigh. "Okay, now for the most important question," Kazumi said and paused for dramatic effect. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Wait, what?" he replied, giving the redhead a questioning look. "Do you have a girlfriend?" she asked again with a glint in her eye. "Is that really relevant to why I am here?" he asked her, debating on whether he just might reap her soul over this. "Of course it is," Kazumi replied with passion. "The masses need to know about the bodyguard on campus, and this is vital information." "I really don't think it is that vital," Naruto stated to her, and turned to leave, but Kazumi was in front of him. "Please," she asked, giving him the puppy dog pout. Must resist urge to give in, Naruto thought to himself, but to no avail. "Damn cute girls," he muttered before sighing in defeat. "No, I do not have a girlfriend." Kazumi was jumping for joy in her mind when Naruto finally answered the question. She looked at him, then thought of something devious. "No, Naruto, I have one last question for you." Naruto looked at the girl and felt that it was time to leave, but again against his better judgment he stayed and waited for the question. Kazumi saw that he was ready and chuckled inwardly. "Okay. If you could date any one of the girls in this class on a date, who would it be and why?" she asked, and Naruto faced paled. All the girls were looking at him waiting for his answer, while he wanted nothing more than to leave. He began to back away towards the door with the girls following him when Negi walked in. "Naruto, the headmaster want to see you," Negi said, and looked at the class wondering what was going on. Naruto inwardly thanked Negi for the distraction, allowing him to get away. He headed towards the door and said, "Boss is calling, got to go." Before anyone could stop him, he was out the door and on his way to the headmaster's office. Kazumi cried anime tears, sad she did not get her question answered. Naruto headed down the hall, glad he had gotten away from the interrogation he was receiving from the girls. As he walked into the office, he noticed 3 girls for the class standing next to the headmaster. The first had long dark hair with dark tan skin and an athletic figure. The second had short blondish hair, had a very pretty face and a nice figure. And lastly, there was short-haired girl with a small figure carrying a bokken. Naruto walked towards the headmaster, and the 3 girls never took their eyes off him. "What can I do for you?" Naruto asked with slight curiosity. The 3 girls were the one he had pegged with combat experience, and now they were standing there glaring at him. Kono looked at Naruto for a moment before he spoke. These three are here regarding your job position and we're wondering if you could clarify a few things for them. Naruto nodded and faced the girls before he asked, "Who might you three be?" The dark-skinned girl looked at him with interest and disdain. "Mana Tatsumiya," she said. The blondish one looked at him with expectations. "Kaide Nagase," the one who carried the boken, looked at him with contempt. "Setsuna Sakurazaki." Naruto smiled before he said, "You already know who I am, so what can I do for you three today?" Mana was the first to speak up. "The headmaster told us he was the one who hired you, but he had yet to say why. Do you know anything about that?" she asked him. "Not at all, I was just assigned this mission by my superiors," Naruto answered honestly. Mana didn't seem satisfied with that answer but backed off. Setsuna was the next to ask, "What skills do you have that makes you qualified to guard?" "I have many skills, some I do not wish to tell to anyone," he said, leaving it at that. "If you are not going to tell me your skills, then you do not seem qualified to guard," she said. "And why do I have to expose my skills to a couple of schoolgirls?" Naruto retorted, trying to hold in his anger. "We have been guarding the class and this school and we do not need you," Setsuna said. Naruto's anger began to rise, but he kept a calm demeanor, hoping to end this peacefully. "Well, then you haven't done a very good job of it, since they brought me on to help," Naruto said, shaking his head. Setsuna fumed and began to raise her boken when she was stopped by Kaide. Kaide looked at the new bodyguard and smiled. "I'm sorry for my friend here, she just doesn't get why you are here," she said to Naruto. "But as a sign of good faith, would you be willing to spare with us so we can gauge your skills?" Naruto thought about it for a moment. A spare meant that he could showcase some of his abilities while learning about theirs. "Sure, I up for it," he said with a smile. Kano smiled. This was a chance to see a Shinigami in action. Kaide, Mana, and Setsuna smiled because they were going to show him who was the best. Naruto just stood there wanting to get to the spare so he can find someplace to eat. "The spare will take place at the base of the world tree in an hour," Kaide said and headed for the door. Naruto just nodded and waited for them to leave. Once they were gone, he started to leave as well, but Kano stopped him. "Naruto, I have a list of living arrangements I'd like you to take a look at," he said and handed Naruto some papers. An hour later, Naruto walked up towards the base of the world tree, grumbling under his breath. As he made his way up there, he noticed Mana holding an assortment of different guns and munitions. Setsuna was holding a very long blade, and then there was Kaide, was wearing a tight-fitting suit and ninja sandals with a large shuriken attached to her back. They finally noticed Naruto and gave him a collective glare. Shaking it off, he walked over to them. Taking a few kuni from his pouches, he held them in reverse position. "Shall we get started?" Setsuna wasted no time and was the first to attack him in a flurry of strikes. Naruto nimbly dodged most of them and blocked a few. He waited for right moment to strike. When she was bring her blade in a downward slash, he blocked with his right kuni and kicked her away hard. She stumbled back a feet only to have him start to attack her. He kept her on the defensive with a use of taijutsu and his kuni. Setsuna was getting frustrated. He would always dodge her attacks and now he had her on the defensive. She begged to build up power, but Naruto wouldn't have it. Jumping back a few feet, he put his hand together and said, "Bakudo number 1. Sigh." Setsuna instantly felt her arms pull to her back, causing her to fall on the ground in surprise. Naruto walked over and picked up her sword that she dropped, put it next to the tree. Suddenly a sound of a gun firing filled the air, causing Naruto to dodge into cover. "So we have a gunsmith," he said as he peeked out of his hiding spot only to be forced back behind the tree. Mana was set up a half a mile away with her sniper rifle out. She watched how quickly Naruto took out Setsuna, and he even used a strange form of magic to bind her arms. As she looked through the scope, she saw that he hadn't moved from behind the tree. She wondered what he was up to but decided to play it safe and signaled for Kaide to attack. The ninja appeared to be her friend and nodded, heading towards Naruto's hiding place. "She a very good shot," Naruto thought as he was pinned down by Mana's constant barrage of bullets. He tried to peek out to see where they were coming from but quickly went back into cover. Suddenly he felt the air around him begin to move and he had to jump out of the way of a large shuriken that flew past, only to have to block a kick to the head. He pushed of his attackers so he could dodge Mana's next shot. "Damn," Naruto thought as he was again attacked from behind. He blocked the kick and used his power to throw his attacker into a tree. He saw it was Kaide and she masterfully maneuvered through the air to push of the tree and attack him.
He blocked her punched and counter with his own only to have her dodge and try to sweep him from below.
He rolled over her back and kicked out trying to hit her ribs only to have her roll away. Taking out one of his kuni, he attacks her at 10th of his natural speed, but to Kaide this was the fastest she had seen anyone move. He seemed to leave an after image from where he was only to appear right in front of her and kick hard, sending her flying into some trees. He looked at the fallen girl and watches as she gets back up. Bakudo number 10. Horan, he said, and suddenly Kaide is trapped in an orange-colored rope that seemed to spiral all around her, give her no space to move. Naruto looked at her and smiled. 2 do 1 to go, he thought to himself as he prepared to go after Mana. Mana was tried to locate Naruto after she lost sight of him from Kaide attck. So far she had yet to see him. All of a sudden his voice filled the air and he said, Hado number 31. Shakaho, and a ball of red light flew towards her position. She picked up her rifle and moved out of the way and watched as the red light blow up the spot she was at before. She tried to get a fix on where it came from only to feel cold steel against her neck. You make 3, he said as her relieved her of her guns. He walked back down with her, his kuni still at her neck. They reached the tree to see Kano and a man with a white suit standing next to the base with a struggling Setsuna and a bound Kaide. Kano was quite impressed with Naruto's quick and decisive victory over the girls, and he only used what seemed to be a 10 of his power. Setsuna was still trying to figure out how he had binded her arms while Kaide wanted to spare again. Mana was impressed with his skill but was wanting him to remove the kuni from her neck. Kano laughed at Mana's predicament and said, can you release her? Oh yeah, Naruto said and removed the kuni from Mana's neck. Next he waved his hand and the 2 spells holding the other girls disappeared. After a few minutes everyone was back on their feet and ready to go, but as Naruto began to walk away the man in the suit stopped him. I'm here to show you to your room, he said to Naruto with a smile. Lead on, Naruto said with a bored sigh. The girls watched him walk away with Takahara-sensei and were surprised that he had beaten them so easy and was not even tried. They collected their things and headed towards the dorms. A while later they enter the dorms only to see a large group of girls huddling around near Kaide's room. What's going on? Setsuna asked out loud, causing some girls to turn around. A pink-haired girl wearing a leotard started to say, it all started. Flash back to before Mana, Kaide, and Setsuna got to the dorms. Takahara and Naruto walked through the main doors of the dorms and headed down the hall. Naruto was dreading meeting the roommate he had chosen, but it couldn't be, was either stay with her or sleep with the robot and the vampire, and vampires always seemed to love Shinigami blood. They reached a door that had the name Ayaka Yukihiro on it and knocked. The sound of footsteps came from the room. The door opened to reveal the blonde girl. Yes, she said with a look of joy on her face which quickly turned to annoyance when she saw Naruto. Naruto could not pass this moment up to make fun of said girl. Expecting someone else, he said with a sarcastic smile. No, she answered firmly and tried to shut the door only to have Takahara stop her. Ayaka, Naruto is going to be rooming with you while he is guarding the class, he said as he watched the girl's face twist with shock and rage. What? She screamed. I have to room with him. Oh no, I will not. How about we have him room with that brute Asuna and send dear sweet Negi to room with me? Asuna heard this and jumped in. Negi is not going to room with you, cradle robber. Asuna shouted and stuck her tongue out at Ayaka. Ayaka was so angry she was about to throw something at Asuna when Naruto stopped her. There is no need to get violent, he said with a sigh. Ayaka saw that there was no way out of this and sighed. Fine, she said, and let Naruto into the room. As he entered he saw a bunch of Negi-themed knick-knacks all over the room. Wow, was the only thing Naruto could say as he watched the girl fawn all over her things. Aren't they wonderful? She said with stars in her eyes. To Naruto this was just wrong. No, this is just creepy, he stated and set his stuff down and started to pick up the Negi-themed stuff and throwing it into the trash. Ayaka ran over and started to grab them out of the trash can. What are you doing? She screamed at him. Naruto turned to face Ayaka and simply said, this stuff has to go. It's not healthy for someone your age to be this obsessed over some who is still a child. It is not, she shouted back at him, her anger growing. Naruto shook his head and walked over to her and grabbed her by the arm. Ayaka struggled to get out of his grip, but it was ironclad.
He lifted her up and pushed her against the wall. He brought his face close to her and said, "This is for your own good." He let her go and proceeded to throw everything Negi-themed item into the trash can at an alarming speed. Ayaka tried to stop him, but every time she tried he would always grab her and move her away.
Soon he had bags full of the stuff and was heading out the door with Ayaka trying desperately to get it back. Flashback ends. And that what happened, Sakurako said as they watched Naruto head out of the dorms and set fire to everything in front of Ayaka. Well, that was interesting, Mana said and proceeded to go to her room.
A little while later Naruto was sitting in the now Negi-free room with a crying Ayaka on the bed. He knew that doing that to her was cruel, but it had to be done. He sighed to himself before turning to face her. "That was for your own good." "Why?" she said through her tears. "Simple, I think you need to find someone your own age to like," he said.
But, she started only for Naruto to stop her. "You are a smart, beautiful, and graceful young woman, who is going after a child who would not appreciate that aspect about you at all till he is older," Naruto said looking at her. "I know about your dead baby brother, but you can't let that stop you from loving guys your own age. What would happen if he would reject you when you tell him?" She looked at him and began to think about his words. What would happen?
Naruto left her to ponder their talk and headed to bed. Before he fell asleep, Ayaka turned to him and said, "I don't care what you say, he will love me."
He looked at the girl and said, "I am here to keep you safe, even if it from yourself."
Naruto stretched as got up. It had been a rough day the other day and was glad to start another one. He got out of bed and turned to see Ayaka asleep on the top bunk. After their little spat last night, he had left her to her own devices and unpacked. He watched her sleep for a few more minutes, a slight blush on his face. "She is very beautiful," he thought to himself as he started his morning routine. A few minutes later the door to the bathroom closed and the shower was turned on. Ayaka woke up refreshed and ready for the day. She was still angry at her new roommate for what he had done and said the other night, but some of the things he said stayed in her mind. "Would Negi-sensei love me back?" she thought as she got out of bed. "I love Negi, but how do I love him? Is it romantic or as a brother?"
She continued this train of thought as she got her breakfast ready. She looked back at everything that had happened since Negi had gotten there and saw that she was not really a part of his life at all. She saw him during class and in the dorms, but he never would hang around her except for the time he came by her house. He was always with Asuna or one of the other girls. She sighed to herself as she ate only to see the bathroom door open and a half-naked Naruto walk out. She just stared at his well-built body, his perfect six-pack and all the scars he had. One stood out in particular. It was a large scar the size of a fist near his heart. There was an identical one on his back. What could have caused that? She thought as she watches him grumble under his breath about forgetting a change of clothes. Naruto turned around and saw Ayaka staring at him. He smiled and thought, at least she likes guys her age. Not miss a chance to mess with the other blonde. Naruto turned around and faced her. "Like what you see?" he asked with a fox-like grin. Ayaka blushed for a moment before quickly shaking her head. Naruto walked over to her and whispered into her ear, "That's too bad. I might have let you see the other half." Ayaka ran for the bathroom after this. Naruto just stood there, laughing and headed back towards the bedroom to change. Ayaka hid in the bathroom with a huge blush on her face. No matter how hard she tried, it would go away. Her body felt very hot. "I need a cold shower," she said to herself. A while later she came out of the bathroom and saw Naruto eating breakfast. She was fully clothed and had the foresight to bring her uniform with her into the bathroom. "That was a dirty trick," she said to him sitting down at the table. "I didn't see you complang," he replied with a chuckle mid-bite. She gave him a dirty look before going to collect her things. She hated that after one day on knowing him he could get under her skin faster than Asuna. She looked at the time and headed out the door with Naruto close behind. Naruto headed out of the dorms and slowly walked towards the school. He observed everyone as they walked and saw Nodoka walking with her head in a book again. He shook his head and tried to think of a way to cheer her up. He started to head over to her only to have Negi walk in front of him. "Good morning, Naruto," Negi said with a smile. Naruto nodded back and headed again towards his intended target. Negi watched as Naruto headed towards Nodoka with a frown. Why is he going over to her? He thought, but dropped it as he ran to catch up with Asuna. Nodoka walked down the street to class, not paying attention to anyone near her, From years of reading while walking, she had developed a way to sense people near her while walking. This helped her avoid most obstacles, but it seemed it didn't pick up a person in front of her in time. She tried to avoid them but quickly tripped over her feet. Suddenly she was caught by two strong arms. Looking up, she saw Naruto's smiling face above her. "We really need to stop being like this," Naruto said with a chuckle. Nodoka blushed deeply and nodded her head. He set her on the ground and they continued to walk towards the classroom in silence. Nodoka kept her face in her book while Naruto walked beside her. Tired of the silence, Naruto looked at her with a smile and said, "What you reading?" Nodoka squeaked at the sudden sound and turned to look at Naruto. "A romance novel," she replied quietly.
Naruto nodded then said, "What type of books do you like to read?"
Nodoka was caught off guard at first but answered the question soon. They were having a great conversation over different kinds of books and series. As they approached the school building, Naruto reached into one of his pouches and pulled out a small book.
He held it out so Nodoka could take it before speaking. "This is my favorite book of all time. It is called The Tales of the Gusty Ninja. I think you will like it." Nodoka took it from him and nodded. While this happened, she thought to herself, "He is a nice guy after all."
"Thank you," she said with a smile. Naruto saw this and smiled back.
"You're welcome, and you have a wonderful smile," he said before walked away from here. Nodoka blushed deeply as she heard this. She walked into the classroom with the book close to her heart.
Haruna saw the book and said, "Where you get that?"
Nodoka blushed for a second before she answered, "A friend."
"What kind of friend?" Haruna asked. She had noticed the blush on Nodoka's face when she was talking.
"A nice friend," Nodoka said as she sat down. "Is this nice friend a boy?" Yu asked as she joined the conversation she had been listening to. Nodoka didn't answer, confirming both of Yu and Haruna's suppositions.
"Did you get it from Negi?" Haruna asked as she nearly bounced out of her, shook her head and started to open the book. They saw that she was not going to tell them and let her read, telling themselves they would find out later.
Ayaka was sitting at her desk daydreaming about her and Negi. She was sitting at her desk in the class all alone in the daydream when Negi walked in. He was wearing his usual suit and walked over to her. "How are you today, Ayaka?" Dream Negi said. "I am wonderful," Ayaka replied with a happy tone.
Dream Negi smiled then replied, "I am glad you're having a good day. I was wondering if you could help me with something?" "Yes, anything," she said to him, willing to do anything for him. Even, she giggled like a curtained white-haired pervert. Negi smiled before he suddenly turned into Naruto. "Can you stop lying to yourself and see what right in your face?" Ayaka sat up quickly, looking around the class and saw that everyone was sitting around talking. She shook her head trying to get the dream out of her mind. "I love Negi," she said to herself over and over, not paying attention to the people around her. Naruto walked into the classroom and sat in his usual corner. He looked at the class and smiled. Today was going to be a good day. Negi came in and started the lesson but noticed that Ayaka was not paying attention like she usually did. He walked over to her and touched her shoulder, causing her to jump. As she jumped, he heard her mumble, "I love N." Negi looked at Ayaka and smiled. "If you would be so kind as to pay attention, it would be much appreciated." She just nodded and turned to face the board. As Negi walked away, he thought about what she had said. Who name starts with an N, he thought, and he turned to look at the bodyguard in the corner. He smiled and thought, Ayaka must love Naruto. Will I try and help her any way I can? He quickly went back to teaching and decided to talk with Kanoka and Asuna about what he had heard. While this was going on, Naruto was quietly sharpening his kunai, not paying attention to the class at all. As he sharpened, his Shinigami senses went off, telling him that there was a lost soul nearby. He looked around but saw nothing as the feeling went away. Suddenly the bell rang, causing Naruto to cut himself with the sharpened kunai. As his blood started to flow, its scent caught the attention on a certain vampire in the back of the room. Evangeline was enamored by the smell of blood. To her it was the most heavenly scent on earth. Naruto looked up and paled when he saw the short blonde staring at him with hunger in her eye. "Why do I have the feeling I'm going to need to run?" Naruto thought as he watched her get up and walk over to him. "Can I help you?" Naruto said as the girl stood in front of him. The young girl looked at him and saw him covering his cut. "Are you hurt?" she asked. "Just fine," Naruto said, getting up and picking up his things. "Are you sure?" she asked. Naruto just nodded and headed on his way, only for the hair on the back of his neck to stand up. He turned his head and saw the look of hunger in the girl's eye. He headed out of the classroom and tried to shake the feeling off.
Evangeline tried to control her hunger, but after smelling the bodyguard's blood she wanted to taste it. She waved for Chachimaru and started to create a plan to get a taste of the heavenly blood. Naruto sat at a cafe and tried to relax. It had been overall a good day, but he could shake the feeling something or someone was out to get him.
I am just being parioned, he thought as he ate. Nodoka was walking when she noticed Naruto sitting by himself at the cafe. She wanted to thank him for lending her the book. Since she started it she had not been able to put it down. She looked around before heading over to him. Little did she know Yu and Haruna were tailing her. They watched her approach Naruto with interest. Nodoka walked over trying not to blush as she tapped him on the shoulder. He turned around and smiled.
Hey, what up? He asked with a smile. I was wondering if you would like some company, she said, trying to hide her blush under her hair. Sure, I love some, he said, and Nodoka smiled and sat down. While this was going on, Yu and Haruna were wondering what had happened to make them so friendly with each other.
Nodoka is never this forward with a guy, Yu said as they watched the two talk and laugh. I know it, but it's nice to see her happy. She has been kinda down for a while now, Haruna replied while taking out her sketchpad and started to draw. Yeah, true. Hey, what are you doing? Yu said as she watched Haruna draw her friend and the bodyguard in compromising positions. This is too good of material to pass up, just think of the possibilities, Haruna replied and began to ramble of different scenarios that she could put Nodoka and Naruto in. Yu just shook her head and went back to watching the seated pair trying to ignore her perverted friend. Nodoka was having a great time sitting and talking with Naruto. He was always nice and even paid for her food. They have talked non-stop since she got there. She didn't know why, but she was very comfortable around him. She didn't stutter as much and he was always making sure that she was okay. Naruto was happy just to have a friend. Nodoka was a nice girl, just needed people to help her get out of her shell. He checked the time and saw that it was getting late. He called for the check and stood up and held out his hand to Nodoka. Shall we be on our way? He said with a smile. She nodded, glad for her hair hiding her blush once again, and took his hand. He helped her out of her chair and they headed on their way. Yu and Haruna watched the scene with awe, but soon followed right after. As Naruto and Nodoka walked to the dorms, they fell into a comfortable silence. When they reached the dorm, he walked her to her room. Had a lot of fun hanging out with you, he said with a smile. It was a lot of fun, she replied. Yeah, it was, he said. Well, I see you tomorrow, she said, and was about to turn and open her door when Naruto stopped her. He had gotten closer and moved her hair from the front of her face so he could see her eyes. That's better, he said, looking at the blue-haired girl. You have a cute face, don't hide it. Nodoka nodded as she turned red as a tomato. Naruto backed away and waved a goodbye. Nodoka just stood by the door before fainting from sheer bliss. Yu and Haruna watched what had happened and were happy for their friend, but first they had to make sure she survived long enough to get anywhere. Naruto whistled a tune as he entered his room. He had a good day and there were no attacks and no one was trying to kill him. Suddenly a shoe was flying at his head. Naruto sidestepped it and looked around to see that Ayaka was seething with anger. You! She shouted and launched another projectile at him. Yes, me, he said, wondering what the hell he had done to get her this angry. You stay out of my dream, she shouted, and Naruto gave her the most confused look. He didn't even try to dodge the object thrown at him. Ayaka saw that he had no idea what was going on and she turned around. Just forget it, she said, embarrassed. She had taken her anger out on him when he did nothing, but she could help but wonder why did Negi change into him in her daydream. After she had left, Naruto finally snapped out of his stupor. Stay out of my dreams? He thought to himself as he gathered his things for a shower. Is she mental or something? He was about to enter the bathroom when there was a knock at the door. He walked over and saw Negi was standing there. What's up? He said. Negi smiled and looked at Naruto, seeing that he was getting ready to take a bath. Are you going to the bathhouse? There is a bathhouse? Naruto said with surprise. A nice soak would be nice, he thought. Negi nodded and led the way. Naruto entered to the large bath area and smiled. Now this is what I need. Naruto set his thing up and relaxed in the water. Negi sat next to him in silence. Naruto, Negi said, what do you think of the girls? Naruto thought for a moment before answering. Honestly, they're a good bunch. They get scatter-brained at times, but they seem to be very happy. Yeah, I see the same, Negi said with a smile. Do you have any girl you like in particular? Naruto stared at the younger boy and gave him a dirty look. That is not for you to know. But you do like some girls from the class, Negi said. Yes, I do find some if they're rather attractive, Naruto replied looking up at the ceiling, but that is for me to know and for you to butt out. Oh come on, give us the debts, a voice said from behind them. Naruto turned around to see a white weasel-type creature standing there smoking a cigar. Who the hell are you? Naruto said looking down at the little animal with interest. That Kamo, he a friend of mine from back home, Negi said. He helps me out. That's nice, Naruto said. Kamo smiled and gave them a nice guy pose. Yes sir, I am the one who helps Negi get the hotties and the Pactios. All of a sudden the area turned colder and Kamo looked up at Naruto who seemed very angry. What do you exactly mean by that? He said to the Kamo with venom as his voice. I help him get kissed by the girl and make a Pactio, Kamo said. Naruto grabbed him and held him firm. You are corrupting innocent minds for your own gain, Naruto said, his eyes suddenly turning red with slits. Oh, F. Of course not, Kamo said, not looking Naruto into the eye. You cannot foul the eyes of a Shinigami, Naruto said as when a blade suddenly appeared in his hand. Time to die for your crimes. Negi watched in horror as Naruto was about to stab Kamo, but suddenly the sound of talking filled the air. The entire class entered the bathhouse and saw Naruto standing with a kunai posed to stab Negi's pet, but that was not the thing they noticed. What they noticed is that Naruto was completely naked and the only thing covering his lower parts was the steam. Many of the girls had nosebleeds from the sight of his fit body. The two who seemed the most captured by him were Nodoka and Ayaka. They couldn't take their eyes off him. Naruto finally noticed the class standing there and cuckily dropped Kamo and grabbed a towel. Hey, he said as he blushed in embarrassment, didn't see you there. We can see that, said Kid with a hint of lust in her voice, and everyone in the class nodded in agreement. Are you going to let me out? Naruto said to them only to see that they were actually thinking about this. What is wrong with these girls? He thought as he noticed them huddled together, then look at him and giggle. I am so dead. I'm sorry but we can't, Kid said. Why is that? Naruto asked, trying not to use his powers on them. You were here first and need to finish, she replied. I am almost done. He said, taking a step back. You can finish, no one stopping you, said Haruna with a perverted giggle. Naruto looked at them and sighed. He pulled the tower tighter around and headed towards the door only to have half the class block his path. He walked to the other exit to find it blocked too. He shook his head and got back into the bath. He started to head back into the water only to trip and fall. He tried to right himself but it only made it get worse. He fell right into Ayaka. As they fell, both lost their towels. Naruto saw Ayaka in all her glory and Ayaka saw Naruto in his. No! Ayaka yelled at the top of her lungs. Naruto was sat by the window in the classroom a few days after the bathhouse incident. Ayaka had prominently kicked him in the jewels, then ran as quickly as possible back to the room. She hadn't even looked at him for days, and whenever she did look at him it was with rage. Ayaka was so mad that Naruto was the one to see her body and not her Negi. She was seething. She had completely forgotten everything he had said to her and wanting nothing more than to push him out the window. She even went so far as to kick him out of the dorm room. When Naruto arrived after back at the room from the bathhouse, he found all his things in a pile by the door with a note on the door stating he was barred from entering. Needless to say, Naruto was now homeless, not that this was not new to him. So he had spent the past few days sleeping in the world tree. He was quite happy. He remembered to pack his camping gears. He watched the class and sighed. It was getting dangerous. Just living with one of them. As he looked around he saw the little blonde girl in the back staring at him again. It had been days and she wouldn't stop. It was started to creep him out a little. He opened his file and looked for her picture, but no matter how hard he looked it was not there. At first this unsettled him, but as he continued to look he saw he was missing a lot of pictures of the girls. He only had a few and the profiles were about their likes and dislikes. Great incomplete information, he muttered to himself as he shut the file. He again turned and looked out the window. Nodoka glanced over at Naruto wanting to talk to him. She was there at the bathhouse when he trying to get away. She was fascinated by him. He was very fit, but what intrigued her most were his scars. He had scars all over his chest and back. The most notable one was the fist-sized one near his heart. What caused all those scars? She thought to herself as she watched him looking out the window. You and Haruna watched their friend. They could see that she was falling for the new bodyguard and had completely forgotten about Negi. Haruna thought this was a gold mine for her new manga she wanted to write, and Yu just wanted to help her friend. Yu looked at Naruto and then looked at Nodoka. She turned towards her friend and said, "Did you know that Ayaka kicked him out?" Nodoka replied with surprise. "Yeah, she did," Haruna said, entering the conversation, "and now he has no place to stay." "That's too bad," Nodoka said, but was pondering the idea of inviting him to room with them. Yu saw Nodoka thinking about it and quickly gave a nod to Haruna. "You know we have room," Haruna stated plainly. "Maybe one of yous can ask him to room with us." Nodoka turned beet red at the thought of rooming with Naruto. "Me? Alone? With him?" she thought, and turned even redder. "I think Nodoka should ask," Yu said, causing her to come out of her thoughts. "Why me?" she asked with the blush still on her face. "Simple, you're the only one who knows him," Yu stated. "It would be easier for you to ask him than for either me or Haruna." Nodoka tried to argue but couldn't. It was a sound argument. She was the one who seemed to know him the best. "I will ask him," she said, turning red again. Yu smiled and Haruna giggled to herself. While this conversation was going on, Eve Online was watching. Naruto with hunger. Ever since she had smelt his blood, she wanted it. There was something about it that made her body scream for it. She turned to the green-haired girl with a tenny sticking out of the sides of her head. "Chachimaru, I want you to follow him and see what you can find out about him." "Yes, master," Chachimaru said, and turned to watch Naruto, recording everything he did. Naruto turned and got up as the bell rang. He headed towards the world tree so he could be by himself. As he stood at the base of the tree, he looked around to see if anyone was near him. Next he sent a chakra pulse to make sure and saw that he was alone. Satisfied that he was alone, he began to set up barrier so he could train in peace. While he was doing this, Chachimaru had entered the area. She hid herself quickly and watched as he finished setting up the barrier. He went to the middle of the area and moved his hands into a cross-shaped seal. "Kage Bushin," he said, and suddenly 10 clones of the blonde appeared. Shikamaru watched with interest and he gave orders to the clones. Soon he was surrounded by them and they all had their weapons out and ready. The real Naruto reached and grabbed the scythe from his back. With a quick flick of his wrist, it unfolded and locked into place. The blade was blood red with a design on a 9-tailed fox going over the blade. He bent his knees and took a solid stance, the scythe held in his right hand. Nodding his head, the clones attacked. The first clone came head-on and tried to slash the real Naruto with a kunai, only to have it blocked and the scythe pole pushed into its chest, causing it to despel. Soon all the other clones were attacked and Naruto dispatched them all. He stood in the now empty field looking around. Chachimaru watched as he seemed to be looking for something. He turned and it seemed he was looking at her. "You can come out," Naruto said, causing Chachimaru to jump from the surprise. She thought she was well hidden. Seeing that she could no longer hide, she stepped out into the field. "You the robot from the class," Naruto said as he looked over her. He had to admit, if she was human she would be quite the looker. "Yes, my name is Chachimaru," she said. Naruto nodded but kept his weapon unfolded. "Why are you here?" he asked. "My master wished for me to watch you," she answered plainly. Naruto gave her a serious look and debated on whether or not to kill her. "Who is your master?" he asked, deciding to find out who the mastermind was and kill them instead. "I cannot tell you that," she said as she started to talk a stance. "Why is that?" he said, bring both hands onto the scythe pole. "You may try to harm master," she said, and prepared to attack. "You really care for you master, don't you?" he said as he brought the scythe blade to bear. "More than anything," Chachimaru replied. She watched as Naruto's eyes suddenly changed to red with slits. He seemed to be looking at her and she didn't know why. "She has a beautiful soul," he muttered to himself. Chachimaru looked at him. His lips were moving but nothing was coming out. She shrugged it off and watched as his eyes turned blue again. Not taking any more chances, Naruto charged forward, bringing his scythe across his body into a side slash. Chachimaru ducked and rolled back. She stood up only to have Naruto bring his scythe upward slash. She quickly dodged and tried to punch him in the side. He stopped it by using the flat part of the blade. The two combatants broke apart and looked at each other. Naruto was smiling seeing that she was keeping up with his attacks. Shachimaru was thinking that he was someone that could beat her easily if he wanted to. It seemed to her that he was deliberately holding back so they could fight on equal terms. Shachimaru relaxed and bowed to Naruto. "Thank you for the spare, it was quite interesting." Naruto face panned and looked at her. "Spar, sure we'll call it that," he muttered. Shachimaru giggled at his antics. Naruto just shook his head and walked towards her. "It was fun," he said and started to dispel the barrier. Shachimaru watched as he did this and went back over her recording of him. When she got to the part where his eyes turned red, she zoomed in on his mouth and started her lip-reading software. "She has a beautiful soul," the voice said in her head, causing her to look at the bodyguard with surprise. "I have a soul." Shachimaru left quickly and went to report to her master, leaving Naruto all by himself. He had to admit it was a fun spar and would like to do it again sometime. As he headed into town, he failed to the library trio following him. After they have decided to ask him to room with them, they had spent the entire time looking for him. They finally found him as he leaving the forest and heading towards a little cafe. Nodoka was nervous about asking him to room with them. He was always nice. What if he rejected her like Negi, Haruna and Yu? Watched as their friend with her internal struggle and sighed. Yu walked over to Nodoka and pushed her forward. Nodoka, not prepared for the sudden push, fell forward only to be caught by Naruto walking by. "Hey," Naruto said with a smile as he helped her stand. Hello," she stammered as she tried to hide her blush. "You okay?" he asked her with a smile. "Just fine," she replied with a nod of her head. Naruto nodded and proceeded to ask if she would like to join him for dinner. Nodoka nearly fainted at the thought but kept herself awake. Naruto didn't think anything of it. He just wanted to hang out with someone. As they walked through town, Nodoka kept her head down, trying to figure out if this way a date. They reached their destination, which was a small little Italian restaurant. They entered and sat down. Soon a silence settled between them. Naruto, tired of the silence, was about to ask a question was Nodoka said, "How is staying with Ayaka?" Naruto looked at her, thinking of his former roommate, and sighed. "She kicked me out after the bathroom incident." "Really, that was mean of her," she said to him, trying to work up the nerve to ask him to room with her. "It's okay, I've been doing all right," he said, not wanting Nodoka to worry. She nodded as the food arrived. They ate in relative silence, not knowing what to talk about. Nodoka was losing her nerve about asking him but saw Yu and Haruna hiding behind a potted plant, giving her the thumbs up. She mouthed thank you to them and smiled, getting her shaky confidence back. Naruto," she said, getting his attention. "Yeah," he said with a fork full of spaghetti in his hand. "I was wondering." She began but stopped and started to blush. "Go on," Naruto said. Was wondering if you would like to room with me," she said very quickly. Naruto looked at her in awe. She wanted him to room with her. "I'd like that," he said to her with a smile, making her blush more. He was never one to turn down a clean room and a bed. After that the mood lightened and they were laughing and having fun. After dinner they headed out of the restaurant and walked towards the dorms. Naruto suddenly stopped and hit himself in the forehead. "I forgot some of my stuff at my camp," he said to Nodoka. "I meet you at the room K." She just nodded and watched him run in the opposite direction. Yu and Haruna walked over to her and smiled. "Where is he going?" Yu asked. Naruto walked towards the base of the world tree. It was a very dark night and the moon was blocked by the clouds. This didn't bother Naruto and her continued on his way. As he walked, the sound of footsteps filled the air. He turned around to see Chachimaru and Evangeline standing behind him. "What do you want?" Naruto said, annoyed at the pair's antics. Chachimaru looked at Naruto with interest. She wanted to ask about what he said earlier, but with her master here she rather not. Evangeline, on the other hand, was ready to pounce on Naruto and suck him dry. "My master wished to feed," Chachimaru said to him. "Okay, then go to the market and make dinner," Naruto said sarcastically. "I don't want normal food, you idiot," Eva said, obvious annoyed by the blonde's remarks. "I want your blood." Naruto paled. "Don't tell me," he said, and watched as she showed him her fangs. "Vampire." Naruto was fuming. Why the hell was there a vampire at this school? He hated vampires. They always seemed to want to suck him dry. What is it about Shinigami blood that drives them crazy? he thought to himself. Now hold still, this won't hurt a bit, Eva said with an evil smirk, it will hurt a lot. Oh hell no. Naruto said and pulled his scythe from his back. No, Kami, damn vampire is going to suck my blood again. In heaven. Kami is watching them and says with annoyance, why does he always use my name? Back to Naruto. What does he mean again? Chachimaru thought as she watched him take his stance. She had analyzed his battle style and took the appropriate countermeasures. She extends two blades from her forearms and took her stance. Eva gave a nod and Chachimaru shot forward, bringing her arm blades to bear. Naruto blocked using the flat part of his blade and pushed her away. He charged forward and brought the scythe into a side swing for Cha to block it with her blade, but she wasn't able to stand for very long due to the momentum of the scythe. She was thrown to the ground by the force of the blow and quickly rolled away as he brought the scythe down into a decapitating strike. Chachimaru got up quickly and tried to go on the offensive, but she could never penetrate his defensive area. His use of the scythe was superb. He used every part of the weapon. Evangeline saw that her partner was not faring well and cursed the seal on her powers. Naruto was just toying with the robot girl. In their earlier spar he kept his power to about 7%, making sure it was even, but now he was using 10% of his full power. Chachimaru was at a loss. She had analyzed his style, but no matter what she tried to do he would counter. Cha charged, then used one of her side booster to move to the side at the last second. She brought her blade towards his shoulder for him spin away. He used the force of the spin to bring the scythe around Chachimaru's neck and slam her into the ground. She tried to get up, but Naruto wouldn't have it. He quickly took out some long kunai and drove them into her shoulders, pinning her to the ground. Give up, he said as he held another kunai in his hand. I cannot, she said and tried to get up only to have another kunai driven into her leg. Evangeline watched in awe as he had effectively stopped Chachimaru in her tracks. Listen, I don't want to have to kill someone with a kind soul, Naruto stated with a sigh, but if you keep on trying to attack me I will have no other choice. My master's orders are absolute, Chachimaru said, and Naruto just shook his head. Fine, he said and pulled out another kunai. As he was about to bring it down on Chachimaru's neck, he felt someone try to sneak up on him. He quickly backflipped over the attacker and holds the kunai to their neck. Evangeline was surprised. She thought she had the drop on him, but it seemed he was more experienced than she thought. You done, Naruto said, pressing the blade against her skin. Eva said that she was beaten, but she wasn't going to leave without a test. She turned her head, letting the kunai cut her a little and bite Naruto hard in the hand. Caught by surprise from the sudden movement, he dropped the kunai. Eva sucked as much blood as she possibly could. To her it tasted heavenly. The balance, the aroma, to her it was intoxicating. Naruto tried to pull his hand away, but she held on firm. While this was going on, Chachimaru had found a way to pull the kunai from her shoulders. As she got up she watched Naruto pry her master off his hand. Damn vampires, Naruto shouted as he finally got Evangeline off his hand. Evangeline was so happy. The blood was so good and the power boost she got from it was great. It gave her some of her power back, but not much, before she had any chances to test her abilities. Naruto grabbed her and threw her as hard as he possibly could. Eva watched as she flew away from the scene. Not having the ability to fly, she screamed. That will teach you to suck my blood, he said as he stood there watching her get smaller in the distance. Chachimaru walked over to Naruto and stood next to him. Naruto took his stance and asked, are you going to attack me again? No, my master got what she wanted, so there is no need to fight, Chachimaru said. She looked and saw her master flying off into the distance. But did you have to throw her? Not really, he said to her with a sheepish smile. Chachimaru shook her head, trying to understand the blonde's antics. Before I leave I have one question, she said to him. Shoot, he said as he turned to look at her. Earlier today you said I have a beautiful soul. What did you mean by that? She asked, looking him directly in the eyes. Exactly what I said, he said, looking at her as if she was stupid or something. She was about to ask him to explain when she noticed him walking away. She then remembered her master and ran off toward Evangeline. Evangeline had landed in a lake near her house. She swam to the surface and was fuming that he had the gall to throw her, but she knew it was worth it to get a taste of that blood and she wanted more. Chachimaru ran to her master and helped her out of the water. Are you okay? She asked the small her only to get a nod. Evangeline smiled and licked her lips. I have to drink from him again, she said and smiled. Naruto felt a chill run down his back and knew that he would have to dodge the small vampire from now on. Damn vampires! He shouted and headed towards the dorms. Naruto woke up and shook his head. He was glad to be sleeping in a room but was never a big fan of sleeping on the couch. He looked over at the three sleeping girls and smiled. When he arrived in the room the night before, Nodoka had fallen asleep. Wait for him to come to the room. He picked her up and set her on her bed before heading to bed himself. He had to admit she was very cute when she was sleeping. He got up and started to make a thank you breakfast for them. Stepping into the kitchen, he starts to see what they have to eat. Nodoka slowly woke up to the smell of food filling the air. She lifted her head and wondered how she had ended up in her bed. She had fallen asleep on the couch waiting for Naruto to come. How did I get here? She said to herself, only to have you pop her head down from the top bunk, making her friend jump. He carried you to your bed after he got in, she said, and then went back to her bunk. Nodoka turned as red as a tomato. He carried me, she thought. Haruna was smiling at her friend's antics. She was the one who let him into the room the night before and watched him carry Nodoka. She had gotten so much material from that she could help but be happy that he was staying. You and Haruna had stayed up later and made plans to get them together. Haruna giggled and got up. Naruto noticed that they have gotten up and smiled. Food will be done in a few, he said to them, and went back to cooking. The trio nodded and started to get ready. Nodoka was putting on her school uniform when Yu and Haruna walked over to her. So how do you plan to make him yours? Haruna said in a low voice so Naruto couldn't hear. Nodoka blushed and looked at her friend. What are you talking about? She said, trying to hide her blush. You can't fool us, Yu said to her friend. We know you like him. Nodoka looked at her friend and sighed in defeat. You're right, she mumbled to the delight of the pair. Haruna was picturing them together doing very intimate things and giggled perversely. Yu smiled and was happy her friend had found someone else to niece. Food's done, Naruto called, pulling the girls out of their conversation. They nodded and headed into the kitchen to see a meal of scrambled eggs with bacon waiting for them. The trio mouths watered as they smelt the food. Are you going to stand there or are you going to eat? He said, pulling the three out of the stupor. Nodoka began to walk over when Haruna accidentally tripped her, making her fall. Naruto moved and caught her, causing Nodoka to blush. Don't be hasty, the food not going anywhere, he said with a chuckle. Nodoka just nodded. He helped her stand and pulled her chair out for her. She smiled and sat down. He did the same for the other two and then sat down himself. The food was eaten quickly and soon it was decided that Naruto was going to cook as long as he stayed in their room. Naruto nodded and got up to get ready. The girls said they would take care of the dishes while he got ready. Naruto went to the bathroom and began to change. A few minutes later he was ready for the day. Picking up his scythe from its place by the wall, he started to head back to the kitchen when his cell phone went off. He picked it up and listened. He nodded and hung up the phone. He entered the kitchen to see that the girls had finished with the dishes. He turned towards them and said, I got to head to the headmaster's office. I will see you in the classroom. They nodded and Nodoka was a little disappointed. She wanted to walk with him to school. As he left the room he bumped into someone knocking them down. He looked down to see Ayaka on the ground. Watch where you're going, you. Oh, it's you, she said when she saw it was Naruto. Yeah, it's me, he said and held out her hand. She swatted his hand away and stood up on her own. I don't want you touching me, pervert. How am I a pervert? He said, getting annoyed. You saw me naked, she screamed at him with a slight blush on her face. Naruto facepalmed and got very annoyed. First off, it was an accident. Second, you also saw me naked. And third, I said I was sorry at least 5 times. He shouted back. You did it on purpose, she shouted back. Naruto was getting tired of this petty argument and said, I don't have time to spend arguing with a Shotokan. He walked past her and headed out of the dorms. Ayaka was fuming. She hated to be called that. Stupid pervert, she shouted and headed back to her room. Naruto was in a bad mood as he entered the headmaster's office. That girl had a way of getting under his skin like no other person. Stupid girls and their stupid problems, he muttered as he stood in front of the desk waiting for Kono to acknowledge he was there. Ah, Naruto, my boy, how are you doing? Kono said with a smile. Just great, Naruto replied with a sigh. Just great.
Really, it seems you made a few fans in the class, Kono said with a chuckle causing Naruto to shudder.
If you mean the vampire, robot, and my ex-roommate, then yeah, I made some fans, he said with sarcasm. Kono laughed at this and Naruto soon joined him. Thinking about it, it was funny.
After they have laughed for a while, Kono turned to the task at hand. Naruto, as you know, summer break is coming up and the girls will be all over campus. Naruto just nodded and waited for him to continue. As you know, Negi is a magi and he is taking the girls who had formed a pactio to train with Evangeline. Naruto shivered at the name, causing Kono to look at him with curiosity, but decided to overlook it for now. Since the rest of the class has nothing to do, I would like to have you to take the rest of the girls on a little camping trip. Naruto stared at him for a few minutes before shouting, "What? You heard me," Kono said.
I have to take them camping, Naruto said. Why? They need to get out into nature, Kono said, but Naruto could tell he was lying. He sighed, not wanting to do it, but a direct order from his client was absolute.
Fine, I take them camping, Naruto said with a sigh. Kono smiled. He had gotten Naruto to show what he wanted. As Naruto left the office, he thought about the camping trip and was kinda glad he was going on.
I need time to train it kinda hard on the school grounds, he thought to himself as he entered the classroom. As the day wore on, Naruto thought of what he needed on the camping trip and what he should bring in case one of the girls got hurt. He didn't notice the bell ring and didn't see Negi try and get his attention. Negi stood in front of Naruto trying to get his attention, but nothing was working. He waved his hand in his face and poked him, but it didn't work. He shook his head in defeat. Ayaka was not one to see her precious Negi get down and went over to help.
Hey, pay attention, Ayaka said and tried to punch Naruto. He reflex took over and he blocked the punch, and then quickly spun her into the wall. He pulled out a kunai with his other hand and was about to strike. Naruto looked at Ayaka and sighed. The class watched in horror and fascination at what was going on. Many thought Ayaka was going to die when they saw the kunai come out, but he had stopped in the end.
Why did you try to punch me? He asked, letting go of her and putting the kunai away.
I was trying to get your attention, you idiot, Ayaka answered back.
You could have tapped me on the shoulder, it would have been a lot safer, he replied back to her with a little anger. Negi poked you in the face and you didn't move. What a tap would have done, she said, trying not to shout. Well, I just didn't notice, Naruto said sarcastically. Well, thank you, Captain Obvious, she replied back, making Naruto mad. Thanks for the sarcasm, it is much appreciated. Naruto replied back with the same amount of sarcasm and turned from the girl. He looked down at Negi and said, "What is it?" Negi looked at Naruto and shivered. When Naruto was mad, you didn't want to make him madder than he was already. I was going to let you announce the activity you have planned for summer break for the girls who want to go, Negi said quickly, hoping not to invoke Naruto wrath. Oh yeah, Naruto said and messed with Negi hair. Thanks for the reminder, little man. Negi smiled and sighed in his mind, glad that Naruto wasn't mad. Naruto walked to the center of the room and faced the class. Well, I planning on going camping in a few days and was told some of you have nothing to do while school is out, Naruto said as he tried to think of what to say. So I was planning on taking anyone who wants to go with me. It be for about a week and a half, nice place to camp. I will have a meeting later on today at the base of the world tree, if you want to come meet me there. He looked at the class for a few minutes before heading out. As soon as he left, the class was abuzz with excitement. Camping sound great, Chizuru said with a smile. Zazie said. That sounds like a great idea, Chizuru said with a smile. Most of the girls looked upon the scene with amusement. Nodoka was excited and a little scared. She wanted to go but didn't know the first thing about camping, so she was having a tough time deciding. Yu and Haruna had already decided to help their friend and started to make a list of what they would need for the trip. Naruto sat at the base of the world tree and relaxed. He was glad to have some peace and quiet, but that was soon brought to an end. When he heard a rustling sound from above, he looked up to see Evangeline coming down the tree with fangs ready to bite. He moved to the side and let her crash into the ground. Hey, you were not supposed to move, she said angrily as she got up. Naruto had backed away and had his hand on his side. I wouldn't have to move if you didn't want to suck me dry, he stated flatly as he waited for her to pounce. But your blood is just so good, Evangeline replied with stars in her eyes that made Naruto shiver. So I heard. Naruto said with a sigh. He sat down but with a knife ready if she tried to drink him again. So I heard you taking some of the class camping. Evangeline said as she tried to get the dirt off her clothes. Yeah, Naruto replied with little enthusiasm. As he thought about the camping trip, he failed to notice Evangeline get close enough to bite him, but he quickly stood up when he remembered some of the stuff he need to get. As he walked away, Evangeline watched crying anime tears. My dinner, she mumbled as he walked away. Naruto had spent most of the afternoon gathering items for the trip. He had the food, water, cooking supplies, and first aid kit.
Man, I didn't think you need all this stuff for camping,
he said to himself. He was used to camping with 1 to 2 other people who knew how to camp like him. So taking a group of girls who seemed to have no camping experience at all was going to be interesting to say the least. As he sealed the rest of the gears away, he noticed the time and went to the World Tree to meet his prospective campers. As he walked up the hill, he was surprised to see a lot of the girls had come. He looked over the crowd and saw Nodoka and her friends were there. He was glad for this because at least someone he liked would be going. Then he saw Ayaka standing there with a frown on her face. Didn't think she was going to come, Naruto said to himself and headed towards the group. Ayaka was in a bad mood. She didn't want to go camping at all. She wanted to stay here and spend time with her precious Negi. She wasn't going to go, but it seemed fate wanted her to. Flashback to earlier. Ayaka watched as Naruto left the room after announcing the camping trip. Many of the girls were excited about going and couldn't wait to get ready. Ayaka, on the other hand, had other plans. She was going to stay here and find a way to get Negi away from Asuna and her friends. As she planned to get with her precious Negi, Negi was planning on getting Ayaka closer to Naruto. He headed over towards Asuna and pulled her aside. Hey Asuna, can I have some help with something? He asked her. What is it, brat? She said, it better be normal and not magic-y. No magic. Negi said, getting flustered. It took a few seconds for him to talk straight. I was wondering if you would help me get Ayaka closer to Naruto. What? She shouted, causing the class to look over at them. Asuna just smiled and rubbed the back of her head. Bad test score. Everyone nodded and went back to what they were doing. What? She said again, but this time quietly. I overheard a few days ago Ayaka saying she loved Naruto, Negi said to her. Are you sure that what she said? Asuna asked, not trusting his info and also taking into account Ayaka's personality. Are you sure that is what she said? Asuna questioned Negi, who just nodded. She sighed to herself and shook her head. Okay, I'll help. Negi jumped for joy. He leaned in and told Asuna his plan. Asuna nodded as she listened and snickered a little. To her this would get Ayaka to go on the camping trip, but with the right words she would go in a heartbeat. That's the plan, Negi said with a smile. Asuna nodded and they headed over to Ayaka's desk. Ayaka was sitting quietly thinking of ways to get Negi alone. She smiled to herself and giggled a little. She was soon pulled out of her mind when the object of her desire was standing in front of her. Hello Ayaka, how are you today? Negi said with his signature smile. Ayaka was overjoyed that Negi was talking to her and quickly replied with, I'm doing fine, how about you? The conversation quickly dissolved into small talk as Negi waited for the right moment to his plan. He saw that she was getting a little bored of the small talk and started his plan. So are you going on the camping trip with Naruto? Negi asked innocently. When Ayaka heard Naruto's name, she frowned. No, she said. That's too bad, Negi said with a fake sadness, but to the obsessive girl it seemed real. Why's that? She asked, hoping to find out what was wrong with not going. It just did seem fun and I wanted to go, but I have some teaching things to do, Negi said. I haven't done that much camping and was hoping you tell me what it's like. Ayaka was jumping for joy on the inside that her precious Negi wanted her help, but she still didn't want to go on the camping trip. I sorry Negi, but I can't go. Negi saw that his plan was failing and Asuna stepped in to help. Are you sure you don't want to go? Ayaka nodded her head and Asuna put her part of the plan in action. Well, that's too bad. I was wondering what would happen with Naruto all alone with the rest of the class. Ayaka's brain immediately began to picture what would happen. He saw Chizuru with her shirt almost off and Naruto standing over her with a perverted grin. No please, Dream, Chizuru said, and Dream Naruto leaned in. Ayaka stood up with a righteous fury. I shall not let him lay a hand on any of them. She shouted and all the class looked at her as if she was insane. Asuna smiled to herself as she watched Ayaka prepare for the trip. Flashback and Ayaka was now standing with the rest of the girls waiting for Naruto to speak. Naruto looked out at the girls and smiled. "Hello everyone," he said, getting everyone attention. "Hello Naruto." They all said in unison. "Since you are all here, that means you're going camping with me," Naruto said with a warm smile, causing a few girls to blush. He made sure everyone was listening before he continued. He pulled out a stack of papers and started to pass them out. "In this packet is all the information on what to bring to the trip," Naruto said as he was handing out packets. "It has all the basic on camping and also has some instruction on what to do while in the wilderness." All the girls nodded when Zazie raised her hand. Everyone looked at her with confusion except Naruto. "Good question," he said to the silver hair girl. "Yes, I will not be the only
chaperone on this camping trip. The nurse Shirzura has decided to come along in case someone gets hurt."
Ayaka looked on with a smile. "With Ms. Mamoto going, I can stay with my precious Negi," she said and started to leave, but Naruto suddenly appeared in front of her.
"Like I said before, if you are here you are going camping," he said to her in a firm tone.
"I don't have to if I change my mind," she said and tried to walk past him. "Sorry, but you can't," he stated and gave her a smirk. "By coming to this meeting you are obligated to go on the trip even if I have to drag you out of your room kicking and screaming." "You wouldn't dare," she said with anger and tried to punch him in the face. Naruto grabbed her fist and twirled her into him. He wrapped his other arm around her and whispered into her ear, "I dare."
She blushed and struggled in his grip. He laughed to himself and let go of the blonde. Nodoka watched the scene with envy. She wanted Naruto to wrap his arm around her like that. "You noticed this and
was more determined than ever to get Nodoka with Naruto.
Naruto turned to the class and smiled. "Now if you need help finding everything, I am going to go shopping this Saturday with anyone who needs it. If you have any more questions, consult the packet or come ask me."
He waved to the girls and headed back to the dorms with a smile on his face. This was going to be fun.
Naruto sat at the base of the world tree waiting for the girls to gather so he could start the trip. After the meeting, it had been a crazy couple of days. When he said he would help with the girls get what he didn't expect so many to come.
Naruto waited by the train station Wathing to see if any of the girls were on their way. He thought that he would get at least one or two girls that needed help, so he was hoped for a relaxing day. "Naruto," a familiar voice shouted, drawing his attention. Nodoka, you, and Haruna were walking towards him. He smiled at his roomie and waved. "Hey, how are you guys doing?" Naruto asked with a big smile. Nodoka just blushed. Yu sighed looking at her friend and Haruna giggled. "We're here to go get our camping supplies with you," Nodoka said quietly. Naruto smiled, glad that at least a few were here to get their stuff. "If I had known you guys were coming, I would have waited for you at the dorms." Nodoka blushed at hearing this while her two best friends smiled at her antics. They continued their conversation while waiting for more people. Suddenly two things flew out of the air. Naruto moved and saw two short red-haired girls standing next to each other. They were Fuka and Fumika Narutaki, the pranksters of the class. They looked at Naruto and the library trio and smiled before shouting, "We found him." Naruto covered his ear as they shouted, and when they stopped they saw a large group coming towards them. In it was everyone that was going except Ayaka and Zazie. Naruto was shocked that so many of the girls need help with getting what they need. He quickly fell out of his shock and said, "Is everyone here?" He got a big yes. He smiled and led the way towards the camping supply store. Flashback end. As he watched the clouds, he didn't notice Chachimaru walk towards him. She stood a few feet from him waiting to see if he would acknowledge her presence. A few minutes had passed and he had yet to say anything. "Excuse me," she said, drawing his attention. Naruto turned and saw her standing there. He smiled but quickly looked around to see if the little blonde bloodsucker was about. Chachimaru watched this and chuckled to herself at his antics. "My master is not here," she said and watched him sigh in relief. Naruto walked towards her and stood by her. "So what brings you here?" he asked with curiosity. Chachimaru was silent for a few moments before turning to face him. "I came to ask a question that has been bothering me since our battle," she said to him. He watched her and waited for her to continue. "When we were fighting and you had me pinned, you said, I have a kind soul. Yeah, what about it? He said as if it didn't matter. I am an android, how can I have a soul? She asked him with pleading eyes. He looked at her and saw that this was what was troubling her. He sighed to himself and thought for a moment. She watched his body language and saw that he was in deep thought. Suddenly he pulled her into a tight hug. She felt his warmth. Throughout her body, she had been hugged before, but she had never felt such warmth. He leaned in and whispered into her ear. If you can feel my warmth, you have a soul, he said, causing her eye to widen. Only those with hatred cannot feel this warm, but a kind soul should feel it just fine. Chachimaru was shocked as he just held her close. What he said had made no logical sense, but she felt in her body, no wait, her soul, that he was right. She had a soul, she was not just an android. Naruto let go of her and looked at her face. She looked like she was about to cry, but she couldn't. He leaned in again and kissed her softly on her cheek. Smile, it makes you look beautiful, he said after the kiss. Chachimaru just looked at him before pulling him close and pushing her lips against his. Naruto was surprised by this movement but soon was lost in the moment. Chachimaru broke the kiss and blushed. She didn't know why she did it. He made her feel happy and warm. She couldn't explain it. She couldn't be near him at that moment and she quickly ran off. Wow, Naruto said as he stood there, his brain short-circuiting and fainted. He was woken up a few minutes later by the library trio. Oh my head, Naruto said as he sat up. He looked around and saw the three girls. Did that really happen? He thought to himself before he heard his name being called. Naruto, Nodoka said, getting his attention. He turned to look at her but couldn't help but blush lightly. He hid it fairly easily, but if you looked closely you could see it. Yeah, what is it? He replied and smiled. Why were you laying on the ground? She asked, titling her head to the side. Naruto rubbed his head in embarrassment but didn't know what to say. Was Chachimaru really here, or did he just eat the expired ramen again? I didn't get much sleep. He lied, hoping they would buy it. Yu looked at him and knew he was lying. He was a heavy sleeper and seemed to have no trouble sleeping the night before. Haruna thought the same thing, but Nodoka bought it. That's okay, she said as he stood up. Naruto nodded and then proceeded to check if they had everything packed and ready to go. As the morning progressed, more and more girls came and he proceeded to make sure they were ready. He smiled and was glad he had a good turnout, but he paled when he heard the sound of wheels. He quickly turned to see Ayaka pulling along a large suitcase. Naruto looked at the girl and smirked. Walking over to her, he said, "What you have in there, a kidnapped Negi?" Ayaka looked at him with anger. "No," she shouted, "it's all I need for the camping trip." Naruto quickly took the suitcase from her. "I will be the judge of that," he said and opened it. Inside were some clothes, enough to last the entire trip, toiletries, and a lot of Negi-themed items. Naruto shook his head and proceeded walked over to the base of the tree. Taking one of the extra camping backpack and equipment, he proceeded to unpack her suitcase and put it in there. He put everything except the Negi items. Throw the bag to the girl. He turned to look at her. "This is everything you need for the trip. Everything else in this suitcase is excess. Weight that you don't need," he said, then proceeded to light a match and set the suitcase on fire. Ayaka watched in horror as again her Negi-themed items went up in flames. "Why?" she cried, anime tears as the bag burned. "You horrid monster, those were priceless." "I try," he said with a smile before going to check everyone else's stuff. After running a final check that everyone was packed and ready to go, he smiled. Naruto walked to the front of the group and said, "Everyone ready?" "Yeah," all the girls shouted with excitement. Naruto nodded and replied, "Alright, let's go," and proceed to load the bus. A few hours later, Naruto smiled as he smelled the forest air. He always loved nature. It was so much better than a city. Everyone was getting of the bus and getting their things. The library trio were talking amongst themselves about what plant they can identify with their forest plant book. The cheerleader trio was exciting about the large lake. The twins were the same as well as most of the class. Mana and Keed were looking forward to what Naruto had called the challenge hike. Ayaka was not that excited about doing anything, but she was glad to have time to relax and planned to get with her Negi. Naruto waved everyone over and made sure they had everything they have packed. "Okay everyone, the campsite is about a 3-mile hike from here," he said with a smile. Some of the girls were nervous about the hike, but Naruto gave them a reassuring smile. "It won't be that bad. There is a trail that goes all the way up there." Many of the girls sighed in relief.
Naruto watched them for a moment before speaking again. Okay, we are going to split into 2 groups, he said, causing the girl to look at him in confusion.
2 groups? Chizuru said with curiosity. Naruto nodded and answered, yes, 2 groups. One group is going to lead by Ms. Minamoto while the other is going on the challenge hike to camp. The challenge hike? Shisame said, not liking the sound of that. Mana and Kid smiled and were looking forward too. Naruto noticed Chisame's discomfort and put a hand on her shoulder reassuringly. The challenge hike is a 8-mile hike to camp over rough terrain, he said. And you don't have to go on it unless you want to. Okay, now everyone going on the challenge hike over here by me, Naruto said, and watched Nzazi, Mana, Kid, Shio, and Ayaka walk over to him. Naruto expected 3 of the 5, but Ayaka was the surprise. He gave the other blonde a serious look before asking, are you sure you up for this? I am, Ayaka said with conviction. In her mind, if she could survive the challenge hike, she could get Negi to be hers. Nodoka watched the interaction and wanted to walk over to the challenge side, but she knew she wouldn't last.
She walked over to Naruto and tapped him on the shoulder. Will we see you at camp tonight?
Naruto thought for a moment before answering, depends on how the other keep up. He smiled. Okay. Be safe, Nodoka said and gave him a hug. He smiled and hugged her back. I'll be fine, he said and gave her a big smile. Nodoka smiled back and walked back over to her friends. Soon everyone was ready to leave. Naruto turned and started to walk towards the tree line. We'll see you later, he said and disappeared into the forest, followed by the 5 brave girls that took the challenge. The other group watched them leave before heading up the trail to the campsite. Naruto led the group through a deer trail through the forest that had many twists and turns. Soon the terrain began to get rocky. At first Ayaka thought it was going to be easy, but as the hike went on she saw that this was going to be much harder than she thought. Mana and Kid were having a lot of fun. They really liked the trail that Naruto was taking on them, and the challenge hike was living up to its name. They stopped for a while, allowing the last of the group to catch up. Ayaka slowly walked towards the waiting group, panting heavily. Having fun there? Naruto asked the Ayaka with a smirk. Ayaka gave him a dirty look as she rested for a moment. This is insane, she said, falling down on her butt. Naruto smiled and replied, I know it, great, right? Ayaka looked at the bodyguard with horror in her eyes. He's insane, she thought. No one find hiking this type of trail fun. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Kid said with a smile while Ayaka looked at her and shook. Mana nodded in agreement and Chio said, this is awesome. You are insane, Ayaka shouted, causing most of the people in the group to laugh. Naruto looked at her and said, you're just figuring this out now. They rest for a few more minutes before heading out again. They traveled through the trees for a few more hours before resting for lunch. Naruto opened a pack of instant ramen and quickly lit a fire to boil the water. Mana, Kid and Zazie had some sandwiches they made, while Chio at Anukanen. Ayaka forgot to get lunch, so Naruto had given her a cup of ramen. She thanked him, thinking he would just let her starve. After everything was picked up and everyone was ready, they continued the hike. Back with the other group, they had reached the campsite and were setting up their tent and other camping gear. Nodoka helped up the tent that she was going to share with Yu and Haruna. When they first arrived at the campsite, they were surprised by how beautiful the area was. They were camping near a pristine lake that seemed stretched for a while. The campgrounds were clean and flat, so they didn't have to worry about sleeping with rocks on their backs. Most of the girls were excited and wanted to set up quickly so they could have fun in the lake. As they finished setting everything up, Yu noticed that Nodoka was looking around to see if the other group had arrived yet. They will be here soon, Yu said, reassuring her friend with a smile. Nodoka smiled and was glad for Yu's words, but she couldn't help that something bad would happen. Naruto was looking at the 5 girls gather around him and he smiled. They had made it through the first part of the challenge, which was the 4-mile hike to where they were now. They were currently at the base of a cliff. Halfway up was a ledge that it went up again to the top that had a forest on top. The 5 girls were wondering what they were going to do next and watched their guide. Good job on surviving the first part of the trip, Naruto said with a smile, making Ayaka fall over in shock. That was the first part? She said with horror in her voice. Naruto smiled and gave her an evil smirk. Oh yes, that the first part, he said. The second part deals with this. He pointed to the cliff and saw the girl's eye turn towards it. If we want to be keeping with the schedule, we have to reach the first ledge before the day is out. Ayaka looked at the cliff and pictured in her mind them climbing with their bare hands and falling off. Naruto looked at the fear in Ayaka's face and walked over to her, putting a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "This is perfectly safe," he said to her, and then proceeded to explain how they were going to climb it. He made sure to pack all the safety gear before coming, so they were all set. "I will be last, so I need one of you to take the lead," he said, getting a weird look for Chio and Ayaka. "Why are you on the bottom?" Chio asked. "Since I have the most weight, I am the anchor for us," he said, "so if someone falls, I weigh enough to stop the others from being pulled off the cliff face with you." Everyone nodded and Kid decided to take the lead. He nodded and handed her a walkie-talkie so they could keep in touch. Soon they were on their way up. They made good progress, but they had to frequent breaks so they wouldn't tire out. As the climb, Naruto looked out from where he was and watched the forest below. It was a beautiful sight that made him smile. Even though this job was a pain, it was allowed him to see views like this. The sun was setting when they finally arrived at the first ledge. All of the girls were dead tired from all the climbing and walking they have done that day. Naruto was winded but was overall fine. The girls looked at him and saw that he wasn't even tired. Mana and Kid were impressed by his stamina, while Ayaka looked at him as if he was some kind of monster. Chio and Zazie were thinking the same as Mana and Kid but didn't say anything. Naruto began let the girls rest while he set up for dinner. He quickly cooked some of the canned goods he brought with them. Most of the girls were wondering where he kept all the food, but, while he smiled and thanked Kami for sealing scrolls. "Kami place. You're welcome," she said with a smile back to the group. After everyone had eaten, he started to prepare to sleep. He noticed that Ayaka was sitting by herself near the edge. Not liking the leaving a pretty girl alone, he sat down beside her.
"Hey, are you okay?" he asked with concern. "Just fine," she said to him as she looked out. She just really wanted to be left alone. She was tired and just wanted to sleep. Naruto noticed this and let her be. Ayaka was getting up when she slipped on the edge, causing her to fall. She screamed and watches as Naruto jumped off after her. When Naruto heard her scream, he ran as fast as he could. As he free falls, he grabs a kunai from his bag that had ninja wire attached to it and threw it. It flew through air and embedded itself into the cliff face. Naruto reached for Ayaka and pulled her close. The wire pulled, but the kunai was pulled from the cliff by their combined weight. Naruto felt this and quickly let go of the wire. As they fell, Naruto pulled Ayaka as close to himself as possible. They reached the tree line and disappeared from view. Ayaka groaned as she opened her eyes. That last thing she remembers was falling off the ledge and Naruto jumping after her. She remembered him pulling her close and trying to slow their descent, but it didn't seem to work. She put her hand down to push herself up when she heard a groan from below. She turned to see that she was currently sitting on Naruto and that he was in bad shape. She quickly got off and looked him over. She saw that his breathing was shallow and one of his arms was broken. It seemed that he kept her safe when they were falling. She was glad that he had saved her, but she could see that he was not getting up for some time. As she started to assess the situation, she heard the chatter of a walkie-talkie. She looked down and saw one clipped to his belt. She unclipped it and listened. Out of the walkie-talkie came the voice of Kid. "Naruto, are you okay?" she asked, hoping for an answer. Ayaka was glad that they were still in range and pushed the bottom to reply. "This is Ayaka and was all right," she said before looking back at Naruto. "Well, I am all right. Naruto is badly hurt and I can't move him." Kid was frowning on the other end of the walkie. If he was hurt, then they need to get to camp so they can get help. She pressed the button on the walkie and replied, "How bad is it?" "His arm is broken and his breathing is shallow," Ayaka replied as she looked down at her fellow blonde. "Damn," was the reply for Kid. "The only thing we can do is go to the others and get help." "Wait, you can't leave us here," Ayaka began to say, but Kid cut her off by saying, "Naruto cannot be moved and you don't have anything to help him. Even if we came down to you, it will still be bad for him. We need help." Ayaka nodded to herself, knowing that Kid was right, and then said, "Okay. Good," Kid said. "I'm going to head to camp with the others and be back down as soon as we can. Do you think you can make it back to the cliff face? We can send down Naruto and your gear." Ayaka looked around and saw the cliff face.
Yeah, I can see it, but how will I signal where we are? We're taking care of that, Keed said, and she soon heard the sound of rushing wind and saw Zazie land on the ground in front of her. She handed Ayaka her stuff and looked at her. Okay, we're heading out, Keed said through the walkie, and Ayaka replied that it was okay. What? Ayaka said, trying to decipher the silent girl's musing. Zazie just pointed and towards the tree line. Ayaka got the message and led her towards the injured young man. As they reached Naruto, they noticed that he was awake. He was currently using his good arm to sit up and lean against a tree. Ayaka rushed to his side and kneeled down, then gave him a hug, causing Naruto to wince in pain. You scared me, you idiot, she said, trying to hold back her tears. Hey, it's my job to get hurt for you guys, Naruto said as he used his good arm to pat her on the back. Zazie said and tilted her head to the side. Naruto noticed her and gave her a hurting smile. I be good in a few hours, he said, causing Ayaka to look at him in confusion. In a few hours, she said, getting angry and getting in his face. You're seriously hurt and this will take weeks to heal. Zazie said in agreement. Naruto shook his head and sighed. Let's just say I heal faster than normal, he said as he leaned on the tree. He saw the camping gear and smiled. I guess we should set up for the night. Ayaka and Zazie nodded and they start to set up their campsite. Naruto watched the work but decided it was better to set his arm. He took a kunai from one of his pouches and saw a few fallen branches he could use. He reached for them but they were out of his reach. He extended as far as he could before he fell over, landing on his broken arm. He tried not to scream in pain. Zazie noticed this and quickly ran over to him. She said, looking at him. I'm fine, he said, trying not to show pain, but when he tried to get up he fell down again and Zazie could see it in his eyes. She quickly got up and went over to Ayaka. After a few moments of talking they both came over to help Naruto. Ayaka went and got the branches he wanted and Zazie laid him down on the ground so they could set his arm. Zazie went to take a kunai from his pouch when he used his good hand to stop her. Those are sharp, he said, not wanting her to get hurt. She just looked at him with a blank expression before giving him a reassuring smile. He let go of her arm and let her get the kunai. He watched as she cut the branches into the correct length for the splint and soon his arm was set. Ayaka watched this and was glad they had sent Zazie down to help because she wouldn't know to do. At school she was in her element, but here in the wildness she was at a loss. Naruto noticed Ayaka's sadness and sighed. This girl is going to be the death of me, he thought to himself. Hey Ayaka, he said, getting her attention and waved her over. She walked over to him and he patted the ground beside him so she would next to him. Yes, Naruto? She asked as she sat down next to her. He smiled and leaned her head on her shoulder. Ayaka stiffened at this and didn't know what to do. Naruto, she stammered. Just stay like this for a while, he said as he closed his eyes. Ayaka looked at him and saw him slowly fall asleep. She smiled as she watched his sleeping face. Zazie had started a fire and noticed Naruto leaning against Ayaka. Smile looked at them with a tint of jealousy in her eyes. Ever since she saw the blonde bodyguard she had been interested by him. He seemed to give off the aura death, but he was a very nice person. She had watched his battle with Keed, Mana, and Setsuna. She was impressed by his skills but knew he was hold a lot back. Now she watched this scene unfold and she wanted to be the one in it. Ayaka looked at Zazie and knew she couldn't move. Not wanting to leave Zazie alone, she called her over and bring a blanket over to cover all three of them. You get on his other side, she said, but Zazie looked at her and pointed at his broken arm. She looked around before saw some bandages in one of his pouches. Ayaka slowly moved his arm and created a sling out of, made sure it was secure, and smiled. Zazie, satisfied with this, sat beside Naruto and the two girls were soon asleep as well. Back at the other camp, Nodoka and the others were sitting around the campfire having a great time making s'mores and telling ghost stories. Nodoka was still looking for other group, but they have yet to come. Suddenly the sound of rustling bushes filled the air. The girls turned and saw Mana, Keed, and Chao walk out of the trees. Everyone cheered, glad to see that the other group had made it, but when Nodoka saw the worried look on Keed's face, she knew her bad feeling was coming true. Keed ignored the others and headed straight over to Shizuna. Ms. Minamoto, something terrible has happened, Keid said, getting everyone attention. Nodoka listened as Keed told them what had happened and she felt all the happiness drain from her body. Naruto, please be safe. In hell, someone was running as fast as they could, leaving a trail of blood in their wake. He heading towards the lifts. One of the people chasing him said. Soon a group of high-number Shinigami had set up a barrier of Bakudos, but alas, this did not stop the running man. His eye changed from onyx to red with a windmill-type design in them. With a quick wave of his hand, black fire covered the defenders, killing them instantly. He reached the lifts and headed up. "I coming for you, Dobi," the man said. Sasuke Uchiha had escaped, back with Naruto and the girls. The sun came through the trees and landed on the sleeping trio. Naruto was the first to stir, and as he opened his eyes he felt some weight on his shoulders. He turned and saw Zazie and Ayaka sleeping on him. He smiled at this, but he had to wake them up. He was feeling better, but his arm had yet to fully heal. He wanted to head to the cliff face and set up there so it would be easier for the others to find him. Ayaka was the next to wake, and as she woke she could feel Naruto's eyes on her. "Sleep well?" he asked with a sincere smile, causing her to blush. She nodded and gave him a smile. Naruto was happy that she was safe, but he noticed that he felt the weight on his other side lift. Zazie looked at Naruto and gave him a blank look. Naruto posed the same question to her and he got a small smile. Happy that both girls were safe, he tried to get up, but as he did he felt pain in his chest. He sat back down and the two girls looked at him with concern. "It seems it not just my arm that is broken," he said. Both girls began to fuss over him as they assessed the damages they missed the night before. It seemed that he had broken 2 ribs as well in the fall. They checked his back to make sure there wasn't any cuts. His shirt was torn, but there was not cuts whatsoever. They made sure to bandage the wounds to the best of their abilities before they started to make a light breakfast. Naruto watched them work and couldn't help but smile. It was nice to get away from the hassles of work, and he was kind of secretly thanking his mom for sending him there. He then noticed a very beautiful black butterfly flying towards him. He lifted up his good hand and it landed on his finger. As he listened to the silent message, his face began to pale. He watched the butterfly fly off and he started to push himself up. He grunted in pain but was soon standing. He leaned on the tree for support. Ayaka noticed this and walked over to him with worry on her face. "You need to rest," she said, but Naruto shrugged it off. "Something bad is going to happen," he said as he headed towards his gear. Zazie stood in front of him and blocked his pathway. "I'm sorry, but I have to," he started to say when they heard the sound of an explosion fill the air. "He's here," Naruto muttered to himself and quickly moved past Zazie. Grabbing his bag with his good arm, he began to rummage though until he found what he was looking for. He pulled out a few barrier seals and set them up against 4 equally spaced trees. Pulling up his sleeve on his left arm, he touched one of the seals, summoning his side. He swiftly attached it to his back before facing the 2 girls. Ayaka watched this with confusion and fascination. She was about to say something about what he had just did, but he suddenly turned towards them. "I need you 2 to stay here," he said. "The seals will keep you hidden from danger. I am going to drive him away and hopefully bring him down." "What do you mean do you know what's going on?" Ayaka asked with a little fear in her voice. Naruto didn't answer but gave them a reassuring smile. "I won't let anything happen to you 2. Zazie said and started to walk towards him, but Naruto held up his hand. "This is out of your league," he said. He looked her directly in the eye and continued. "I want you to be safe, so stay within the barrier." Both girls nodded and Naruto, satisfied with this answer, headed out towards the explosion. He moved quickly and soon found the source of the explosion. Standing in the middle was a black hair boy whose hair looked like a duck butt, and he was wearing a white gi that was open with purple bottoms tied off with a large rope. He had a slim sword at his side. "So you did escape, Sasuke?" Naruto said with a frown on his face. "Of course I did," Sasuke answered with a cold expression. "It was only a matter of time." Naruto shook his head and pulled his scythe out. He undid his arm splint and got into his stance. Sasuke pulled his sword out and the 2 combatants stared each other down. Suddenly there was a blur of movement and the sound of blades hitting against each other filled the air. Naruto brought his scythe down in an overhead strike which Sasuke blocked, then kicked him in the stouch. Naruto cringed in pain but didn't let it deter him from the fight. He began to go through a series of quick strikes that Sasuke either blocked or dodged. The 2 broke apart from each other for a moment before attacking again. Zazie and Ayaka sat in the barrier worrying about their blonde guardian and wondering if he was alright. Soon they could hear the sound of metal hitting metal and knew the battle was underway. Ayaka was scared, but inside she knew that the Naruto would lay down his life to protect them from harm. During her time with him she saw that he was always looking out for her best interest. Even when it seemed he was being mean, he always had her safety in mind. Even when it seemed he was being mean, he was trying to keep her safe. Zazie looked at Ayaka and began to walk towards the edge of the barrier. Ayaka grabbed Zazie's wrist. "Where are you going?" she said, looking directly at the blanked-faced girl. Zazie said and looked Ayaka directly into her eyes. Ayaka saw her worry and pain in her eyes and finally began to understand her. "You want to go after him," Ayaka said, and Zazie nodded. She let the other girl go and she started to head into the trees. "I am coming too," Ayaka said, and went with Zazie towards the sound of battle. Naruto was panting heavily and was full of shallow cuts. It was made worse by the injuries that he had received the day before, so he was in constant pain. Sasuke was also panting heavily, but not as much as Naruto. They soon started to attack each other again, and it seemed that Naruto was slowing down. Sasuke took advantage of this and started to press the attack. Naruto defended the best he could, but he was soon taking more and more hits. Sasuke hit him in his ribs, causing Naruto to cringe in pain. Sasuke noticed this and pushed his advantage. He kept his attacks aimed for Naruto's ribs. Naruto tried to dodge or block, but it seemed he was losing more and more strength with each hit. He quickly broke away for Sasuke and put his hand together. "Hado number 31. Shikaho," he said, and fired it at Sasuke. Sasuke watched the spell fly towards him and moved out the way. He dodged the strike but was caught in the shockwave it produced. Naruto pressed his long-range assault with more red energy. Balls, but Sasuke kept on dodging. Sasuke dodged the lasted strike and got in close only for Naruto to spin away from his punch. He put the fingers together and pointed them at point-blank range of Sasuke's shoulder. "Hado number 4. Byakurai," Naruto said as a blot of pale blue lighting struck Sasuke in the shoulder. Sasuke roared back in pain from the bolt of lightning, but Naruto was not done. He used his scythe pull to push him forward, used the momentum to kick Sasuke in the face. Then he launched himself in the air and prepared another spell. Hado number 63. Raikoho. A large blot of pure yellow energy descended on Sasuke at alarming speeds. He jumped out of the way but was caught once again in the attack's shockwave. Naruto landed and grimaced in pain but stood his ground. Holding his hand out, he gathered He chakra into his hand. "Rasengan," he shouted and charged Sasuke. While this was going on, Zazie and Ayaka had just reached the battlefield. They had watched Naruto send attack after attack at the assailant and was not letting up. They watched as he ran toward the other young man with a spinning ball of blue energy in his hand. Naruto thrust his attack at Sasuke and Sasuke barely dodged, getting grazed in the arm by the spinning ball. He spun and charged lighting into his hand. "Chidori!" Sasuke shouted and drove it thought the blonde's shoulder. Naruto cried out in pain as Sasuke pulled his hand out. "That's what you get, Dobi," Sasuke said with a smirk as Naruto fell to the ground. Naruto looked at Sasuke with hatred. He tried to stand, but Sasuke used his foot to push him back down. He then drove a hard kick into the hole in Naruto's shoulder, causing Naruto to scream out in pain. The girls watched in horror as Sasuke attacked Naruto's injured shoulder again and again. Ayaka couldn't stand this and rushed out to help. Since she was trained in martial arts since she was little, she thought she could get the jump on the black-haired young man. Sasuke sensed someone coming towards him and swiftly dodged a punch. He turned and saw a young blonde-haired girl standing there, fist ready to strike. He looked down and saw the surprise on Naruto's face as he looked at the girl. Sasuke looked down at Naruto and smiled. "I think I play with this one and let you watch her suffer," he said with an evil laugh. He quickly raced towards Ayaka and started a set of quick strikes. Ayaka dodges some of them but was hit by most of them. She was baffled by this guy's speed. She had never seen someone move this fast in her entire life. Sasuke was amused as he saw the girl try to fight back. Her moves were rather slow in his opinion and he lazily dodges every strike. While Sasuke was busy toying with Ayaka, Zazie ran over towards Naruto and began to look him over. He was badly wounded, but it seemed that his smaller wounds were healing quickly. The hole in his shoulder was still the biggest problem and she tried to stop the bleeding. Sasuke was having a good time toying with Ayaka. She never hit him and he would only hit her lightly, but to her it felt like being hit by a Large rock. Ayaka knew she was out of her league, try as she might she could do anything. Sasuke, seeing her confidence waver, pushed his attack. He punched her in the stomach hard and then kicked her hard in the side. Ayaka let out a gasp in pain as some blood flew out of her mouth. Naruto saw this and got up, ignoring Zazi's attempt to stop him. He rushed Sasuke and knocked him over and away from Ayaka. Sasuke looked back at Naruto and saw the fury in his eyes. This is what he wanted, Naruto mad. Naruto looked straight at Sasuke with anger. He put his hand together and said, Hado number 88. Harayugeki Zokushin Tenreiho. A huge bolt of lightning rushed towards Sasuke at amazing speeds. Sasuke barely dodged and watched as Naruto stand there out of energy. Sasuke speed towards Naruto and punched him in the face. Naruto flew back from the force of the blow and landed hard on the ground. Sasuke walked over and pulled out his sword ready to strike. Ayaka watched as he walked slow over towards Naruto, only to see Zazi run towards him with a kunai in hand. No! Naruto shouted as Zazi tried to stab Sasuke. Sasuke dodged the strike and stabbed her in the stomach. Zazi! Naruto shouted as he watched the Tangirl fall to the ground. Naruto looked up at Sasuke with pure hatred. He tried to attack Sasuke but was batted away. Ayaka watched what had happened and tears streamed down her face. She watched her fellow classmate fall to the ground. Sasuke heard her crying and smiled. He slowly walked towards her and Ayaka tried to get away. Naruto, no wanting to see another person get hurt, got up and charged Sasuke one more time. With the last of his energy he created a Rasengan while he saw this and batted away the weak attack with ease. Naruto fell to the ground and tried to get up but he was out of energy. Ayaka walked towards Ayaka and smiled, "You're coming with me." No, she whimpered and tried to get away. Sasuke knocked her out and picked her up. Sasuke looked at Naruto and gave him an evil smirk. "If you don't want to lose this one like the other one, you will come and fight me at the top of the plateau over there." Naruto looked at where he was pointing and saw that it was towards the other campsite with everyone else. "I will kill you," Naruto said with venom in his voice, causing Sasuke to laugh. "I'd like to see you try," Sasuke said as he walked away. Naruto watched him walk away with the unconscious Ayaka. He cursed himself for not killing him before. Now Zazu was on the brink of death. Naruto dragged himself over to her and sat up. He picked himself up and set her head on his lap. She looked at him and gave him a small smile. She said, and Naruto laughed light smile. "Stupid," he said to her, trying to hold back his tears. "You shouldn't have done that." Zazi replied as a tear rained down his face. She lifted her hand and wiped it from his face. She leaned forward and kissed him, causing him to blush. His eyes turned red and he looked at her soul. She was fading fast and he wanted to stop it. As he watched her soul fade away, he remembered a way to stop it. His features became more animalistic, his grew fangs. Looking down at Zazi and gave her a reassuring smile. "Everything is going to be fine," he said, and he leaned in close and bit into her neck. He injected some of his power. Soon a voice for all around could be heard. "The Reaper, choose one to fight alongside of him. She is the owner of the pact." A seal started to appear on Zazi's neck. It was a golden fox with 10 tails. Soon 10 tails appeared behind Naruto and surrounded them in a bright light. Zazi slowly opened her eyes. The last thing she remembered was watching Naruto's features turn to that of a fox and him biting into her neck. She looked up and saw Naruto looking down at her with a smile on his face. "Finally awake, sleepyhead," he said with a smile. He was so glad that she was all right. He was glad the plan had worked. Zazi said as she sat up. She looked down at herself and saw the torn area from where Sasuke stabbed here. Naruto looked at the girl for a moment before answering, "Yes, you were dying." Zazi looked at him in shock and replied, "Calm down, I will explain everything," he said to her. Zazi looked him directly in the eyes before nodding. He waited a few moments, then started to speak again. "As I said before, yes, you were dying, but I formed a pact to save you." Zazi asked with a confused look on her face. Naruto slapped himself in the face. He forgot that she knew nothing of Shinigami and what their powers entail. "Sorry, let me start from the beginning," Naruto said. He thought for a few moments before continuing. "I am not a normal bodyguard," he started, and Zazi gave him a sarcastic look. "I am a Shinigami, a soul reaper. It is my job to ferry the souls of the dead to their correct places. I was assigned the mission of guarding your class by my superiors." Zazie nodded before saying, I am the reason you are alive today. He said to her, while you lay in my arms I formed a Shinigami pact with you. Zazie questioned Naruto, looked at her and pointed to her neck. She looked and tried to see but couldn't. Naruto noticed this and quickly went through some hand signs and make a mutter a Sushin, just you quickly. A small ball of water formed in the air before making a puddle on the ground. Zazie looked at her reflection and saw a tattoo of a golden fox with 10 tails on her neck. That tattoo is the mark of the pact. Naruto said to her. A Shinigami pact is where a Shinigami binds his or her souls with that of another. Once the pact is formed, the marks of the Shinigami will appear. As you can see, mine is a golden fox. This pact grants you powers that fall into 4 categories: caster, seer, fighter, and healer. Each class has its own set of skills that goes along with it, but I won't get into that now. Zazie asked. Naruto looked at her and she watched as his blue eyes turn red. You are a caster. He said. Since this is your class 1, will explain the basics. A caster is basically a magician. They have the power to cast kiddos like a Shinigami as well as trap enemy in illusions. Zazie looked at him in wonder before asking, the pact is permanent. He said, looking away, your soul is now bound to mine for time and all eternity or until I die. Zazie looked at him and hugged him in thanks. When she was stabbed by Sasuke, she thought she would never see her friends and family again. She was also happy that she was now connected to the blonde bodyguard for life and she hoped one day he would be hers. Naruto hugged her back and smiled. He was glad she was okay but was dreading when his mother found out about the pact. He could picture what she would do and shuddered in fear. Not in fear of getting punished but in fear of being bombarded with questions on when the babies were coming. Usually when a Shinigami made a pact with someone, they were usually marry them in the future. I am not looking forward to that conversation, he said to himself and let of Zazie. Naruto looked at the girl and noticed that she was very beautiful. She had nice dark skin that glowed in the light, and eyes that could capture a soul. He stared at her for a few minutes and she stared back. They were lost in their own little world. He felt himself got very hot and Zazie felt the same. He wanted to kiss her so bad but was restraining himself the best he could. Zazie on the other hand couldn't help it and leaned in. She drew closer and closer before finally capturing his lips with hers. Naruto was in pure bliss. Her lips felt like slick and he wanted to taste her more. She pushed him down onto his back while still kissing him. She broke the kiss and stared at him before coming back into reality. She quickly jumped off him with a blush and said. Naruto looked at the blushing girl and smiled back, hiding his blush. It's okay. He stammered, I kinda enjoyed it, he mumbled, but she still heard him. She smiled and went over to him, giving him another kiss. She said with a sultry smile. Yeah, he said with a dazed look on his face. Zazie said with a giggle. Naruto laughed with her for a moment before he remembered something important. Ayaka. He shouted and got up. He held his hand out to Zazie, who blushed at this gesture. She took his hand and they into the forest. Ayaka woke up slowly. Her head was killing her, but as she tried to reach up and rub her forehead, she couldn't. She struggled to raise her arm, but she couldn't. Opening her eyes fully, she saw that she was bound tightly to a tree. She remembered the fight and looked around for Naruto and Zazie, only to find their attacker sitting by a fire staring at her. Looks like the princess is awake, he said coldly, making her try to back away in fear. What do you want with me? She asked with fear in her voice. He was suddenly in front of her, causing her to jump. He cupped her face in his hand and stared her in the eyes, his red eyes spinning. I want the Dobby to suffer and you're my ticket to that. Ayaka looked at him in questioning look. Why do you want to hurt Naruto? She asked, losing her fear for curiosity. Sasuke looked at her as if she was crazy. What has he done? He roared. That Kami damn Shinigami stopped me from getting my revenge. Your revenge? She asked with another confused look on her face. He stopped me from killing Yami for what she had done, he said, looking her dead in the eye. That slut killed my entire family, but the Dobby had to go and stop me. Ayaka listened to his story as if he was crazy. You're insane, there is no such thing as Yami or Shinigami. She yelled at him, causing him to laugh. After watching our fight, do you really believe that? He asked as he laughed. Ayaka thought about it for a moment and remembered back to the fight. Naruto was shooting lightning from his hands and doing things that weren't humanly possible. As she thought about it more and more, she saw that he could do things that she had never seen anyone do. That still doesn't prove anything, she said, beginning to doubt herself. Fine, then I will show you. Sasuke said and looked her directly into her eyes. Ayaka felt a pull and was pulled into Sasuke memories. Sasuke stood at the head of his army outside of Yami's palace. He had finally gained enough power to overthrow the slut and couldn't wait for the chance. My fellow demons, he shouted at the top of his voice, today is the day we get rid of the bitch. Everyone cheered. We shall then take over the worlds above, then we shall rule over everything. Everyone was cheering as he stood there basking in their praise. He was their leader, their general, their king. He was Sasuke Uchiha, the last of the Uchiha clan and mortal enemy to Yami, goddess of hell. He looked out to the palace defenses and smiled. Drawing his sword, he shouted, attack. The larger demons began to rain down long-range fire at the wall. Yami's defenders quickly put up a barrier, but it failed from the sheer number of attacks. Soon the outer wall was reduced to nothing, allowing the main to charge in. Soon the battle was fought in the streets and Yami's forces were quickly overrun. Sasuke smiled as he watched his army reduce Yami forces to nothing. Soon he would have his revenge on the slut for killing his family. Soon he would show the world the Uchiha were the supreme rulers of everything. The army quickly advanced to the inner part of the palace, but were suddenly stopped in front of 10 hooded people. Stop now or die. One of the hooded looking out at the army over 8,000. A laugh started and spread through the entire army. You 10 think you can stop all of us? One of the soldiers said, laughing. Yes, we can. Another said with confidence. They threw off their clocks, reveling the 10 people. Shinigami number 1 Naruto Yami. Naruto said his SYCTHE ready RO strike. Shinigami number 2 Negi Hyuga. The next person said, his pale eyes looking out into the crowd, in his hand glowing with deadly energy. Shinigami number 3 Kiba Inazaka, said the next one person. He was built like a wolf and had a partner animal with him. Shinigami number 4 Shino Aburame, the next one said. He was tall with a long coat covering his entire body and the sound of buzzing could be heard. Shinigami number 5 Ino Yamanaka, said the other one, her long blonde hair in a ponytail, she was wielding a large spears. Shinigami number 6 Tenten, the next one said, she had her hair in buns carrying a large scroll full of weapons. Shinigami number 7 Hinata Hyuga, said the next one, her lavender eyes and had long blue hair. Shinigami number 8 Shoji Akamichi, said the next one, he was a large guy wearing samurai-type armor. Shinigami number 9 Enko Mitarashi, said a purple hair girl wearing very revealing clothing, the sound of snakes could be heard around her. And finally Shinigami number 10 Shizune, said the last one, she was tall with black hair holding Saban in her hands. Naruto looked out into the crowd and gave them a cold smile. You have defied the will of Yami and you shall and pay with your lives. He stated, and they attack. The army at first thought they could quickly deal with these pests because of their numbers, but soon realized that it was futile. The 10 Shinigami tore through them like it was nothing. The 2 Hyuga were killing soldiers left and right with just a touch, while Tenten and Ino were slashing them without even trying. Kiba and his partner Akamaru were tearing them apart, limb by limb. Enko hand many wrapped up in snaked and eaten, her crazy laugh putting fear into their eyes. Shino and his swarms were leaving their enemies drained of everything, leaving nothing but bones with skin. Choji expanded his body and was just stomping them into submission, while Shizune had many killed with a flick of her wrist. The one who was causing the most damage was Naruto. He had unleashed all 10 tails and was slaughtering everyone as his path. In each tail was a different weapon along with his SYCTHE. Sasuke watched in anger as her forces were reduced to nothing by just 10 people. Naruto looked over at Sasuke and walked over to him. It's over, Teme, he said. It is not, Sasuke said, his Sharingan activating. Not till the bitch is dead. Sasuke charged Naruto and tried to get past him, but Naruto quickly stopped him. You will not lay a hand on my mother, Naruto said and pushed him back. You can't stop me, Dobi. Every time we fight I always win, Sasuke said, his arrogance rolling of him in waves. Naruto just looked at him and chuckled. You such a Teme, he said. That when we were kids this is now, he said, and charges their blades crashing. End of flashback. Ayaka was suddenly back in her body and stared at Sasuke. She couldn't believe what she had seen, but she couldn't deny it. Naruto was a Shinigami and he had fought against Sasuke and won. She looked at Sasuke and saw the pure hatred in his eyes. He seemed to give off the vile aura that could be felt by anyone, and she was stuck with him. Soon I will have my revenge, Sasuke mumbled to himself before laughing into the night. Naruto and Zazie arrived at the campsite and everyone rushed over to see if they were okay. Naruto quickly calmed the girls down and showed them he was alright, but they still had Shizuna check him out to see if he was okay. After they made sure that he was okay, they asked for Ayaka. Naruto told them that she had fallen and she had gotten hurt. Most of the girls were in shock that Ayaka had gotten hurt in the fall, and Naruto assured them he was getting her back. Soon everyone started to turn in for the night, leaving Naruto alone with Zazie and Nodoka. Zazie was wearing bandages around her neck to hide her tattoo. Before they reached camp, he told her it would be better if the rest of the class didn't know. Now she was sitting next to him while Nodoka was on his other side. Nodoka was relieved that Naruto was safe. When she first heard of his fall, she nearly burst into tears. If it wasn't for you and Haruna, she would have. Now that he was here, she was happy. She was worried about Ayaka, but knew Naruto was going to keep them safe. "How are you feeling?" she finally asked him as they stared at the fire. "I fine, just mad that I had to leave Ayaka," he said, keeping with the lie. Nodoka saw the look of concern on his face and put a hand on his shoulder. "It will be all right," she said. "I know you get her back." "Thanks, Nodoka," he said with a smile before giving her a hug. "You're a great friend." Nodoka's hugged him back, but her brain was in shock. "Naruto is hugging me," she thought before she passed out in his arms. Naruto felt this and shook her for a bit, but she was out. He picked her up and took her to her tent. After making sure she was safely inside, he went back to the fire and sat next to Zazie. She saw that they were alone and leaned in, wrapping her arms around him. He stroked her hair as they stared at the fire. Zazie said to Naruto. Naruto looked at the fire and said, "I going to get her back and kick the Tami's ass." Zazie looked at him and asked, "He was my best friend, we were kids." Naruto explained to her and looked at the sky. "Back then we both had the goal of being the #1 Shinigami, but then my mom found out about his family's plans to try and take over. She wouldn't have it. Even though she was great friends with Sasuke mom, she had to order their deaths. She only spared Sasuke and his mom. Mikoto, Sasuke mom, understood why she had to do it and forgave her. Sasuke, on the other hand, changed. He became an avenger. He hated my mom with such passion he left his mom and trained to be strong enough to kill my mom. It was years later when I first got the rank of #1. When he resurfaced, he had an army of thousands of demons and souls. He began his reign of terror but was ended when he attacked the palace. I fought him and defeated him, but I was ordered not to kill him. Mom thought he could be reformed, but I saw the hate in his eyes. He would always hate us. He was put under one of our strongest seals, but he escaped and is here to take revenge on me." Zazie replied, looking at Naruto. "Yeah, it is," he said, "but this time I will kill him. I won't let him hurt my precious people." Zazie asked. Naruto nodded and Zazie smiled. She leaned in and captured his lips. Naruto was once again caught off but didn't mind it. As they pulled away from each other, he gave her a smile. "Give me a warning next time," he said with a laugh. "You can't just kiss me." "Whenever you like," Zazie said with a pouting. Naruto smiled and pulled her close. "I know that." She looked at him and smiled. Okay. I take you on a date when we get back, happy?" Naruto said to her. Zazie smiled at this and nodded. "Good." He let go of her and sat up and gave her a serious look. "The Teme is going down." Next day, Naruto had sent Zazie to bed a few minutes later so he could set up barrier tags all around camp. After he made sure everything was in place and that the battle wouldn't affect the girls in any way, he finally went to sleep. He woke up a few hours later to the smell of cooking. He noticed that he was starving. He hadn't eaten in a day and a half. He got up and headed towards the smell. He woke up to the sight of the class preparing breakfast, and as he watched everyone having fun, he couldn't help but smile. They were a good bunch and he was going to keep them safe from any threat, even if he died in the process. He made sure everyone was having a good time before waving for Zazie to follow him in the forest. Zazie noticed it and complied. Nodoka watched as they left and followed to see what was going on between them. Naruto stood in the trees and let out a strained sigh. He had been worried all night about Ayaka but knew that Sasuke wouldn't do anything to her until they faced each other. Zazie walked up beside him and saw he was in deep thought. She put a reassuring hand on his shoulder and he gave her a small smile. Zazie said, giving him a small smile. "Thanks Zazie," he said, causing the girl to blush a little. Zazie said, giving him a worried look. "I really don't know," Naruto answered and gave a sad sigh. He knew that Sasuke would use Ayaka to keep him from attack and he knew he would comply. He was stuck and couldn't think of what to do. Zazie looked at him and saw his worry. She unwrapped her neck and pointed to her tattoo. She said with certainty. "Thanks Zazie," he said with a smile. Zazie asked him. Naruto smiled and leaned in, whispering something into her ear. Zazie blushed at this but listened carefully. As he pulled back, Zazie pulled him close and kissed him again. She couldn't help herself, she wanted to taste him. Naruto kissed her back. As they shared this moment together, they failed to notice Nodoka watching them. Nodoka watched them kiss and felt her heart break. She stood frozen in place, and she saw her love kissing another. She couldn't take it, he was lost to her. All she wanted to do was run away and cry, but she didn't want to alert the pair. She waited for them to leave before running deeper into the forest to cry. Ayaka couldn't feel her wrist as they waited for Naruto to show up. She watched her capture with hatred. He was a vile person who didn't care for anyone but himself. He was the complete opposite of Naruto. Naruto was caring, funny, clumsy, but he always cared for others no matter what. He would put his life on the line for others. Sasuke, on the other hand, was wanting nothing more than revenge. He was cold, uncaring and most of all arrogant. "His not coming," Ayaka said as she watched Sasuke look around for Naruto. She thought that he would put the safety of the others over herself. Sasuke looked at her for a moment then laughed. "Trust me, the Dobi will be here," he said, and soon a rustling could be heard from the tree line across the way. Naruto came walking out. He looked to be fully healed and ready to go. "Hello Dobi, glad you could join us," Sasuke said sarcastically and stared at his hated foe. Naruto looked at Sasuke and gave him an angry look. "I'm the one you want, let the girl go," Naruto said. "I'm sorry but I cannot," Sasuke said as he drew his sword. "She is here to make sure you don't run off." "I never run," Naruto said and drew his scythe. Sasuke smiled at this and attacked. Naruto blocked his sword strike and counter with a punch to the chest, which Sasuke dodged. Naruto brought his scythe into an upward slash followed by a kick. Sasuke dodged the slash and used the kick to throw Naruto off balance. He tried to punch Naruto in the side only to have his fist connect with the scythe pull. Naruto was pushed back by this, but the attack hurt Sasuke more. As Sasuke continued to attack, he began to move faster and faster. Naruto in turn speed up as well. Soon they became a blur of colors. They disengaged each other for a moment before attacking again. Sasuke was getting tired of this combat, knowing that they were to evenly match. He jumped back and went through a few hand signs. "Kaden. Giant fireball," he shouted and sent a huge ball of fire from his mouth at Naruto. Naruto dodged to the side and was doing his own set of hand signs. "Futon. Wind blades," he shouted and sent the invisible blades of winds at Sasuke. Sasuke counter with Kaden. "Fire bullets," he sent 5 medium-sized fireballs at Naruto, which were cut in half by the wind blades. As the attacks cancelled each other out, Naruto created a few cage bushes and set them after Sasuke. Sasuke fought the clones while Naruto raced towards Ayaka. Sasuke saw this and quickly detached the clones and ran after Naruto. Naruto was nearly to Ayaka when Sasuke knocked him to the side. He stood in front of his captive and smiled, looking over at Naruto. "That won't do," Sasuke said and made a few hand signs, causing the ropes that bound Ayaka to tighten. Ayaka felt her breath leave her body and was having further trouble breathing. "If you want her to survive, I advise you not to try that again," Sasuke said before stopping the ropes. Naruto looked upon him with anger and attack. Sasuke smiled, getting exactly what he wanted. An angry Naruto. Naruto attacked wildly and Sasuke easily dodged these attacks. Naruto pressed his attack but nothing seemed to land. Sasuke, seeing opening, attacked by punching Naruto in the face. Naruto fell back and continued his attack. Ayaka watched as Naruto was blinded with anger and made stupid mistakes, but she also noticed that he seemed to hiding something. He was pushing Sasuke further and further from where she was tied. She suddenly heard someone whisper, "Anata no Maho o Hirageru. Kyasuda, spread you magic. Caster." and saw Zazie land in front of her wearing her stage outfit from the Nightmare Circus, but the big thing that stood out to Ayaka was the large 10-tailed fox on her neck. Zazie gave her a smile before summoning a kunai out of the air, cutting her from her ropes. Zazie looked at Ayaka and pointed towards the tree line. Ayaka understood what Zazie wanted and ran. Zazie watched as Ayaka fled towards the trees and turned her attention to the two combatants. She pointed 2 fingers at Sasuke and said. A bolt of pale blue lighting shot out of her fingertips and towards Sasuke. Naruto jumped back when he heard Zazie say the Hado. Sasuke's only warning was when the attack was speeding towards him. He dodged out of the way and looked to see who launched the attack. He saw a girl wearing a weird but sexy jester outfit, and it was the one who he killed earlier. He then noticed the golden fox on her neck. So you formed a pact, Sasuke said, looking at Zazie with disgust. Naruto didn't answer and pressed his attack, but he suddenly jumped out of the way so that another bolt of lightning was shot at Sasuke. Soon Naruto and Zazie were comboing their attacks. He would press Sasuke with taijutsu and weapons, and Zazie launched. He silent kiddos. Sasuke soon saw that he was at a disadvantage but continued to try and kill Naruto, but every time he got close the damn girl would send a spell at him. He never heard a word come from her mouth, so he couldn't tell where she was going to fire from next. He waited for the next strike only to have Naruto come up and try to take his head off. Damn it, Sasuke said as he ducked to dodge the strike only to be kicked in the face. He rolled on the ground and got up. He looked to see if he had his trump card still in play and saw Ayaka was gone. Damn, he said and began to go through some hand signs. Kaden. Extreme fire wave. He shouted, and out of his mouth came 10-foot-tall wave of fire. He sent it towards Naruto and Zazie. Naruto watched as the wave of fire came towards him and did the only thing he could think of to stop it. Sweden. Water wall. He shouted and created a huge wall of water. Zazie watched this and did the same. As the two attacks battle against each other, the fire lost, causing the water to turn to steam. Futon. Great breakthrough, Naruto said and pushed the steam away. He and Zazie looked around for Sasuke and saw that he had run. Damn him, Naruto thought as he looked around the battlefield. There were craters everywhere and the tree line was pushed back a few feet in some places. Ayaka. Naruto shouted and looked around for her. Ayaka heard her name and peeked out from her hiding spot to see Naruto and Zazie standing a few feet away. She got up and ran towards them. She reached them and wrapped herself around Naruto and started to cry. I was so scared, she said through her tears as Naruto put his arm around her trying to keep her calm. Zazie watched with a hint of jealousy, but it quickly went away and was replaced with concern for her friend. Ayaka stayed in Naruto's arms for a few minutes before she felt safe. Naruto looked at her and was glad she was okay. You ready to go? He asked her and Ayaka nodded. Naruto started to walk back towards his campsite with both Zazie and Ayaka in tow, but the funny thing was Ayaka would let go of his arm. As they walked towards camp, they didn't notice a specter watching their every move. Nodoka watched them leave and was shocked by what she had watched. Naruto had done things no human could do, and Zazie as well. She watched them save Ayaka and began to wonder who or what Naruto was. She wanted to know, but also she wanted to know how she could be like Zazie so she could be with Naruto. I will keep trying, she said to herself as she filled with confidence. Naruto, Zazie, and Ayaka walked into camp and into the arms of their worried peers. As they walked up, Ayaka held her arm in pain and gave Naruto a dirty look. Flashback: before arriving at camp, Naruto stopped and sighed. He remembered what he told the class, and if Ayaka came back without some form on injury, they would get suspicious. Hey Ayaka, can you stop for a minute? Naruto said and watched her comply. Ayaka looked at Naruto wondering what he wanted. Yes Naruto. I apologizing in advance for this, but we need to keep our stories the same, he said to her. Ayaka looked at him confused but suddenly understood when he grabbed her arm and put some pressure. A loud snap rang out and Ayaka tried to scream out in pain, but Zazie came over and covered her mouth. Ayaka looked at Naruto with a murderous glare before saying, why in the name of Kami did you do that? She tried to hit him but she was in too much pain. I told everyone you had gotten hurt in the fall, and so I need to make you hurt, he said to her, and that was the fastest way. End of flashback. Ayaka knew that he was right, but he could have broken her arm a little more gently. Fortunately,
She did not have time to think about it as the others rushed her over to Shizuna. Naruto watched as the rest of the class fawned over their hurt friend and smiled. He had saved
her, but Sasuke had gotten away, and one thing Naruto knew about Sasuke is he didn't give up ever. This is going to get dangerous, he said to himself before heading towards his tent to take a well-deserved nap.
SB. Nodoka sat by her friends and watched Naruto. He was hanging towards the back as everyone was fawning over Ayaka. She
wondered what he was planning, but she was wondering what she would do to get him to notice her. Yu saw her friend in deep thought and looking at Naruto. She wondered what Nodoka was thinking and what she could do to help her friend. "Hey Nodoka, are you okay?" Yu asked Nodoka, who jumped at the sudden question. I'm fine," Nodoka said as she turned to look at her friend, as she held back her tears. Yu gave her an exasperated look and replied, "No you're not."
Nodoka looked at her friend and started to cry. "I saw Zazie kissing him," she said, and Yu pulled her into a hug. Nodoka cried silently
into her friends. Her heart was in so much pain. Yu stroked her hair and waited for her to calm down. Nodoka cried for a few more minutes before calming down. Yu looked at her friend and said, "What happened?" Nodoka proceeded to tell Yu what had happened but left out the rescue of Ayaka. Yu nodded as she listened to Nodoka's story and felt bad for her friend, but as she listened, she felt a glimmer of hope for her. So it was Zazie who kissed Naruto and not the other way around? Yu asked, making sure her assessment was right. Nodoka just nodded and Yu smiled. "Then you still have a chance," Yu said as Nodoka looked at her with a confused look on her face. Yu looked at her friend and shook her head before explaining it to her friend. Zazie was the one who kissed Naruto, not the other way around, which means she likes him, but he has yet to give her an answer. Nodoka looked at Yu with joy. She still had a chance. Yu was happy she could help her friend and leaned in close. "Now hear what we are going to do." SB Ayaka lay in the tent the other had prepared for her and grumbled. "Stupid Naruto," she mumbled to herself as she lay on her sleeping bag. She was glad to be safe but would have rather he had not broken her arm. As she lay there, she thought back to battle and wondered what else Naruto was hiding. He was a Shinigami's soul reaper, someone who took people's soul, yet he wasn't a bad person like all the legends and stories say. "Well, his is different," she said and began to list off all high straight in her head. "He is nice, caring, smart, funny, strong, handsome." Wait, what? She stopped herself. Did I just call him handsome? Why did I call him handsome? As she mentally debated with herself, Naruto had entered the tent and was now standing over her. "Ayaka," he said to get the girl attention, but she seemed to notice. "Earth to Ayaka?" Ayaka heard this and looked up to see the person who occupied her thoughts standing over her. She blushed and tried to hide it. "What do you want?" she said, trying to sound mad. "Just wondering if you were okay after all that happened?" he asked her as he sat down, his voice filled with concern. "Yeah, I think," she responded, not sure of herself. Naruto looked at her and said, "You want to talk about it?" Ayaka was about to say no, but stopped herself. She really wanted to talk about what had happened and Naruto was the best person to talk to. She just nodded and Naruto started to make himself comfortable. Ayaka looked at him and smiled a little. He was a good person, always wanting to help even if he did like to destroy others' property while doing it. "I was scared," she finally said as she remembered what happened. "I was tied up and helpless. I couldn't stop him if he wanted to rape me," she said as her eyes began to tear up. "I thought I never get to see anyone I cared for again. I was so scared." She cried and Naruto wrapped her up in his arm, letting her cry it out. Once again, he knew it was his fault that he let her be taken and he was making damn sure it wouldn't happen again. Ayaka cried for a few more minutes before speaking again. "When we were waiting for you to show, I thought you would not going to show. I thought you would put the safety of the others before me, but when you walked out of the woods I was so happy." Naruto looked down at the crying girl and smiled at her. "I never leave a precious person behind," he said to her. "I am precious person," Ayaka said with a bit of surprise. "Of course you are," Naruto replied as if she was being dumb. "You, Zazie, Nodoka and everyone in the class are precious to me. When I first took this job I thought I was going to hate it, but after spending time with you I came to realize I am happy to be here." "Thank you," Ayaka said and hugged him back. "You welcome," he answered her and stroked her hair. SB As the sun rose on the next day, Naruto got out of his tent and stretched. Everyone was safe and happy. Also, he did not have anyone trying to kill him at the time. He headed down to the lake and let the morning breeze flow across his skin. He knew that today was going to be a good day. He didn't notice his favorite acrobat getting up. Zazie noticed him standing near the edge of the lake and walked over to him. She tapped him on the shoulder and he jumped, falling
into the lake. Cold, he shouted as he jumped out of the lake and back onto the shore. All the while Zazie just stood there giggling. Naruto stuck his tongue out at her and got off the ground.
Zazie said with a giggle. "Glad you enjoyed it," Naruto said, then gave her an evil smile. Zazie saw this and tried to get away, but Naruto already had her in his arms, running towards the water.
"Banzai!" Naruto shouted and jumped while Zazie let out a silent scream. Soon a splash of water and laughter filled the air. Zazie swam to the surface and gave Naruto a dirty look.
Zazie said as she saw Naruto next to her. Naruto laughed and smiled, just enjoying the moment. "Beautiful," he said, causing Zazie to blush. Zazie swam close to him and pulled him into a kiss. He smiled and kissed back as they floated in the water in each other's arms. It was later in the day after the swimming kiss, and Yu was putting her Get Nodoka with Naruto plan into action. Step 1: Get Naruto to notice Nodoka and no one else. She and Haruna had gotten Nodoka into a bikini that showed a lot of silky skin. Nodoka wore a light jacket to cover her body and looked at her friend with confusion. "Are you sure this is going to work?" she asked them, as she tried to pull the jacket down lower. Haruna smiled and gave her thumbs up. Of course, no man can resist hot girls in a bikini. Nodoka nodded but didn't take off the jacket, and the trio headed down towards the lake. They reached the lake to see most of the class in bikinis as well. The ones who stood out the most were Mana and Kid, which made Nodoka look at herself with sadness.
Yu saw this and looked at Nodoka. "It's fine," she reassured her friend as she looked around the shore for Naruto. She saw him sitting on the dock with Zazie and a few others. He was wearing a pair of black and orange board shorts, while Zazie was wearing a silver two-piece with 10-tailed fox design. Nodoka and her friends walked over to the docks. Nodoka was getting very nervous with each passing steps. As they walked, they noticed Naruto performing tricks of the docks. He jumped high in the air and flipped 3 times before entering the water in a perfect dive. They watched and Nodoka drooled as he came out of the water. They watched the water run down his toned body, and with the light reflecting on the droplets it made him glow like a god. Nodoka just stood there in a daze for several minutes watching her crush. Yu waved her hand in Nodoka's face to see if she was in there, but sadly, she was not. "She out of it," Yu said sadly, and they pulled the dazed girl towards her crush. Naruto and Zazie were enjoying their time at the lake. They were having a contest to see who could do the better tricks. So far they were dead even, and both were not giving up. Zazie looked at Naruto and smiled. She walked to the beginning on the dock and then started to run. As she ran, she started to add a front handspring to it. She reached the edge of the dock and launched herself high in the air. She flipped once before coming into a tight spin. She backed, flipped, and straightened out, going into the water with a little splash. Naruto sighed as he watched this. "Damn," he said to himself. Zazie got out of the water and Naruto blushed as he watched the water run down her lovely body. Zazie said with a small smile, and Naruto just sighed. "You win," he said, and Zazie smiled and sat down at the edge. She patted the area beside her and Naruto sat down next to her. Zazie looked at him and said, "You're the winner," he said. "I have to do anything you want when we get back to Mahora." Zazie smiled and said, "Great," Naruto said to himself as he dreaded what Zazie wanted from him when they got back. As they talked, the sound of footsteps filled the air and Naruto turned to see the library trio walking towards them. Yu and Haruna seemed to be dragging a dazed Nodoka over to them. Zazie watched this and frowned. She knew Nodoka had a crush on Naruto from her observation from class. She looked at Naruto and wanted him all to herself. As she thought about it, a plan formed in her mind. Nodoka was finally coming out of her daze when she noticed that they were near Naruto. She looked at his scared chest and fought back a large nosebleed. Naruto turned to look at her and smiled. "Hi," he said with a smile, causing Nodoka to melt and Yu to smile a bit. "Hi Naruto," Nodoka said, hiding her face behind her hair. Yu looked at her friend and inwardly sighed. She needs to be more aggressive, Yu thought, and quickly formed a plan to get Nodoka alone with the blonde. Haruna looked at Yu and saw the wheels in her mind turning, so she decided to run.
Interference while she waited for a plan. So Naruto, how are you enjoying the trip? Haruna asked, hoping that you would come up with something soon.
It's been good, he said as he looked out at the water, a few bumps in the beginning but it going good now. That's great, Haruna said and continued the small talk, all the while Nodoka stood in the back too scared to get close.
What's wrong with me? She thought to herself. Back at the Mahora she had approached him before, but she could do it now. Yu finished her thinking and smiled. I am sorry Nodoka, Yu said and pretended to trip over her feet, knocking Nodoka in the water. Nodoka wasn't prepared for this and hit the water. As she struggled to get to the surface, Naruto had already jumped in to help her. As he reached her and pulled her up, she couldn't help the blush coming onto her face. He was always there to help her. Are you okay? He asked with concern in his voice. Nodoka, not trusting her voice, simply nodded. They reached the dock and he let her get up first before he got on. Nodoka was complete soaked and her white jacket hugged her skin, revealing her bikini. Naruto saw this and blushed. Yu noticed this and decided to take advantage. She walked over to Nodoka and whispered in her ear. Nodoka blushed as she listened to her friend. Yu stood up, walked over to Naruto, and started a small conversation, drawing attention away from her friend. Nodoka was watching this and saw Zazie watching her. Nodoka, not wanting to lose Naruto to her, slowly unzipped her jacket and took it off. She let it fall to the ground and walked slowly over to Naruto. She moved her hair from her face and tapped him on the shoulder. He turned beet red when he saw the beauty standing before him. She was wearing baby blue bikini that showed off her features well. She has a great body, Naruto thought as he looked at her. Nodoka was looking at Naruto and could see the blush on his face. She blushed as well and a silence fell between them. Yu sighed, walked behind her friend and gave her a small nudge. She fell into Naruto, who fell into the water with her on top of him. As they swam to the surface, Nodoka couldn't help her blush. Naruto, on the other hand, had gotten all hot and bothered. Therefore, he decided to stay in the water, not wanting the girls to see him in that state. Nodoka had gotten out of the water and noticed that Naruto was getting out.
She leaned down. Naruto got a good view of her cleavage and sank deeper in the water. Are you okay? She asked him, and all he did was nod. Zazie watched this, was also wondering what was wrong with
Naruto, and leaned down as well, causing Naruto to blush harder and sink deep into the water. Zazie asked with concern. Just want to take a swim, he said quickly and swam as fast as her could from the dock. Nodoka watched this with confusion while Zazie smiled. She knew what was wrong with Naruto once she saw her face. Yu also knew what was wrong with Naruto and was happy for her friend. If she can do that to him, then she has a chance, Yu said as she watched the blonde swim to the other side of the lake at amazing speeds. Naruto sat by the campfire and sighed. These damn girl are getting me all hot, he muttered to himself as he watched Nodoka and Zazie making dinner. He watched the girls and tried not to let his mind wander to him doing naughty things to him. Damn Ero Sennin, he muttered and turned away. Zazie watched this and smiled, a plan forming in her mind. As the night went on, she decided to put her plan in action. She sat down next to Naruto and leaned into him. Naruto blushed and froze. Zazie, what are you doing? He said. Zazie replied, and Naruto was crying on the inside. What do you mean that you're tired? He pleaded as Zazie looked up at him. Zazie said with a pout. No, he said, and she smiled. Zazie smiled and wrapped her arms around him. Everyone watched this and was surprised of how bold Zazie was being. Nodoka watched this with envy. Yu looked at her friend and nudged her point to Naruto's other side. Nodoka blushed and shook her head. No. You're going to lose him to her if you don't do anything, Yu said to her friend, and Nodoka was silent. She could argue with her line of thinking and just nodded. She stood up, sat down next to him, and did the same as Zazie. Naruto felt her next to her and tried not to blush. Oh, crap. Stay down, he pleaded as his body reacted to these. Zazie saw that Naruto was trying to keep himself in control and decided to take it up a notch. She wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled close to him. Naruto was so red that he couldn't do anything. Everyone watched this as with interest. Zazie, the silent one, was snuggling close to Naruto, and so was the bookworm. This was not happening. They expected this from Kid and Haruna, but these two did not do this kind of things ever. Wow, was all Chisame could say as she watched the scene. Naruto looked at the girls and was lost in the bliss of being near them. It was finally time to head back to Mahora and everyone was ready to go. Naruto had to admit it started out crappy but turned out okay. It had started out good then went downhill when Sasuke showed up, but after that, it turned out great. He had made a pact with a beautiful girl, saved another beautiful girl, and became rather close to yet another beautiful girl. Overall, he says it was a shaming success. Zazie smiled as she watched Naruto help load the bus for the ride back to school. She was quite happy with the trip. She had gotten closer to Naruto than any other girl had, and he even made a pact with her. She touched her neck and smiled as she felt the warmth. The coming from the tattoo. She couldn't wait to head back to Mahora and go on the date he had promised her. She remembered the promise that he made to her at the dock and was planning to use it to get very close to Naruto. Nodoka sat by her friends and couldn't help but smile. She had gotten closer to Naruto and she was hoping to get closer to him. Yu was happy for her friend and was already planning on get her closer to her crush. Ayaka stood with her arm in a sling. She was happy to be heading home but was kinda sad to leave. She had gotten to know Naruto better and wanted to get to know him more. He had saved her from Sasuke and was always concerned with her well-being. She watched him work and blushed. She was going to get to know him very well indeed. It had been a few days and Naruto was happy to be in a bed again. As he opened his eyes, he noticed something close to him. He turned and saw Nodoka lying next to him. It had become a recurring thing ever since the trip. Flashback on the first night after the trip. Naruto was happy to be back in the room. He had gotten ready for bed and was now shirtless with pajama pants on. As he laid down to rest, he did not notice the girls watching him. Yu made sure that he was asleep before addressing Nodoka. "He right there, you need to make your move." Nodoka just blushed and shook her head. Yu face panned and tried to think of a way to get Nodoka out of her shell. "If you don't do this then no new books for a month," Yu said as she watched the horror shriek across her face. "You wouldn't," Nodoka said with shock. "Try me," Yu replied and pushed Nodoka towards the blonde. Nodoka tripped on her feet and fell, but Naruto was already fast asleep. She turned her head back towards her friends and they gave her the backhand wave. Nodoka sighed and quietly walked over to Naruto. She watched him sleep and blushed deeply. He looked so peaceful to her. Naruto's arm was hanging off the side of his bed and as he turned he pulled Nodoka down on top of him. He felt her but, he pulled her close to him as he locked his arms around her. Nodoka blushed deeply and made a small attempt to escape but to no avail. Therefore, with a smile she resigned herself to her fate. End of flashback. After that night she had willing snuck over to Naruto's bed and laid down. Naruto sighed as he looked at the sleeping girl next to him. She looked so peaceful and he couldn't deny that he was attracted to her. So he just laid back down and watched her sleep. Nodoka felt the sun hit her face and woke up slowly. As she came to, she noticed her favorite blonde lying next to her. She blushed but was happy that he was there. She looked at him and saw that he was awake. She was as red as a tomato. Was he watching me sleep? She thought as she looked into his eyes. He looked back at her and smiled. He leaned in close and said, "You are very cute when you sleep." Nodoka's brain overloaded at the comment and she proceeds to pass out from happiness. Naruto smiled at this and kissed her on the forehead before getting out of the bed. Naruto walked into the headmaster office with a smile. It had been a good morning for him and he felt it was going to be a good day. "Naruto, how are you?" Kano said as Naruto sat down in front of him. Naruto smiled and replied, "I am doing great, and the trip was a great success." Kano nodded and smiled. "I am glad you and the class enjoyed it," he said but paused for a moment before giving Naruto a serious expression, "but I would like to talk about the kidnapping incident." Naruto sighed inwardly and proceeded to explain what had transpired. Kano listened intently to what the young blonde was saying. He was worried at first but as he listened to the blonde's tale he knew that he made the right decision by hiring him. Naruto finished the story and waited for Kano to respond. Kano was quiet for a moment before speaking. "I am glad the matter was resolved," he said with a smile. "Now then, what do you think of my granddaughter?" Naruto looked at Kano and face panned. "I'm going now." But, Kano tried to stop him but Naruto didn't pay him any mind. As he exited the office, he felt someone try to grab him from behind. His reflexes kicked in and as the person grabbed for him he ducked. Then grabbed the attacker's arm and flipped them into a wall. As he looked to see who his attacker was, he felt a familiar presence near him. Chachimaru, he said as he turned to look at her. Chachimaru stood there and gave him a small smile, a touch of red on her cheek. Hello Naruto, she said as she tried to hide her blush, how have you been? Doing great, just dodged another feeding frenzy, he said with a laugh. Chachimaru looked at him confused and asked, what makes you say that? He looked at her and laughed to himself. If you're here, then the one lying at the base of the wall was Evangeline, he stated. Chachimaru simply nodded and Naruto started to walk away. She watched him and took as many pictures as she could. While he was away on the trip, she had been thinking about what had transpired in the forest before he had left. He had hugged her and kissed her on the cheek, and then she kissed him on the mouth. She had run away before he could say or do anything, so she had no idea what had happened next. As she picked up her unconscious master, she began to plan to get closer to the blonde. Not just for her master but for herself as well. SB Ayaka walked into the classroom and sat down. It had been a few days since the camping trip and class was back in session. She was quite happy to be back and was looking forward to spending time with a certain someone. Ever since they had gotten back, she hadn't managed to get closer to Naruto and was deeply frustrated. Why is one blonde so hard to find? She thought to herself as she waited for the others to get to class. Soon everyone came walking in and Negi was close behind. Negi had heard about the trip and was glad everyone had fun. He looked at Ayaka and hoped she had gotten closer to Naruto. He walked over to her and smiled. How are you today, Ayaka? He asked her with a smile. Ayaka looked at the younger boy and smiled. I'm doing fine, she replied with a smile. All the while, she watched the door out of the corner of her eye. That's great, Negi said. So how was the camping trip? Nodoka was silent for a moment as a small blush spread across her face. It was fun, she said. Well, I'm glad you had fun, he said. Yeah, she replied when she saw Naruto walk through the door. She turned to Negi and said, nice talking to you, sensei.
She got up and walked over to Naruto. Morning Naruto, she said with a smile.
He smiled at her and replied, I doing well. That's great, she said with a smile. She looked him in the eyes and blushed. Would you like to hang out later? Naruto was caught off guard by this but simply shrugged it off. Sure, I'm game, he said to her, making Ayaka smile. The bell rang and she said, I see you after class. It's a date, he said and walked towards his chair by the window. What he didn't notice was the way Ayaka acted at those words. A date, she mumbled and walked in a daze back to her seat. SB as the school day ended, Ayaka found Naruto standing by the fountain in the quad. He seemed at peace to her. She walked over to him and stood beside him. Hi, she said, pulling him out of his musing. Hey, he replied as he turned to look at her. He looked at her and tried not to blush. She was beautiful, the way her long blonde hair fell over her lovely form. Ayaka saw that he was staring and blushed. She turned to him and said, Are we going somewhere or are you going to just stare? Naruto smiled at her and said, Of course we are. Good, let's go, she said and pulled him along. They headed down the street until Ayaka stopped in front of a small restaurant. Naruto looked the place over and saw that it served French cuisine. Come on, Ayaka said and entered the restaurant with Naruto close behind. They waited for a waiter to seat them, all the while an uncomfortable silence settled between them. Ayaka looked at Naruto and tried to say something but her voice wasn't working. Why can't I say anything? She mentally yelled at herself. She wanted to get to know Naruto, but here she was standing next to him. Like a timid rabbit. She was Ayaka Yukihiro. She could bring entire companies to their knees. She could talk to a boy. She was about to say something when Naruto said, So where did you find this place? Ayaka was glad he started the conversation and replied, I found it last year before Negi became our teacher. That's cool, Naruto replied, and they once again settled into the silence. A waiter came up and led them to a private booth. As they looked over the menus, Ayaka was trying to think of something to say to him once again. So how have you been? She finally said as she looked at him over her menu.
Naruto didn't look up from his menu and replied, I doing fine.
That's nice, she said as the silence once again settled between them. She watched him as they ordered their food and couldn't help but think what had happened in his life. After what happened on the trip, she knew that all the scars had very sad stories to go along with them.
Yet she couldn't bring herself to say anything to him.
Naruto was getting tired of all the silence between them, and as they waited for their food he said, "Is there something bothering you?" Ayaka looked at him and tried to wave it off. "Of course not," she replied, and she turned her head so he could look her in the eye.
"Yes there is," he stated, not liking how she dodged the question. Ayaka saw that she couldn't get him to drop it and sighed in defeat. She began but fell silent soon after. Naruto watched the girl closely and could see that she wanted to ask something but was too afraid to say anything. He shook his head and sighed. "It's okay, I won't get mad at you." "Really?" Ayaka said quietly and watched as smiled at her.
"Of course not, I can't get mad at a beautiful girl like you," he said, causing Ayaka to blush. Ayaka, satisfied with this answer, was silent for a moment. She looked at him then asked, "What are you exactly?"
Naruto was looking at the girl and laughed. "That's what you wanted to know," he said as he tried to stop laughing. Ayaka looked at him with anger but kept herself calm. "Yes it is." "Why?" Naruto asked her, wondering her motivation behind the question.
Ayaka was quiet for a few minutes before answering. "When I was captured by Sasuke, he showed me the battle that you and 9 others defeat him in," she said. "I have never seen anyone able to do that, so I wonder what are you?" Naruto could tell that she was sincere in her questioning. She really wanted to know what he was. He smiled at her and said, "Okay, I tell you." Ayaka looked at him thinking he would have told her no. "Really?" she said. "Yes, really," he said with a chuckle. "I am what you call a Shinigami, a soul reaper if you will. It is my job to collect dead souls and send them to the proper resting place." He then proceeded to explain everything he thought she needed to know. She would ask a question every now and again, but she mostly just listened. She was fascinated by his explanation. She never thought that there were people like Naruto going out into the world and helping souls. She watched as he explained and couldn't help but be glad that he was the one there for them. As they talked, their food came and went. Soon they were out the door and headed back to the dorms. Ayaka stood next to him as they walked with a slight blush on her face. "So is there anything else you would like to know?" he asked her as they walked. She thought for a moment before answering, "Not really." Naruto nodded and they walked in silence. They reached the dorms and Naruto walked her to her room. "Have a great night," he said to her and turned to leave when she grabbed her arm. "Wait," she said as Naruto turned to face her. "Yes?" he asked. She looked at him and blushed. "I was wondering if you would move back in with me," she said, catching Naruto off guard. "I was wrong earlier for kicking you out." Naruto stood in front of her in silence. Damn, he thought to himself. He was quite happy in his current residence but didn't know what to say to Ayaka. He kissed her on the cheek and smiled, "Let me sleep on it." Ayaka didn't hear him, stunned that he kissed her on the cheek. She stood outside her door frozen as Naruto walked away. SB Zazie watched Naruto from her desk and smiled. She couldn't wait to get him alone and make him hers. She was happy that she was the one that was closest to him. As she watched, she noticed 3 others looking at him. He already suspected Nadoka and Ayaka, but Chachamaru was new to her. She frowned as she watched her rivals look at her fox, she thought, and couldn't wait till the end of class. Naruto was not really paying attention to anyone as he debated within himself. Ayaka asked him to move back in with her last night, but he was currently rooming with Nadoka. As he debated with himself, he felt the pull of his pact. He turned towards Zazie and saw that she was looking at him. He could see in her eyes the longing. He smiled to himself and waited for class to end. As the bell rang, Naruto waited for everyone to leave and he appeared next to Zazie. He pulled her close and whispered in her ear, "Miss me?" Zazie wrapped her arms around his neck and leaned into him, answering. "Really now," he said with a smile, "then shall we go?" Zazie nodded and they walked out of the room. Naruto led her to the base of the world tree only for him to pick her up bridal style and carry her to the top branches. She blushed as she was carried in. Leaned her head against his chest. To her this was heaven. They were together and that what mattered, once they reached their destination. Naruto tried to put Zazie down but she wouldn't have it. She wrapped her arms around his neck and wouldn't let go. Naruto sighed in defeat and sat down with his back against the trunk of the tree. He formed a quick cage cushion and had to go get the picnic he made via another clone. The clone saluted and headed on its way, leaving the two alone. They sat and watched the day pass. Zazie looked at her Naruto and smiled. This is what she wanted. "Enjoying yourself?" he asked her as they sat there. Zazie looked at him and smiled, she replied.
That's great, he said to her and saw that the food had arrived. He was handed a basket and the clone dispelled. Zazie looked at basket in wonder and watched as Naruto pulled out an assortment of sandwiches and other foods.
She looked at the food and took a sandwich. She took a smile bite and her face lit up in pure joy, she stated and finished the sandwich.
Naruto smiled and picked up one. Glad you like it, he said and started to bring the sandwich to his mouth when Zazie stopped him.
She said with a sultry smile. She took the sandwich out of his hand and broke off a small piece, she commanded. Naruto complied and she fed the piece to him. Naruto smiled and noticed a little piece of the sandwich on her finger, so he leaned in and licked it off. Zazie blushed at this and Naruto took another sandwich and broke a piece off. Your turn, he said with a smile. They fed each other all the food and after everything was gone Zazie leaned in and kissed back and pulled her close. As the sun set Zazie was happily lying in Naruto's arms around her. She broke the kiss and said. Always, he said and kissed her. She smiled and broke the kiss, she said. Naruto kissed her once more and they stayed in each other's arm for a few more minutes before they proceed back to the dorms. They
walked hand in hand but soon detangled as they neared their destination. Naruto smiled as he walked Zazie to her door.
I see you later, he said and turned to leave but Zazie stopped him, she said. Yeah, he replied. She looked at him and smiled.
Yeah, I always keep my promises, he said and Zazie smiled grew. She said to him making Naruto nervous.
And that is? He asked afraid of her answer, she said and pulled him into a kiss before going in her room. Naruto stood outside the door shocked. I am so screwed, he said and walked back to his room. Naruto entered his room and sighed. He didn't know what he was going to do. Ayaka and Zazie both asked him to move in with them. He knew he would have to make a decision about this. He was happy rooming with Nodoka and the others but he did promise Zazie. He just sighed to himself and walked over to his clothes and began to pack. Nodoka saw this and walked over to him. Wondering what was going on. Naruto, why are you packing? She asked. I tell you in the morning, Naruto said brushing off the question. Nodoka tried to get it out of him but he simply ignored her. As the night wore on Nodoka became increasing worried about what was going on. As she sat on her bed waiting for Naruto to fall asleep she didn't notice him walk into the room and look at her. Hey, he called making the blue-haired girl jump a little. Why, yes? She stammered. You coming or not? He asked her. She gave him a puzzled look and he just sighed. He walked over to her, picked her up off the bed, and headed towards his. Nodoka shocked by this and just let him lay her down on the bed. He got in and wrapped his arms around her pulling her close. That's better, he said and turned to fall asleep. Nodoka just nodded and then she heard him murmur, I going to miss this. She was about to ask what he meant but he was already asleep. She pulled him closer to her and hoped that this wasn't going to end. As the sun came through the window Naruto didn't want to get up. He wasn't looking forward to telling Nodoka that he was moving out. He was getting very comfortable around her and didn't want it to end but he did promise Zazie. Therefore, with a heavy heart he got out of bed and finished packing his things. Nodoka woke up slowly and noticed that her big strong teddy bear was not there with her. She sat up and saw him packing all his things. What's going on? She said to him with worry. Naruto turned to her and she could look and see the sadness in his eyes. I'm moving out, he stated and went back to packing. Why? Nodoka asked trying not to cry. Naruto didn't answer and kept on packing. I'm sorry, he said and left the room with bags in hand. Nodoka began to cry but ran after him. She saw him walk towards the school building and promised herself that she would find out why he was leaving. Naruto sat by his window and sighed. He did not have a good morning. He had left Nodoka without telling her why he was leaving. As the class came in, he noticed that Nodoka was walking over to him with a determined look on her face. Oh crap! Naruto thought as Nodoka confronted him. Why are you moving out? She demanded loud enough for everyone to hear. Before Naruto tried to explain Ayaka walked over and butted in. He moving back in with me, she said. She thought he was moving back in with her. Again Naruto opened his mouth to say something when Zazie butted in. She said to other girls with a big grin. No, he is staying with me, Nodoka said and pulled Naruto close to her. He was then pulled towards Ayaka. No, he's staying with me, she shouted. Zazie pulled Naruto to her and locked her arms around him. She said only for the other girl to try to get Naruto from her. Soon Naruto was being pulled in 3 different directions. He tried to escape, but he couldn't get his hands together to pull off any justice. As this was going on, the rest of the class watched in awe. Asakura had her camera out and was taking as many pictures as possible to put in the paper. The 3 girls shocked Asuna and Negi. They have never seen them act like this ever. Kano walked into the class and watched what was going on. He chuckled to himself and thought that Naruto was a lucky guy. He wanted the fight to continue but came here for important business. "Stop this now," he said in his loudest voice, causing all 3 girls to freeze in their place. He pointed at them and said, "You're 4, follow me now."
They all nodded and proceeded to leave the classroom right behind the headmaster. Everyone was silent for the longest time before Asuna said, "Wow, SB." The girls and Naruto sat in front of Kono's desk in silence. Kono looked at the teens and couldn't help but sigh. It was obvious that Naruto cared for them deeply but couldn't choose between them, and know they all wanted him to room with them, so he was stuck with this problem.
"So let me get this straight, you were fighting over who Naruto was going to room with, correct?" he asked the girls, who simply nodded yes. Turning to look at Naruto, he said, "Did you choose who you want to room with?" Naruto shook his head. No. Kano sighed and rubbed his forehead, when an idea came to mind. "I have a solution," he said, getting their attention. They all looked at him and waited. Kano, glad to see they were paying attention, continued, "All you are going to room together."
There was a few moments of silence before 2 girls said, "What?" and Zazie said.
Meanwhile Naruto listened in a daze. Room with all 3. He was happy yet dreading what was going to happen. As 3 girls tried to talk at once, Kano held up his hand to silence them. "You 3 room together, win him or not room with him at all."
The 3 girls nodded and he smiled. Now that is settled, he turned to Naruto.
Naruto snapped out of his daze and said, "Yes? There is someone here to see you," Kano said with a knowing smile.
"Oh Naruto," a voice said from behind them. Naruto turned and stood there stunned. Mom. Naruto said, causing the 3 girls standing next to him to turn and see whom she was. They watched in wonder as a woman in her late 20s to her earlier 30s walked towards them. She had long silver hair, sticking blue eyes, and a body that could make me drool and women jealous with envy.
"My little boy," she said as she walked over to Naruto.
"Hi Mom," Naruto said with a smile, but was suddenly pulled into a bone-crushing hug. "I miss you so much," she said as her son tried to breathe. "Can't breathe," he stammered as his began to turn blue.
Yami quickly let go of her son and smiled, sorry, force of habit. Naruto sighed, "It's okay," he muttered and again pulled into another hug. Nodoka, Ayaka, and Zazie watched in awe. This woman gave birth to their crush and still looked smoking hot. "Wow," was all Ayaka could say, and the other girls nodded. They watched the mother fuss over her son for a few more minutes. Kano watched this and tried not to laugh at the scene. "Excuse me," he said, trying to get everyone to focus once again. Yami turned to Kano and gave him a serious stare. "I trying to bond with my son," she said as she pulled Naruto close. "I can see that, but," Kano said, but was cut off by Yami. "I haven't seen him in a long time and I want to spend time with him," she said as Naruto began to turn blue again. "Now butt out," she ordered, only to feel Naruto go limp. "My baby," she cried and began to shake him. "Are you sure they're related?" Nodoka said as she saw Yami try to revive her son. Naruto slowly opened his eye and looked around. He saw the white walls and noticed the smell of disinfectant. "Where am I?" he said and looked around. He saw Ayaka sitting next to him. She watched him sit up and smiled. "I am glad you're okay," she said to him. "You passed out at the headmaster's office, so we brought you to the nurse office." "Thanks," Naruto replied and held his head. "I had the weirdest dream." "What happened in your dream?" Ayaka asked him. Naruto looked at her and laughed as he thought about it. "I was dreaming that my mom was here and she was hugging me to death," he said with a laugh. Naruto," Ayaka said, getting his attention. "Yeah?" he asked. She looked at him with a serious look and said, "That wasn't a dream." Naruto looked at Ayaka for a moment. "You're joking, right?" he said, hoping she was just pranking him, but that was soon shattered by the sound of the door opening and someone shouting, "My baby." Naruto was once again being suffocated by his mother as she held him close. He flailed wildly and tapped her hard, trying to make her let go. He can't breathe, Ayaka shouted, causing Yami to let go of her son. Naruto breathed in deeply and was happy for the help. Yami looked at her son sheepishly. Sorry. Naruto looked at his mom and smiled. It's okay, you're just happy to see me. She hugged him once again but didn't crush him. I missed you so much, she said as she held him close. Me too, he said and hugged her back. They broke the hug and smiled at each other. So what brings you here? Naruto asked Yami as he got out of the bed. I can't just come visit my son whenever I want, Yami answered, trying to brush the question off. Mom, Naruto said, trying not to get annoyed. She looked at her son and smiled. I need a vacation, she stated. But what about? Naruto started to say, but Yami cut him off. It's fine, I have my most trusted assistant taking care of things, she said with a smile.
Please don't tell me you just left a note and ran off, Naruto said, but Yami gave him a sheepish smile, causing him to sigh.
In HELL, Helios sat at Yami's desk going through a stack of paperwork. He had arrived there. He had found a note that said, "Gone to visit my little kitsune, be back in a few days." On the bottom was a chibi drawing of Yami blowing him kisses. Why didn't I become a doctor like my mother told me to? He complained and continued his work. Back at Mahora, Naruto and Yami were heading out of the nurse's office and was stopped by Evangeline and Chachimaru. Naruto stopped and looked at the small blonde with contempt. What do you want, chibi? Naruto stated, not in the mood for her attacks. Why you? Evangeline started, only to have Chachimaru put a hand on her shoulder, calming her down. She looked at Naruto and sighed, letting go of her anger. I am here to give you your new room key.
Okay, Naruto said and looked at Chachimaru. Do you have it? He hoped.
Chachimaru shook her head no and pointed at the vampire. Evangeline smiled and opened her hand. You want to come get it, she said.
Well, that's too bad. I just picked the lock, he said and turned to leave when Yami stopped him.
Just take the key, she said to him. But Mom, he started, but Yami stopped him.
No buts, get the key, Yami ordered, and Naruto nodded in defeat.
Naruto turned to face Evangeline and walked over to her slowly. He reached for the key as quickly as possible, only to have Eva close her hand. You're going to have to get closer, she said with a wicked smile. Naruto came closer and reached for the key. As he was about to take it, Evangeline grabbed his arm and bit him. Damn vampire, Naruto said and tried to pry her off. While this was going on, Yami was on the floor laughing her butt off. She knew of Naruto's fear of vampires and could never pass up a chance to watch him get mad. Chachimaru was the only one to notice the laughing woman and walked over. Hello, my name is Chachimaru and you are? She asked Yami. Oh, Yami said and tried to stop laughing. I am Naruto, Mother Yami. It's a pleasure to meet you. It is a pleasure to meet you as well, Chachimaru said as she watched Naruto swing Evangeline into a wall, hoping she would let go. So how long have you known my son? Yami said Chachimaru. All the while Naruto was straddling the little blonde girl, trying to pry her off his hand. Since he came to the school, Chachimaru answered and blushed at the compromising position Naruto and her masters were in. She took a few pictures to use to make fun of her master later. Yami nodded and smiled. So how has he been treating you and the others? She asked. He treats us quite well, she said with a blush, remembering the kiss they shared. Yami noticed this and smiled. Well, someone is in love, she thought to herself with glee. I going to get grand babies, she looked at Chachimaru and said, so what do you think of my son? Chachimaru was thrown by the question. What did she think of Naruto? She thought he was a good person who took care of others, someone who never backed down from anyone. He was handsome and kind. He a good person, she said with a small blush. Yami watched this and smiled. Yeah, he is, Yami said with a smile and looked to see Naruto being straddled by Evangeline. They had been fighting for a while and Eva was almost full. Naruto, on the other hand, was pissed that a vampire once again bit him. Evangeline let go of him and let out a small moan of pleasure for her feeding. Thanks for the meal, she said to him with a very lustful smile. Damn vampire, he shouted and quickly got up, grabbed Evangeline by the collar of her shirt and proceeds to throw her out the window. Evangeline screamed as she flew through the air, but she had enough power, thanks to Naruto's blood, to make a decent Landing. As she was about to pick her landing spot, a bird hit her, causing her to lose concentration and plummet to the earth. She landed in the lake once again. Back at the main school building, Chachimaru and Yami watched the scene unfold, and Yami couldn't contain her laughter.
She fell to the floor laughing, and Naruto turned and gave her a dirty look. "It's not funny."
"Yes, it is," Yami said as she continued laughing. Chachimaru watched the mother and son duo and couldn't help but smile. She turned to them and said, "I be taking my leave." As she headed towards the exit, Yami stopped her. "If you want a chance at my son, you better get going," Yami said, making Chachimaru blush. What are you talking about?" Chachimaru replied, trying to hide her blush. Yami saw Naruto walking towards them and smiled. "You know what I am talking about." She smiled at the blushing girl and head on her way. Naruto and Yami were relaxing in his new room. Naruto was glad to see his mom having a good time, but was wondering what kind of trouble she was going to cause him. Yami looked at her son and smiled. "So tell me, have you gotten with any of the girls?" she asked him. Naruto looked at her and said, "Mom." She gave him an exasperated look and said, "You didn't answer my question." "There is nothing to answer," he stated, hoping she would drop it. Yami looked at her son and frowned. "So you're telling me that you haven't gotten close to any girl at all, even though you were at an all-girls school?" she said. "No," he stated. "Oh no," Yami said with a sad look on her face. "My son bats for the other team." She started to cry and pulls out a picture of Minato, putting to her face, "Where did I go wrong? I am not gay." Naruto shouted. Yami burst out laughing and smiled at her son. "I know, just playing with you."
Naruto sighed and shook his head. "You and your jokes. You're just an easy target," Yami replied and got up. "I going to take a shower."
Naruto sighed. "Fine, I start on lunch." Nodoka was packing her things when Yu and Haruna entered the room. They looked at their friend and wondered what was going on. Ever since she had went to the headmaster's office, they were worried about what had happened. Yu walked up to her and said, "What's going on?" "I'm moving in with Naruto," she said as she continued to pack her things.
Haruna looked at her confused. "What do you mean moving in with Naruto? Doesn't her already stay here?"
Nodoka looked at them and said, "He was moving out and was going to move in with Zazie, but since we got in a fight over it, headmaster made use all room together."
Yu looked at Nodoka and nodded. She was sad that she was
leaving, but glad that she was taking charge of getting Naruto. "I am happy for you," she said with a smile and gave her friend a hug. Nodoka hugged her back and Haruna joined in too. "I going to miss rooming with you," Nodoka said sadly. Yu and Haruna stared at their friend and smiled. "We'll be fine," Yu stated, and Haruna nodded. "All you need to do is focus on getting Naruto." "I will," Nodoka said with conviction, making her friend proud. "Now let's get you over there and with Naruto," Yu said and started to help Nodoka pack. Ayaka, Zazie, and Nodoka showed up at their room all at the exact same time. Ayaka looked over her competition and smiled. "I can easily beat these girls," she thought as she makes her plans to make Naruto hers. The three girls glared at each other, not moving an inch. Ayaka, finally getting tired of the stare down, said, "He minds, so back off." Zazie looked at Ayaka and Nodoka with a smile on her face. She was the one who was going to win Naruto. He had made a pact with her that joined their souls for life. Nodoka and Ayaka stood there and tried to decipher what had just been said when they heard a crash and the sound of a woman scream. They forgot their fight and rushed in the room to see what was going on when they saw Naruto laying on top of the woman claimed to be his mother, who was clad in a bath towel. "What's the hell is going on here?" Ayaka shouted at the top of her lungs. Flashback to inside of the room during the fight. Naruto stood by the table setting up the plates for lunch. He had made rice with thin-cut steak seasoned with a blend of Spanish spices. As he looked at his handwork, he heard the door from the bathroom open. He headed into the living room to see his mom come out only in a towel. He quickly turned around, not wanting to see her half naked, and said, "Where are your clothes?" Yami looked at her son and smiled. "They're in my bag." "Which is where?" he asked. Yami thought for a moment before saying, "I forgot." "What did you mean you forgot?" he shouted, turning around to face her. He once again noticed that she is only in a towel and quickly turns around again. Yami smiled and walked towards his dresser and opened it up, pulling out one of his shirts. "I'll wear this," she said. Naruto saw his shirt out of the corner of his eye and walked over, taking it out of her hands. "That's mine, why don't you summon your bag like always?" he said.
"I don't want to." Yami whined and pulled the shirt away from Naruto. "I rather wear this." Naruto looked at her and sighed. "You're just doing this to get on my nerves," he said, and pulled the shirt back towards him with a little too much force. Yami was pulled towards him and they fell to the floor. Yami screamed as they fell. Yami twisted and landed on the ground with Naruto on top of her. As they lay there for a moment, someone shouted,
"What's the hell is going on here?" End of flashback. Naruto looked at the three girls and quickly got off of Yami. "It was an accident," he said, and was about to explain the situation to them.
When Yami stopped him, she stood up and pulled him close. "It's okay, we don't have to hide it now," she said with a smirk.
"Hide what?" Ayaka asked, with Nodoka and Zazie nodding in agreement. "That our relationship goes beyond simple mother-son," Yami said. "We are lovers." "What?" the three girls shouted at the same time. All the while Naruto had escaped his mother grasp and heard what she said.
Naruto, how could you?" Nodoka said as she started to cry. "She is your mother." "It's not like that," Naruto shouted, but Yami once again stepped in to make it worse. "There is no need to lie," she said, and started to pull of her towel. Naruto saw this and threw her the shirt he was holding. "Mom!"
Yami sat down on the couch with the girls. Naruto had stormed out of the room in rage. Yami sighed, knowing she took her joke a little too far. She looked at the three dejected girls and sighed. "I sorry for cause a fuss," she finally said, catching the other three girls' attention.
"It's okay," Nodoka said quietly, not looking at her. Zazie remained silent and looked at the wall. Ayaka, on the other hand, was fuming. "It's not okay," she said with anger. "That was cruel."
Yami looked at Ayaka and kept her anger in check. She was the goddess of death after all. She could whip these girls from existence with a wave. But she knew these girls cared for her son deeply. She looked at the wall and smiled. "It's been such a long time since I spent any time with Naruto," she said as she thought about when Naruto was younger. "Back then I didn't have to worry about much except taking care of my little boy."
Flashback. Yami led a 5-year-old Naruto to the park to play. He held her hand tightly as they walked. It was his first time out of the palace and he was a little scared.
"Are we the way yet?" he asked his mother as they walked. Yami looked at the small boy and smiled. She bent down and said, "Almost." She tickled him a little. Naruto laughed aloud for a few minutes as she tickled him. She soon stopped and they were on their way. End of flashback. "Now he all grown up and works a lot," she said. The three girls looked at Yami and sighed. They knew they could not stay mad at her. She just wanted to spend time with her son, even if she joked around. "I sorry for snapping at you," Ayaka said with her head down in shame. "It's okay," Yami said and looked at the three girls. "So how well do you three know my son?" The girls blushed and didn't answer for a moment. Zazie said and put her hand to her neck. Yami noticed this but decided to look into it later. "He saved me," Ayaka said with a smile. Nodoka blushed and said, "He a great guy." "Well, if he has three beautiful girls after him, he must have done something right," Yami said with a smile. All three blushed. "So tell me about yourselves," Yami asked. Soon they were all talking like they had been friends for years. Naruto walked towards his dorm room after letting off some steam. He had calmed down enough and knew his mom was just joking, but it hurt seeing the look on Ayaka, Nodoka, and Zazie's faces. He was going to apologize to his mother and try to find a way to make it up to the girls. As he entered the room, he heard the sound of laughter come from the living room. Curiosity got the better of him and he went to investigate, only to find Yami surrounded by the girls looking at picture of him when he was younger. Was the time I took him trick-or-treating and he dressed up as Batman," Yami said with a smile. "Isn't her cute?" "Oh, he is so precious," Nodoka said with a smile. "He is so adorable," Ayaka said, making a mental note to try and get a set of pictures for her so she can start her collection. Zazie nodded in agreement. Naruto smiled at this and watched as they fawned over his baby pictures. Naruto smiled, sudden turned to a frown when he heard Yami said she was pulling out his bathing pictures. Naruto knew it was a good time to make himself known. "Hey," he said as he pretended to just had gotten back. "Naruto," the three girls said and tackled him to the ground. Naruto smiled and hugged them back. So it seems you four have been having fun, he said as he looked at them. Soon everyone was laughing as embarrassing stories were told about little Naruto. SB as the day came to an end, Yami had turned in for the night saying she was going to spend her entire day with Naruto and the girls. Naruto smiled at this but was a little worried and hoped nothing insane would happen. Please let tomorrow turn out okay, he said to himself and headed toward his bed.
Nodoka watched and waited for everyone to go to bed. She wanted to sleep with Naruto again, and was going to make sure she was the only one to do it. As she waited for the other to fall asleep, she smiled as she remembered all the stories Yami told about Naruto when he was younger.
I hope one day I can hear her tell my kids about those times,
she said to herself and smiled. She saw that the coast was clear and headed towards Naruto's bed. As she was about to open the door, someone said, "What are you doing?" Nodoka turned around to see Ayaka and Zazie standing behind her. Nodoka turned beet red and looked like a deer caught in the headlights. She quickly stood up and said, "Nothing. You were going to sneak into Naruto's room," Ayaka said.
No," Nodoka stammered and tried to hide her blush but she failed.
"Oh no," Ayaka said and looked at her, "you're not going in there without me."
"Wait, what?" Nodoka said. Ayaka, not wanting to wait any longer, pulled Nodoka along and entered his room only to find Zazie already snuggled up next to a sleeping Naruto. They looked at the other girl with anger but it soon passed as they entered the bed and soon joined them in dreamland. As this was going on, Yami watched from a corner with a smile. "I going to get grand babies," she whispered to herself and danced around. End of chapter 11. Omake Naruto, Fear of Vampire. Age 6. Naruto and Yami were visiting a friend from one of the other worlds. Naruto sat outside bored and wanted to do something when he noticed a girl about his age with silver hair playing with a ball not too far away. He headed over to her wondering if she would like to play.
"Hi," he said, getting the girl's attention. She looked at him with caution and said, "Hi." Naruto smiled at the girl, making her blush a bit. "I Naruto Yami, what's your name?"
The girl looked at him for a moment before answering, "Mocha Blood Driver." "Nice to meet you, Mocha," he said. "Do you want to play?" "I don't play with humans," she said. "I not human," he replied with a hump. "I am a Shinigami in training." "Sure you are," Mocha said sarcastically. "M2, Naruto replied back. "Am not," Mocha teased. "R2. Am not, R2. Am not." Naruto looked at her and said, "R2, I prove it to you." Naruto looked at a tree and pointed to fingers at it. Bakudo number 4 Bakuri, and a small bolt of lightning left his fingers. "See," he said with a smile. "Okay then," Mocha said with an evil smile, "let's play." She threw the ball as hard as she could at him. Naruto wasn't prepared for this and was hit in the face with the ball. He fell backwards as a little blood came out of his nose. "That hurt," he said on the verge of tears, but Mocha was not paying attention. The smell of his blood was driving her wild. She walked towards him and knelt down next to him. She sniffed the air before pulling him into a hug and biting his neck. Naruto sat there frozen as Mocha sucked his blood. She finished a few minutes later, leaving a very stunned Naruto. "If your blood tastes that good, I going to have to play with you more often," Mocha said, looking at Naruto like he was a buffet. Naruto got up as he put a hand over his neck. He looked at the girl for a second before running at full speed shouting, "MOMMYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYYY. Aged 12, Naruto was once again on a trip with his mother to visit a place called Cross Academy. As they walked towards the school, he noticed that a few people wore different uniforms than the others. As Yami met with the headmaster, Naruto waited outside. He was practicing fighting with his kunai when he noticed a girl about his age with blonde hair, wearing a white uniform, coming towards him. He watched her for a moment only to go back to practicing. He didn't notice the girl stopped to look at him. "Who is he?" she thought and walked towards him. "Hi," she said, startling Naruto, nearly making him cut himself. "Hi Naruto Yami, and you are?" Naruto asked the girl. "I am Rima Toya," she said. Naruto nodded and started to practice again only to cut himself. "Ow," Naruto muttered and put some pressure on the cut. The girl looked at him with smile. She had gotten a whiff of his blood and she was having a hard time restraining herself. She took out a handkerchief and walked over to him. "Here, let me help." Naruto removed his hand from the cut, allowing the girl to put her handkerchief on it. As this was going on, She got another whiff of his blood. She couldn't help herself, it was intoxicating. She had never smelled such a heavenly and powerful blood before. As she applied pressure, she moved closer to Naruto. He noticed this and asked, "Are you okay?" The girl smiled at him and said, "Just fine." She was very close to him. Naruto was getting uncomfortable and was about to pull away when she pulled him into a hug. He froze. He had never been hugged by a cute girl before, except the one time, but he shuddered, wanting to forget that time. The girl pulled him close and smiled, revealing her fangs. "Just a taste," she whispers to him, causing Naruto to wonder what she meant, but he soon found out when she bit him. Once again he was being sucked dry by another vampire. She finished and cleaned her mouth of excess blood.
"Thanks for the meal," she said with a smile. "I love to get to know you more."
Naruto looked at her and shouted, "Damn vampires!" catching the attention of the other children in white uniforms. Soon you could see him running for his life from a horde of them. The blonde girl just smiled and went to class. Age 15 Naruto was walking towards Yokai Academy on an assignment from Kami. It was his job to make sure the monster in the school were behaving. As he walked towards the main building, he looked around for any signs of a silver-haired girl. He was told that Mocha was attending this school and he was scared he was going to run into her. "Damn vampires," he muttered as he walked around campus, not noticing a pink-haired girl walking towards him. Soon they ran into each other and they fell to the ground. "OW," the girl said, rubbing her backside. Naruto stood up and offered his hand. "Sorry about that," he said.
"It's okay," she replied before looking at him. "Do I know you?" she asked.
Naruto looked at her for a moment and thought, "I don't think so," he said.
She nodded and continued on her way. Naruto just shrugged and went to the headmaster off.
A while later he was heading to the bus stop when he noticed something fly by. He looked to see what it was. It was the girl from before. She was hurt a bit and he knelt down to help her, only to have a large tree be thrown at him. He picked the girl up and dodged. As he landed, he accidentally pulled of her Rosario. Mocha power came forth and she turned back into her true form. Naruto watched this in fear. Mocha looked down at Naruto and smiled. Well, isn't it my friend Naruto?" she said with a smile. She pushed him down and straddled him. She leaned in and began to drink her fill. Naruto just laid there frozen. "Why me?" he thought as he felt his blood be drank away. She stopped and cleaned her mouth. "Thanks for the meal," she said, and got up, taking the Rosario from him. Naruto laid there as she walked away. "Damn vampires," he shouted. Mocha had put on the Rosario and smiled. Pink-haired Mocha was worried. She felt that she betrayed Sukune. The real Mocha just told her this. "It's our little secret." Naruto woke with a yawn and tried to sit up, only to feel a few people resting against him, 3 to be in fact. He lifted his head and saw Nodoka, Zazie, and Ayaka lying next to him asleep. He looked at the 3 girls and sighed. "Might as well go back to sleep," he said to himself, and laid back down and got comfortable. Yami had woken up and was starting her morning routine when she noticed that Naruto wasn't up. She went to his room and watched as the 4 teenagers slept soundly on the bed. Yami felt a little mischievous and summoned her camera. "Say grand babies," she whispered to herself and took a picture. SB Nodoka woke up as snuggled close to Naruto, not wanting to get up. "This is heaven," she whispered, only to hear a voice agree with her. She turned and saw Ayaka on his other side with a smile. But they soon noticed that Zazie was lying nearly on top of him. Both girls were fuming over where the acrobat was, but didn't want to wake Naruto. Nodoka was about to get up when she noticed Zazie stirring. Zazie opened her eyes and looked at Naruto's sleeping face. She smiled and laid her head on his chest and proceeded to fall back asleep. "Lucky," both Nodoka and Ayaka muttered. Since neither girl could go back to sleep, they decided to plan for the day's upcoming events. Last night Yami had called and told Kano and Negi that they were not going to be in class today. They tried to fight it, but all Yami had to do was whisper something that made them agree. Nodoka looked at the other blonde and said, what should we do?" "Well, I have my game plan," Ayaka replied as she reluctantly got out of bed. "You're on your own." "Fine," Nodoka said with conviction, but a little loud, causing Naruto to wake up. "Mom, I don't want to go to school today," he mumbled as he tried to sit up. This motion woke Zazie, who started to do the rub the sleep for her eyes. He saw the 3 girls in his room and smiled. "Good morning." "Morning," everyone said and got up to start the day. As he was about to get out of the bed, Zazie stopped him and said, "Not now," Naruto said, turning red. Nodoka and Ayaka watched this and wondered what the silent girl had asked. Zazie gave Naruto a pouty face, causing him to try and resist her cuteness. Must resist, he said to himself, but Zazie pressed her attack. She leaned in close so he could feel her against his skin. She said to him as she pulled him close. Naruto couldn't resist her. Fine, he said with a sigh. Zazie smiled and leaned in close, capturing his lips with hers. Nodoka and Ayaka watched in horror as Zazie kissed Naruto passionately. Zazie broke the kiss and smiled. She looked at the other girls, giving them a "beat that" look. She looked at Naruto and kissed him once more before heading towards the bathroom. Ayaka stood there frozen. Zazie had just kissed Naruto in front of them. She wasn't going to have it. She wasn't going to let that flexible floozy take her man. She walked up to Naruto and looked him dead in the eye. "Kiss me," she said, causing Naruto to look like a deer caught in the headlights. "Come again," he said, acting confused. "Kiss me," she said with conviction. Naruto looked at her and leaned in, capturing her lips with his. They share this moment for a few more seconds before breaking apart. "Happy?" Naruto asked as he blushed. He had just kissed two very beautiful girls in one morning. Ayaka smiled and touched her lips. "Very," she replied and headed out the door. Naruto turned and faced a blushing Nodoka and smiled. "You want one too?" he asked, and she gave a quick nod in agreement. He walked over to her and kissed her. Nodoka kissed back and pulled him close. Soon they were wrapped in each other's arm, making out. They stayed that way for a few more minutes before breaking apart. "Wow," Nodoka said with a smile. Naruto stood there with a huge smile on his face. "It's always the quiet ones," he mumbled and headed out of his room. As everyone was sat down to breakfast, Yami noticed a big smile on all of their face, especially Naruto's. She knew her son well enough to know he was feeling pretty lucky for having 3 girls after him. She smiled to herself and made plans to bring them closer together. She looked at everyone and smiled. Naruto noticed this smile and shivered. She was up to no good. Smile. "This is going to be a long day," he thought to himself as he ate. Yami looked at Ayaka and said, "So ladies, do you know any good places for shopping?" "Of course," Ayaka replied with a smile. "I know all the best shopping around here." "Good," Yami said with a smile, "because we're having a shopping day." "Yeah." The 3 girls cheered, much to the dismay of their male companion. "Well, since you girls are going shopping, Naruto started to say, but was cut off by Yami. "You're coming with," she said to him, giving him a stern glare. "Yes ma'am," he said quickly, making his crushes giggle. Ayaka lead the group down the boardwalk, showing them all the different stores. The girls and Yami all talked excitedly while Naruto trailed behind slowly. "Why me?" he thought as he remembered his mother's last shopping trip. It had ended with him carrying home at least 300 pounds worth of sealing scrolls. He had a feeling this was going to be twice as bad. They soon stopped in front of a dress store and quickly entered. Naruto hung back, hoping they wouldn't notice him trying to slip away, but Yami grabbed his collar and pulled him inside. "You're not going anywhere," she said to him. "Who promised to spend the entire day with me and the girls?" "I did," he said as he cried anime tears. "Now that's right, so take it like a man," she said and dragged him inside. Naruto looked around and saw all the kinds of dress hanging on the racks. He watched as the other went through racks, picking out ones they like. He stood by a wall and sighed. A shopping clerk noticed him standing there and walked over. "How are you today?" she asked with a smile. "Just fine," he replied with a sigh. "That's nice," she said as she watched Yami and the girls shop. "You are such a nice guy to come and help with their shopping." "Yeah," Naruto said. "I didn't have a choice," he thought to himself. "So you single?" she asked, taking him by surprise. Naruto looked at the clerk and smiled. "Sorry, I taken." "Really, that too bad," she said and looked at the girls. "So which one is your girlfriend?" Naruto looked at the clerk and smiled. "That's for me to know." She sighed, knowing she wouldn't get anything out of him, and headed over to help the girls. Naruto sighed. It was going to be a very long day. Nodoka stood next to a clothes rack and couldn't decide what to get. Yami noticed this and a devious plan formed in her mind. She looked at her son then back at the three girls and smiled evilly. She waved over to Naruto. He noticed this and headed toward her with a sigh. She smiled and waited for him to stop in front of her. Yes? He asked, wondering what she wanted. Yami looked at him with a grin and said, well, we need your opinion? Naruto gave her a confused look and replied, why do you need my opinion? I don't need your opinion, she said, shaking her head. She pointed at the girls and said, they need your opinion.
On what? Naruto said, confused. Yami sighed and pulled him towards the dressing room and sat him down at one of the couches. Just sit here and wait.
Naruto nodded and watched as his mom went to talk to the girls. He wondered what they were talking about, what he could tell from the facial expression that they were nervous about something. He watched as they walked over and Yami pushed them each into a different dressing room. She turned to her son and said, you're going to enjoy this.
Yami smiled and went to a different part of the store, leaving Naruto to stare at three closed door. As Naruto waited, Nodoka was freaking out in her dressing room. When Yami had walked over and told them what she planned, she blushed. I can't do this, she thought to herself, but heard the sound of the door next to her opening. She watched as Ayaka stepped out of the dressing room wearing a very sexy ruffled black dress. The front cut off at the knee and there was a train in the back. Nodoka watched as it showed of her body well. Ayaka walked towards Naruto and twirled around. What do you think? She asked him with a sultry smile. Naruto couldn't help but stare at her. She was beautiful. The dress showed her beauty off perfectly. You look great, he said, finally getting out of his stupor. Thank you. Ayaka replied happily. I'll think I get this one. Naruto just nodded and watched as she went back into the dressing room. Nodoka was fuming that Ayaka was the first to get his opinion and he liked what she was wearing. She looked at the dresses she had chosen and found one that caught her eye. It was a light blue sundress that tied around her neck. She chose it and started to change. Zazie sat in the dressing room wondering which dress she should try. There were so many different ones that she had taken in with her but couldn't choose one to show to Naruto. As she was choosing, Nodoka had finished changing. She looked at herself in the mirror and was happy with her appearance. She slowly opened the door and walked out. Naruto watched as she walked out and towards him. He was enamored with her beauty. The dress hugged over her frame, lightly hugging her curves. She modeled the dress for him a bit. She was blushing so hard but she didn't care. She loved the way Naruto was looking at her. She could see the love in his eyes for her and she was ecstatic. She leaned down, letting him get a decent look at her cleavage. What do you think of this one? She asked quietly. You look great, he said as he blushed. Nodoka blushed and twirled around. I'm glad you like it, she said with a loving voice. I have a few more to try on, so wait here. Naruto nodded dumbly and watched her go back into her dressing room. Finally the final door opened, revealing Zazie in a very sexy red dress. It hugged her body tightly, showing off her impressive figure. It was very low cut so he could see a lot of skin. Naruto couldn't help but get a little turned on by seeing her in that dress. He quickly covered his lap with his jacket to hide his growing tent. Zazie walked over to him with a slight sway to her hips. Naruto tried to calm down, but she was turning him on so much as she walked. She showed off for him a bit, then sat down in his lap, putting her arms around his neck. She said with a sultry smile. Naruto stayed slight for a moment before saying one word, wow. Zazie smiled at this and kissed him. Soon they were lost in each other for a few moments before Zazie broke away. She stood back up and went towards her dressing room. Before she entered she turned and said, Naruto blushed heavily and tried to get the idea of taking Zazie in the dressing room right now out of his head. Zazie smiled and blew him a kiss before entering her dressing room. Naruto just sat there trying to stay calm. While Naruto was with the girls, Sasuke had come to Mahora looking for Naruto. As he walked around he felt the strong magic coming off Negi and a plan started to form in his mind. He followed the little boy silently and waited till he was alone. Negi walked back towards the dorms after a long day of practice. He was by himself while Asuna trained with Setsuna to get better with her sword. As he walked he felt an evil presence around him. He quickly picked up the pace but the feeling persisted. He suddenly felt a presence behind him and turned around quickly, finding nothing there. As he sighed and turned around he screamed. He soon fell unconscious. The last thing he saw was red and black eyes staring into his soul. Naruto and the girls soon returned to the room.
He was carrying a lot of storage scrolls, most were filled with his mother purchases. Nodoka was quite happy with how the day had gone and couldn't wait for more. Ayaka was glad she had gotten Naruto attention and was planning ways to get him to look at her alone. Finally Zazie was trying not to have perverted thoughts about Naruto ripping a certain red dress off her body. As he set everything down, he failed to notice the three girls come towards him. Zazie was the first to him and pulled him into passionate kiss. Naruto was soon kissing her back and she melted into his arms. As Zazie broke away, Ayaka took her place, giving him yet another passion-filled kiss. Finally Nodoka came up and kissed him, her lips dancing across his. After they had finished, Naruto stood there for a moment before falling to the ground with a large grin on his face. SB Sasuke stood next to a now hypnotized Negi and his Pactio partners. Soon he would have his revenge on Naruto, very soon. Naruto stood next to a fountain in the quad waiting on his date. He received a letter from someone requesting a meeting. He made sure it wasn't Evangeline and decided to meet the person. He knew it was a female from the handwriting and the way the letter was delivered. Nodoka and the other were weary of this and tried to talk him out of it. He just simply smiled and reassured them he wouldn't do anything to hurt them. So now he stood and waited for the mystery person to appear. "I am glad you could make it," said a voice from behind Naruto, causing him to turn and see Chachimaru standing there. She was wearing a light blue top with a skirt that showed off her legs. "So you sent me the letter?" Naruto asked, and she just nodded. "Well then, shall we be off?" He held his arm out and she put her through. All the while 3 pairs of eyes glared at Chachimaru with jealousy. They soon followed the pair as they headed out. Naruto felt Chachimaru lean into him and he let her. They walked down the road and turned into the park. As they walked silently down the lane, the 3 tailing them were fuming. "A date in the park," Nodoka said with sadness. "That the date I wanted. Will you stop it and help us follow them so we can make sure she doesn't do anything?" Ayaka said and pulled Nodoka along. Zazie walked ahead of them and turned around. "I know that," Ayaka said with anger. Zazie replied with a sigh and pointed down the road. Naruto and Chachimaru were nowhere to be seen. "No, we lost them," Ayaka cried with anime tears. "Maybe it was for the best," Nodoka said, and Zazie nodded in agreement. "Traitors," Ayaka called at them as they walked away. Zazie said as they walked back to the dorms. SB Naruto and Chachimaru had settled in a small cafe near the edge of campus. They sat in silence and waited for their food to arrive. "So Chachimaru, how have you been?" Naruto asked, trying to break the silence. "I have been doing well," she answered. "That's great," he replied, and they settled back into silence. Chachimaru looked at the blonde and couldn't help but wonder what she was thinking for asking him out like this. She knew he made her feel something that she had never felt before, and when they kissed she felt as if she was on fire. She wanted to feel that again. She wanted to be close to him. "So how the little bloodsucker," Naruto said with contempt. "She is doing well. She still craves your blood though," she replied as she remembered her master's rants about how good his blood was. "Oh joy," Naruto said as he shuddered. "Why do not like vampires?" Chachimaru asked him. Naruto was caught off guard by this but answered, "Let's say over the years I have had a couple of run-in with them that I rather forget." "Let me guess, they all loved your blood," Chachimaru said with a giggle. "Pretty much," he replied. "Well, hopefully you will find one who hates your blood," Chachimaru said. "That'll be the day," he said with a sigh. "Yes it will," Chachimaru replied. Soon they settled into a very light conversation, and soon they were talking and laugh. Soon there came and gone, but they kept talking. Then he said, "That was the power of youth," Naruto said as he and Chachimaru burst out laughing. Naruto noticed that this was the first time he had heard Chachimaru really laugh. He slowly stopped laughing and looked at Chachimaru with interest. Chachimaru noticed that he was staring at her and blushed a bit. "Is there something on my face?" she asked, wondering if her was judging her. "You have a beautiful laugh, you know that?" he said with a smile. "It sounds heavenly." Chachimaru blushed and smoke started to come out of her head. Thank you," she said with a smile. "You're every welcome," he said and stood up and held out his hand. "Shall we be off then?" She smiled and took his hand. The pair ended up in front of a tall building with a sign that stated, "Ace's Ballroom." "Why are we here?" Chachimaru asked. Naruto smiled and opened the door. It's a secret. I don't like secrets, Chachimaru said. This is a good secret, Naruto said in a reassuring voice. Chachimaru just nodded and stepped inside with Naruto right behind. As they headed down the hallway, she could hear music coming from the room at the end. They reached it and she saw people dancing. They were all in sync with the music and flying across the dance floor. Welcome, a voice said from across the room, and a woman with short green hair and a large smile walked over. She had a very nice figure and such grace about her. I am Asa, are you here for some lessons? Naruto smiled. Yes we are, he said. Wonderful, which style? Latin, or ballroom? Asa asked with a smile. I say a mixture of both, he replied. How that sounds. Chachimaru. It's fine with me, Chachimaru said with a blush. Excellent, but first we need to get your partner ready, Asa said and pulled Chachimaru away from Naruto. Chachimaru was going to pull away when she felt the warmth come of Asa and let her lead her away from the blonde. What are you going to do? Chachimaru asked Asa. Just something that will make that young man you came with drool, Asa said, and they entered a side room. Naruto stood against the wall and waited for the pair to return. His mind began to wander and it settled on Chachimaru. They had been friendly to each other since they met, even when hurt her during Evangeline attack on him. She didn't hold a grudge about it at all. He smiled as he remembered his meetings with her. He also remembered back at the tree when he dreamed that they kissed. It felt so real to him and he wished to kiss her again. No bad Naruto, he chided himself. She just a friend, but a very attractive friend. As he had his internal debate, he failed to notice Asa and Chachimaru walking towards him. Excuse me, Asa said, making Naruto turn his head. He blushed when he saw Chachimaru. She was wearing a strapless red dress and heels. He couldn't stop staring at her. How'd I look? She asked him, and all Naruto could do was nod his head. Asa smiled at this. See, I told you he would be speechless, she said to Chachimaru. No, can you get him moving? Our lesson will be starting soon. Naruto, come on, the class is starting, she said, shaking him. Naruto snapped back into reality. Oh right, sorry, he said as he blushed. It's fine, Chachimaru said, and they walked out onto the dance floor. They looked around and noticed they were the only ones there. Where is everyone? Naruto asked. Asa smiled. Oh, their lesson ended when I was with Chachimaru, she said, so at a private lesson for you too. Oh, well that's nice, Naruto said and blushed. Chachimaru saw this and blushed as well. Just us? She thought with a smile. Now let's begin, Asa said and turned towards the pair. We will be learning the waltz first. Now I want you to follow my steps. Naruto and Chachimaru nodded and Asa smiled. First is the box step, she proceeded to explain the steps. Naruto and Chachimaru practiced the steps separately. For Naruto it was very easy to get it down, but Chachimaru couldn't seem to get it right. Her mind couldn't comprehend the steps that well, so she would stumble a little every so often. Asa noticed this and decided what was the best way to fix it. Both of you come here, she said, and they walked over. Asa smiled and pulled out a blindfold and put it over Chachimaru's eyes. What are you doing? Chachimaru said. Just trust me, Asa said, and pushed her towards Naruto. She helped them get into the proper hold and smile. Now Naruto, I want you to lead Chachimaru around her dance floor, and Chachimaru, trust Naruto that you have to do. Chachimaru was a little nervous but nodded. Naruto noticed this. Trust me, he said. Chachimaru nodded and he smiled. Asa started the music and the pair began to dance. Naruto stepped forward, causing Chachimaru to step back. She was a little scared to let him lead her, but then she remembered his words. Trust me. Those two words made her calm down and allow him to guide her across the floor. Soon they were gliding across the dance floor. They flowed with the music. As they danced, Chachimaru couldn't help but feel happy as she allowed Naruto guide her. The music soon ended and the pair broke away from one another. Chachimaru took off the blindfold and looked at Naruto, who was smiling. Excellent, Asa said to them. That was simply wonderful. Thank you, they said in unison. Now let's move on to the next dance, Asa said, and the pair nodded. Naruto and Chachimaru finished learning the basic of the jive and looked at their dance teacher with interest. You both have done so well today, Asa said. I just have one more dance to teach you, the Viennese waltz. Now the Viennese waltz is a very intimate dance, so prepare to be very close. The pair nodded and they followed Asa as she taught them the steps, but she also taught turns and other moves. Once again she finished her instruction and Asa started the music. Let the music flow through you, she said as she watched the pair get into hold. They started off slow but soon were all over the floor. Chachimaru could feel her emotions grow as they danced. She could feel her feeling for him come to the surface, and Naruto was the same. They danced all over the dance floor, and even when the music stopped, Naruto dipped Chachimaru and looked directly into her eyes. He could see her soul and couldn't help but want to get closer. He leaned in and captured her lips. Chachimaru kissed him back and they stayed that way for a few moments before breaking apart. He slowly let her up and couldn't help but smile. She was the last one who could steal his heart. Chachimaru knew that he was the one. He was the one who could make her feel love. That was beautiful, Asa said as tears streamed down her face. You two were just wonderful. Thank you, they said in unison, causing them to blush. Come back anytime, Asa said, and then she turned to Chachimaru. Also, you can keep the dress. Thank you, she said, and they left the dance studio hand in hand. They walked down the street in happy silence only to end up under the world tree. Seem we will always end up here, Naruto said with a smile. So it seems, Chachimaru answered. Well, I glad, he said and pulled her into another kiss. Well, isn't that just wonderful, a voice from behind them said, causing the pair to turn. Standing there was Sasuke and Mana. Mana seemed to be in some form of daze and Sasuke just looked at the pair in disgust. Well, it seemed the Dobi finally found a girl. What do you want, Teme? Naruto said, stepping in front of Chachimaru. Simple, your death, Sasuke said and charged him. Naruto blocked his first attack and threw a left hook at his face. Sasuke dodged the punch and tried to knee Naruto in the stomach. Naruto blocked and uses the momentum to make some space. You never know when to quit, do you? Naruto said, and he got into his stance. I am a Uchiha, I always win in the end, Sasuke said and charged. While that fight was going on, Chachimaru had her hand full fighting Mana. Why are you doing this? She asked Mana. She dodged a barrage of bullets. Master orders, Mana said and kept firing. Chachimaru kept dodging her attacks and activated her rockets. She rushed Mana and grabbed her gun, snapping it in half. She then proceeded to knock her out. She turned to watch the battle between Naruto and Sasuke. As she turned, she was caught in a large explosion shaking the entire school. Naruto stood on one side, blood going down his arm, while Sasuke stood on the other, cuts all over his body. Getting sluggish, Teme, Naruto said with a laugh. Shut up, Dobi, Sasuke shouted back and took a step forward only to stumble. Damn, you got me good. Seems that way, Naruto said and smiled. Now to finish it. Naruto charged forward, his fist cocked, covered in shadows. Death punch, he said and threw the punch at Sasuke. Sasuke managed to dodge to the side but was hit hard in the arm, leaving a black mark all over his arm. Damn, missed, Naruto said as the shadows fell away from his fist. Damn you, Teme, Sasuke said as he held his arm in pain. I'll kill you. You keep saying that, but I still hear, Naruto said. You must really suck at killing people. You Dobi, Sasuke said, then saw Chachimaru. If I can't kill you now, I just settle for her. Sasuke shot forward and charged Chachimaru. No, Naruto said and charged after him, but he was too late. Sasuke attack blew Chachimaru into pieces. That will teach you, Sasuke said and ran away. Chachimaru, Naruto said as he held her head. It seems I am dying, she said as a small tear fell down her face. How is that? She thought. You're not going to die, he said, trying to reassure her. You are lying, she said as her eyes slowly closed. I just want to tell you, She shut down fully. Damn it, he said, but then he felt her soul appear next to him. Naruto, she said. He looked and saw her and couldn't help but blush. She was beautiful. She looked like a normal human in her soul form, but she had a lovely smile on her face. Good, you haven't moved on by yourself, he said in relief. It seems that way, she said. So what are we going to do now? This, Naruto said, and his tails and ears appeared. Before he could start the ritual, Chachimaru jumped him and started to rub his ears. Cute. Can you please do that after I finish? He said, trying not to let her know he was enjoying it. Oh sorry, she said. Thanks, he said, and leaned in close to her and bit her neck. She was wrapped in his tails, and soon a bright light filled the area. Sitting in front of him was Chachimaru in her new body. She was completely human, but she had armor all around her. Warrior, he said with a smile. You're my beautiful warrior. She smiled and kissed him. Naruto and Chachimaru walked towards Evangeline Cottage in silence. Naruto knew that since she died and made a pact with him, her pact with the little vampire was ended. He wasn't looking forward to telling her that either. Chachimaru could see that he was nervous and squeezed his hand in reassurance that everything was going to be all right. Naruto smiled, thankful for the gesture, but soon they came up to the door. This is going to suck, he thought to himself as they walked in. As they entered, they noticed the little was watching TV and laughing. She failed to notice the pair for a few minutes only, until Chachimaru touched her on the shoulder. She turned to look at them and noticed that Chachimaru was human. What happened? She asked, giving Naruto the evil eye. Naruto just looked back and gave her a smile. Well, he said, and explained all that had happened that day. As Eva listened, she looked over at Chachimaru and marveled at her changes. She was no longer the robotic partner she had before. She was a beautiful living and breathing girl. Naruto finished his story and looked at the small blonde, wondering what her response would be. So you are telling me instead of an android partner I'm going to have a living partner? Eva said, only to see Naruto pale a bit. No, he said as he scooted closer to Chachimaru. You went from having an android partner to have a living and breathing friend. She is no longer your partner. Evangeline was silent for a moment before exploding. What do you mean I no longer have a partner anymore? Naruto looked at the little vampire with surprise and awe. For someone that small, she sure packed a lot of power in her lungs. I was going to explain that, he said, waiting for her to calm down. Evangeline looked at him and sat down, still angry. Okay, the reason why she is no longer your partner is because to give her a new body she had to form a pact with me. As a Shinigami, my pacts would supersede yours, making it void. So she is your partner now? Evangeline said with an evil glint in her eyes. Yes, he replied, not liking the look she was giving him. Then I demand compensation, she said, making Naruto stare at her in shock. He was frozen for a few moments before saying, You want what? Evangeline smiled. I want compensation, she said, as if it was the most simple thing in the world. You took my partner from me and I am demanding something of equal value in exchange. Naruto was weary of Evangeline and gave her a confused look. Like what? Evangeline smiled and pretended to think about it, but Naruto knew what she wanted. Well, I need help finding a new partner, so until then you will allow me to drink your blood. How about I help you find a new partner instead? He asked, hoping she would take the deal. No, at my offer or no deal, she replied, making Naruto deadpan. Chachimaru looked at her Naruto and gave him a reassuring smile. It will be fine, she whispered to him. She didn't say what condition the blood needs to be in. Naruto smiled and kissed her on the cheek. I love you so much right now, he said, then looked back towards Evangeline. Fine, it is a deal then. She smiled and went to drink, but he stopped her. I will send you the first few bags in a couple days, he said as he and Chachimaru got up. What do you mean send a few bags in a few days? Evangeline questioned. You said you wanted to drink my blood, but you didn't say it had to be fresh, he said with a smile. Evangeline went to argue but knew he was right. Fine, she said with a frown, but I want it as soon as possible. Naruto smiled as he opened the door, allowing Chachimaru to step out. Will do, he said with a smile. Damn loopholes, she said, and went to her room, hoping that her new supply of blood would get there soon. Naruto and Chachimaru walked towards his room to explain what had happened between them that day. They reached the room and headed inside, only to notice that no one was there. Naruto sighed and sat down on the couch while Chachimaru sat beside him. Soon she was resting her head on his shoulder, and soon the pair fell asleep on the couch. While this was going on, Ayaka, Zazie, and Nodoka were out shopping. They had lost Naruto on his date with Chachimaru, and after a while of waiting for him to return they decided to go out. They were currently in a dress store trying on different dresses to wear when they had a fancy date with Naruto. They were all having a good time and then noticed the time. We should head back. Nodoka said as she picked up the dress she wanted. Zazie and Ayaka nodded and they paid for their items and headed back towards home. They soon noticed that everyone was looking at them funny. "What up with them?" Ayaka said to her companions and they just gave her a shrug. They sped up and soon arrived back at their room and walked inside. They set their bags down and saw Naruto sitting on the couch with a beautiful girl asleep beside him, her head resting against his shoulder. Who the hell is she? They all thought with a hint of jealousy. They wanted to wake them up and question what they were doing. Unfortunately, they didn't want to get Naruto angry, so they let the pair sleep. A little while later Naruto began to awaken and felt weight on his shoulder. He turned and smiled looking at the sleeping face of Chachimaru. He kissed her on the forehead and turned only to see Nodoka, Ayaka, and Zazie standing in front of him. "Glad to see you're awake," Ayaka said with a smile that chilled Naruto to the bone. "Hey, how are you?" he asked, trying to find a way to get out of this without getting sent to the hospital. Zazie looked at him and then at Chachimaru. Naruto looked at her and was about to answer when Ayaka cut him off. "Can you explain her please?" she said with a hint of anger. "Well," Naruto said, but Chachimaru started to wake. She rubbed her eyes. Everyone looked at her and she looked back. "Hello everyone," she said with a smile. "Hello," Nodoka said, returning the smile, but it quickly went away by a glare from Ayaka. Ayaka looked at Chachimaru and gave her a stern look. "And who might you be?" "I know you quite well, Ayaka, we are in the same class," Chachimaru said, wondering why Ayaka didn't recognize her. "I have never met you before in my life," Ayaka said and was about to continue when Naruto cut her off. "You know her," he said. "This is Chachimaru." The three girls looked at her closely and saw that it was Chachimaru but without her usual ears. "What?" Naruto and Chachimaru covered their ears as they screamed and waited for them to calm down. All three girls looked at their boyfriend and gave him a serious look. "Explain now," Ayaka said. Naruto sighed and explained all that happened while they were on the date. He left out the details on what they did until their fight with Sasuke, where he described in detail what had happened. He finally explained how Chachimaru ended up this way and the pact they had made. Everyone's reaction to this was surprising. Ayaka was made at first but knew he did it to save a life, and it was of someone who loved him just as much as she did. Nodoka was happy that she was safe but was a little jealous of her having made a pact with Naruto. Finally Zazie smiled. She was happy that another pact was formed and now she had help if something happened. Naruto watched them for a few moments before smiling. "Well, it seems they're taking it well," he said to himself as the girls started to talk and laugh. It had been a few weeks since Chachimaru had joined the group and everyone was having a good time. He took a different girl out on a date every night, much to their joy. Life had settled into a very calm routine, but Naruto could not shake the feeling that something was off. Every so often he would notice that nearly everyone in the school were staring at him and his group. He knew something bad was going to happen and it was going to be soon. He woke up with a smile looking at his girls. He couldn't help but smile at them, but soon turned and saw his mother standing there with a camera in her hands. She sees that he is awake and smiles before she disappeared in a cloud of black smoke. He growled and got up, heading towards the bathroom. He quickly got ready for the day but couldn't shake the feeling something bad was going to happen. He made breakfast and waited for everyone else to come out ready for the day. Soon everyone was up and ready for the day and they were headed out the door. As they walked towards the school they noticed that it was too quiet. There was no one besides them out on the road. They continued down the street and still not a sound was heard except the echo of their own footsteps. "I don't like this," Naruto said as he pulled a kunai from his pouch ready for an attack. Zazie was looking around ready to cast a silent Kido at a moment's notices. Chachimaru had summoned her twin short blades, not wanting to be surprised by an attack. They finally entered the main quad of the campus and stopped by the fountain. Usually there were a lot of people walking around this place at this time, but it was as dead as night there. Naruto knew that something wasn't right and summoned two Hashin kunai and gave them to Nodoka and Ayaka. "Hold on to these," he said as he handed them to each girl. "Just touch the handle and think of the room and it will take you there. I want you to promise me if something happens you will do that." Nodoka and Ayaka nodded, knowing he was doing this for their protection. "I promise," they said at the same time, getting a smile from him. "That is my girls," he said and stood up. He turned towards Zazie and Chachimaru and nodded. They took up a triangle formation around Ayaka and Nodoka. As they walked, Naruto's phone rang, making them all jump. He quickly picked up the phone. "Yes," he whispered. It was his mother on the other end. "You need to get back here now." "Why?" he asked, only to suddenly see some girls walk towards them. He smiled, but it soon turned to a frown when he noticed they were holding sticks and other simple weapons. They charged in. Naruto dropped his phone so he could block an attack. He quickly disarmed the girl and knocked her out. Soon he, Zazie, and Chachimaru were fighting off the horde of girls and were slowly losing ground. If these were his regular enemies, he would have killed them where they stood, but these were students under someone's control and he couldn't harm them. "Nadoka Zazie, go now," he said, and watched them both disappear in a flash. He sighed in relief as they headed back the room under the protection of his mother. He soon turned his attention to the attackers and stepped up his game. They soon dispatched almost all the attackers, but more seemed to keep coming. He grabbed both Zazie and Chachimaru and disappeared in a flash. They landed on the roof of one of the taller buildings of the campus and sat down.
"What the hell is going on?" he said as he sat there. Zazie leaned against him and sighed.
"I hear ye," he said, and ran his hand through his hair. Soon Zazie's phone rang and she picked it up. It was Yami. She handed the phone to Naruto. "Yeah? Are you okay?" she asked with worry in her voice. "Nadoka told me what happened and I couldn't get you on your phone." "We are fine," he said as they sat there. "We were just attacked by some students, but I don't know why."
"I think I have an idea about that," Yami said with seriousness in her voice. "Your old friend has been busy."
"Oh no," Naruto said. "Yes, it seems that our buddy Sasuke has hypnotized most of the campus," Yami said as she looked out the window. "I can see a giant Sharingan hovering the school building." Naruto looked up and activated his Shinigami vision. He saw the large red eye over the school building. "Damn," Naruto said with frustration. "What is going on?" Chachimaru asked, seeing Naruto's face. "Sasuke is making his move," Naruto said as he started to summon his weapons. "We need to end it now." Zazie and Chachimaru nodded and activated the pacts. Soon all three were ready for battle and headed towards the school. Naruto and the girls moved quickly towards the school, avoiding the groups of students patrolling the campus. They dodged them quickly and continued on their way. Suddenly a bolt of lightning speed towards the trio, making them scatter. They landed on the ground and looked up to see Negi and his partners staring down at them, eyes glassed over. "Oh, this is not good," Naruto said and dodged to the side as Negi launched another spell at the group. They split up, only for Zazie to be cut off by Asuna and Chachimaru by Setsuna. Naruto was confronted by Mana and Kid while Negi sent spells at him from afar. Zazie versus Asuna. Asuna looked at Zazie with a blank expression. "My master has ordered your death," she said and lifted her sword high in the air. Zazie dodged to the side and tried to shoot of a spell, only for Asuna to press her attack, not giving her time to say the spell. Zazie flipped away and landed on a tree branch. She quickly summoned a pair of kunai in her hands. She blocked a slash from Asuna and pushed her back, trying to get some space to get time to cast. Unfortunately, Asuna wouldn't allow it. She pressed her attack once again. Zazie said, but it fell on deaf ears. She dodged another slash and finally had a time to cast a spell. She said and shot out a small red ball at Asuna and knocked her back. She hoped that it was enough to stop the girl, but Asuna got back up and charged. Zazie blocked the strike and punched Asuna in the stomach. She pushed her attack with a different combination of punches and kicks, causing more damage to her opponent, but Asuna seemed to not want to go down. She blocked one of Zazie's strikes and then slashed across Zazie's chest. Zazie felt the blade pierce her skin and she fell to the ground as blood gushed from the wound. She rolled away from an overhead strike and hid in the trees. She slowly healed the cut on her chest and hoped Asuna wouldn't find her. Asuna, meanwhile, was using her blade to chop down the trees looking for Zazie. "It is all over, Zazie," Asuna said. "My master will kill Naruto and you as well." Zazie shivered as she heard Asuna get closer and closer. She cut down the final tree and Asuna saw Zazie sitting there. "Found you," she said and lifted her blade over her head, ready to end Zazie. Chachimaru versus Setsuna. Setsuna and Chachimaru were locked in a clash of blades. Chachimaru was struggling against the smaller girl and was thinking of what to do to push her back. "Give it up, Chachimaru," Setsuna said. "Sasuke-sama will win and destroy Naruto." Chachimaru pushed Setsuna back and activated her rockets. "I will not let that happen," Chachimaru said and charged forward, pushing Setsuna back. The soon fell into a battle of blades and Chachimaru was on the losing end. Setsuna was the better blade master and Chachimaru armor was littered with cuts from her blade. Setsuna jumped back and sheathed her blade. She set her stance and charged Chachimaru. She drew he blade and Chachimaru felt many cuts in the matter of seconds. Hyaka Rairan, she said and sheathed her blade. Chachimaru stood there for a moment before falling to the ground, blood seeping from many wounds. It is over, Setsuna said and stood up, but suddenly she heard the sound of someone standing. She turned and saw Chachimaru standing up, blood seeping through her armor. It will take more than that to take me down, Chachimaru said. She took her stance and breathed. Engage full battle mode. A bright light suddenly surrounded her. It soon died down, revealing a fully armored Chachimaru. She wore a helmet that had her signature antenna sticking out on each side, her chest wave cover in a light blue armor that covered most of her top. Her shoulder guards were slime but had 2 small holes in each. Her arms and legs were all covered and small boosters could be seen on her back and legs. She slowly lifted off the ground and suddenly charged forward and hit Setsuna straight in the stomach. She doubled over in pain as the air was pushed out of her body. Chachimaru not want to give up her advantage and continued to attack Setsuna. She knocked her into the air and flew up before throwing her down to the ground. Setsuna hit the ground, creating a small crater, but Chachimaru wasn't done. She landed over Setsuna and continued to pummel her into the ground. Setsuna fell unconscious as Chachimaru continued to attack. Chachimaru saw that Setsuna was down for the count but didn't want to leave her there to be a threat. She took some wire and tied her up and left her on top of a building. I am sorry, she said as she looked over Setsuna's broken and battered body. She lifted off the ground and headed back towards the fight. She scanned the area and saw Zazie in trouble. She activated her boosters and sped towards her down friend. I coming Zazie, she said and looked over to where Naruto was fight. My love, be safe. Zazie watched as the sword came down and rolled to the side. She pushed herself up and sent a silent shikaho at Asuna. She ran a bit to get some space. She saw Asuna heading towards her and she faded into shadows. She watched as the orange-haired girl looked around for her and tried to find her. Zazie smiled as he watched her opponent. Come out, Zazie, Asuna said and looked around for Zazie. Just give up, master will make your end painless. Zazie listened to Asuna and shook her head. She didn't plan on giving up and moved silently through the trees. She settled on a branch behind Asuna and put her hands together, she said and sent a large blast of yellow lightning at Asuna. Asuna heard the blast and dodged to the side. She quickly turned to see where the attack came from, but Zazie had already faded back into the background. She watched the trees and wondered where the next attack would come from. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw a large red ball fly towards her. She stepped to the side, letting the ball fly past. She turned around and headed towards a clearing, wanting a better area for the fight. Zazie followed but stayed at the tree line so she could watch what Asuna did next. Asuna held her sword in front of her and closed her eyes. She didn't move for a few minutes and Zazie decided to test her defense. She sent a barrage of Shikako spells at her and watched as Asuna dodged or blocked them all. She frowned and wondered what she would do next. She wondered when she saw Chachimaru land in front of Asuna. She smiled and opened a mental link with her, she said with a smile. Chachimaru smiled. Yes, it's good to see that you're okay as well, she replied and faced Asuna. I distract her, you take her out from behind. Zazie nodded and watched as Asuna faced Chachimaru. It seemed that Setsuna failed, Asuna said as she looked at Chachimaru. Chachimaru nodded. Now all that is left is you, she said and charged forward. Asuna raised her blade and blocked Chachimaru's first strike. She pushed off and sidestepped a punch to the face. Asuna span around and brought her blade down on Chachimaru, who blocked with her arm guard. Chachimaru pushed Asuna back and created some space. She activated her thrusters and charged forward. Asuna brought her blade up and blocked her charge. She held her ground but Chachimaru was pushing her back. She tried to push her back, she didn't have the strength. She rolled to the side and got some distance from Chachimaru only to dodge a red ball. She turned and saw Zazie standing heat the tree line preparing to fire another spell. Damn, Asuna thought as she dodged another attack. She turned to face Zazie when she was blindsided by Chachimaru. The force of the attack sent her flying across the field. She stood up slowly, her breathing labored. She looked and was able to bring her sword up to block an attack from Chachimaru, but she was then hit with a red ball that sent her flying. Chachimaru smiled as she watched Asuna try to stand. Her breathing was hagged and she had cuts and bruises all over her body. Most of her clothes were torn, leaving her half naked and tired. Chachimaru knew that this next attack would end it and looked over to Zazie. "After my attack, trap her with your strongest binding spell," she said to her companion, who nodded. Chachimaru turned toward Asuna and took off at high speeds. Asuna watched as Chachimaru suddenly appeared before her and punched her in the stomach. She felt all the air in her body leave her as she flew back from the punch. She tried to stay conscious but she couldn't keep her eyes open. She turned and saw Chachimaru coming towards her when she felt something wrap around her. She turned and found a glowing white chain bind her. She turned and saw Zazie standing over her hands. Together, she looked at the pair with a blank expression on her face before she slipped into darkness. Chachimaru watched as Asuna stopped moving and knew she was out. She picked her up and flew her to the same building she left. Setsuna on. While she was gone, Zazie took the time to rest. She had nearly lost the battle and was currently trying to recharge. She let out a sigh as she leaned next to a tree. Chachimaru returned and sat down next to Zazie. "We have to find Naruto," she said, and Zazie nodded. Zazie replied and got up. She breathed in and took off into the trees. Chachimaru watched for a moment before following. With Naruto sighed as he dodged another barrage of light arrows. He was getting annoyed by the consent barrage from the small red head. When he was separated from Zazie and Chachimaru, he tried to find them but was pinned down. Negi was on his staff firing off barrage after barrage of magic arrows at Naruto. Naruto dodged them but had to deal with Kid and Feiku in close range. He brushed them off like it was nothing, but they kept getting in his way. He turned and blocked a kick from Feiku and knocked her to the side, only for Kid to attack him from jumped over her only to twist in the middle of the air to dodge more arrows. Naruto turned and another kick for Feiku. Before she could create space for another attack, Naruto grabbed her leg and slammed her onto the ground. Fei felt all the air leave her body and was stunned for a moment. Naruto was about to take advantage of this when he dodged Kid's large shuriken. He spun around and grabbed it. He used the blade to block Kid's kick and then spun it around to block Fei's attack. He sent Feiku flying with the flat side of the shuriken and then threw it at Negi with all his might. The small red head quickly flew to the side, not wanting to get hit by the spinning blades. "Damn," Naruto thought as he ran forward. He was dodged Kid and continued to charge only to be blown back by a wind spell for Negi. Naruto spun away from a kick from Feiku and blocked a punch from Kid. He was annoyed and wanted to move on. He blocked the kick from Feiku and threw her into Kid. He rushed the pair and waved his hands together. "Bakudo number 63 Seijo Sabaku," Naruto said, and a large yellow chain appeared and wrapped itself around Feiku and Kid. They tried to break out but the chains were too strong. Naruto smiled to himself but didn't have time to relax as he dodged another barrage of attacks from the pint-sized mage. Naruto span around and brought his hand together. "Hado number 31 Shikaho," he cried and sent a large ball of red energy at Negi. The red head dodged to the side but felt the shockwave of the explosion from the attack. It sent him down towards the ground while Naruto charged forward. He jumped and grabbed Negi off his staff and brought him to the ground. He quickly bound the young mage in the same Bakudo as Kid and Feiku. As he sat down, he looked at his opponents and sighed. "Damn you, Sasuke," he said as he got up. "I will make you pay for all you have done." "Then make me pay," a voice said from behind him, and he turned and saw Sasuke standing there. "Hello, Dobi." "Teme," Naruto replied and stood up. He summoned his scythe to his hand. Sasuke lifted his sword and looked at his opponent. The wind blew for a moment, the only sound heard between the two fighters. So they became blurs and the sound of blades clashing filled the air. Naruto and Sasuke separate and look at each other once again. The soon clashed again and all that could be seen was the blur of colors. Naruto was orange and black while Sasuke was white and black. As the combatants separated once again, they couldn't help but hide the smile on their faces. Naruto charged forward and brought his blade down in a downward slash. Sasuke spun to the left and brought his sword towards Naruto's unguarded side. Naruto blocked with the pole of his scythe and pushed off, creating space. They separated again and looked at each other. Sasuke put his sword away, his Sharingan blazing. Naruto noticed this and tensed. Sasuke went through a few hand signs before looking at Naruto. Suton. Water dragon Justu. He cried, and a large dragon of water charged at Naruto. Damn. Naruto thought and dodged the side, doing his own set of hand signs. Futon. Air bullets. He shouted and took a deep breath. He exhaled 5 small air bullets at Sasuke. Sasuke dodged the attack and ran forward, catching Naruto with a punch in the face. Naruto flew back a few feet before flipping in mid-air and landed on his feet. He blocked another punch from Sasuke and tried to punch him back. Sasuke dodged the punch and kicked Naruto in the side, sending him back a bit. "Come on, Dobi," he said with a laugh. "You can do better than that." Naruto looked at his former friend and frowned. "Bring it, Teme," he said, and went through some hand signs. Power limiter seal. Release. He shouted, and he was covered in a bright light. As the light faded away, Sasuke could see Naruto clearly. His hair was longer, 2 wolf ears were on top of his head, whisker marks were more pronounced, and 10 flowing wolf tails were waving behind him. Sasuke looked at Naruto and frowned. Naruto suddenly appeared in front of Sasuke and sent him flying with a backhand to the face. He flew through the air only for Naruto to appear again. He punched Sasuke into the ground, and soon a huge crater was formed. Sasuke felt all the air leave his body as Naruto stood over him. "Who the Dobi now?" Naruto said, and formed a Rasengan in his hand and drove it into Sasuke's chest. Sasuke felt the attack grind into him, and soon there was a large gaping hole in his body. Goodbye. Soon the sky turned blue as the shadow of the Sharingan faded away. Chachimaru and Zazie reached Naruto and saw the damage that his battle has caused. They saw him standing in a crater, blood all over his left hand. He turned towards them and gave them a smile. "It is all over," he said, and he walked out of the crater. Zazie rushed him and tackled him to the ground. She held him close, not wanting to let go. Chachimaru soon joined her and wrapped herself around Naruto. He stroked their hair as he stared into the sky. "It over," he said with a sad smile. A few days later, Naruto had finished packing his things and looked around the room. He couldn't help but smile at all the memories he had created and was sad to be leaving. After the battle, Yami told him he needed to leave. He was sad to be going, and when he informed the girls, they were saddened. He took one last look and headed out the door. As he exited the dorms, he noticed that it was quiet. He couldn't help but sigh as he walked, knowing that it was better to just leave without any hasty goodbyes. As he reached the entrance of the dorms, he saw 4 people standing there. Chachimaru, Zazie, Nodoka, and Ayaka all stood there waiting for him. "Hello, loves," he said with a smile. "Are we ready?" They all nodded and he smiled. "Then, ladies," he said, "it is time we make our leave." The group walked towards the train, leaving behind a peaceful Mahora. As class started, many people looked around for the bodyguard and the 4 missing students, but no trace of them were found. Negi entered the classroom to find a note on the desk. He saw that it was addressed to the class. "Open it," Asuna said, and he nodded. He opened the letter and looked at the content inside. He was quiet for a moment before he started to read. To Class 3A. "I am sorry to say goodbye like this, but I am needed elsewhere. I know our time together was short, but I will never forget the fun we had together. Thank you for letting me be with you for a time, and I hope you all will live happy lives. Sincerely, Naruto." Many of the girls were sad to see him go, but Negi wasn't done. "Everyone," he said, "Nodoka, Zazie, Chachimaru and Ayaka have all left the school." This made everyone look at him in shock. "They say they are sorry they couldn't say goodbye in person, but they love all of you." The class was silent and couldn't believe that they had lost some friends, but they knew that they were going someplace better. 10 years later, Naruto sat in a desk going through a stack of paperwork. He had taken over the job as Yami from his mother 3 years back and couldn't help but curse under his breath. He hated the amount of paperwork he had to do and cried inwardly as he finished yet another stack. "Why did I take this job?" he wondered, but was interrupted when the door burst open. "Daddy!" A collective of voices cried, and Naruto was swarmed by a gang of small children. He fell out of his chair and looked at all the bodies that were on top of him. First there was a girl about 5 years old with silver hair, blue slitted eyes, wolf ears, and 2 tails. This was his daughter Zell. She was the first child from Zazie and himself. She smiled as she looked at her father and held him close. Next was a pair of boys, one with green hair and the other with blonde. They both sported wolf ears and tails. These were the twin Choji and Chu.
Both were 4 years old and their mother was Chachimaru. Next was another girl. She had blue hair that covered her face and a book
in her hand. This was Nanao. She was 5 and always loved to read. Her mother was Nodoka and he couldn't help but smile. Finally there was his youngest. She was 3 years old with long blonde hair. Her name was Ayame. She smiled at her father and held him close. Her mother was Ayaka and he couldn't help but be ecstatic when she was born. "Children, get off your father," a voice said, and they all turned to see their mothers standing at the door. Over the last 10 years they have matured and Naruto couldn't help but smile. They all were beautiful and they all loved him. "It okay," he said with a smile. "I need the distraction anyway." Everyone laughed as he got up with a child in his arms and on his legs. Ayame rode on his back as he walked towards their mothers, a huge smile on his face. Life was good. The end. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.